The perfected immortal who escaped did not manage to run far when he felt the crackling of thunder behind him. It arrived instantly at a shocking speed. No matter how fast the old man was, he could not match the speed of the Thunder Emperor. Feng Cantion. When the perfected immortal old man saw that he could not escape, he stopped in his tracks and shouted with a tragic expression, "You've gone too far." "I went too far?" The Thunder Emperor sneered. "Compared to your methods, it's already benevolent of me to kill you." King Tianxing imprisoned the Thunder Emperor in a dungeon beneath Absolute Thunder City for hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, he locked the ladder with chains and nailed the ladder to a stone pillar with his saber. The amount of physical, mental, and psychological torture was unimaginable. Death was nothing compared to that. Feng Cantion. "I'll fight you to the death." The perfected immortal old man's eyes widened and a resplendent glow burst forth from his glabella as a shuddering aura spread. "You want to self-destruct your Tao fruit?" The Thunder Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. The power of a Tao fruit's self-destruction was unparalleled. However, if the Tao fruit self-destructed, one might not even have the chance to reincarnate. Therefore, generally speaking, perfected immortal experts who had cultivated to a certain realm would not choose this path. But now, the perfected immortal old man had already fallen into madness and was completely disregarding everything in order to fight the Thunder Emperor. "You won't even have the chance to self-destruct in front of me." The Thunder Emperor harumphed coldly and suddenly opened his mouth, releasing a deafening thunderclap. Poof! The sound of thunder pierced the perfected immortal old man's eardrums. 2 streams of blood spewed from his ears. The sound of thunder was like a gigantic spear that pierced through his ears and head. The perfected immortal old man felt his mind go blank and his body shuddered. His Tao fruit was already shattered. However, it was severely injured by the Thunder Emperor's sound domain secret skill, and he froze on the spot with a dazed gaze. The Thunder Emperor advanced and stabbed him to death casually. The battle did not last long, and of the 11 perfected immortal experts, only perfected immortal Jing Yu was left. The cultivators that escaped from the city turned back. The Thunder Emperor stood on the ruins of Absolute Thunder City, with the corpses of 10 perfected immortals beneath his feet. Wielding the startling evil spear, he stood proudly with a peerless bearing. This city had suppressed and imprisoned the Thunder Emperor for hundreds of thousands of years. But now that the Thunder Emperor had escaped, he overturned Absolute Thunder City and trampled it beneath his feet. Perfected immortal Jing Yu stood on the ruins as well and did not choose to escape. He knew that given the Thunder Emperor's capabilities, there was no way he could escape even if he wanted to. Suddenly, the Thunder Emperor clutched his chest and coughed heavily. His body convulsed violently and his face was pale, as though something had happened to his body. Perfected immortal Jing Yu's gaze shifted. The clothes on the Thunder Emperor's chest were stained red, and it was extremely striking. Perfected immortal Jing Yu clearly remembered that they did not manage to hit the Thunder Emperor's chest when they surrounded him earlier on. Furthermore, even if they had injured the Thunder Emperor previously, the latter had already recovered after obtaining the startling evil spear to connect with the power of thunder in the world. That smear of blood. Perfected immortal Jing Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly understood the reason. The execution saber. The wound on the Thunder Emperor's chest should have been left behind by the execution saber. The execution saber was King Tianxing's Grotto Heaven Spirit treasure, and the Thunder Emperor was pinned to the stone pillar for hundreds of thousands of years. Even with the Thunder Emperor's capabilities, it was difficult to heal from those injuries. The Thunder Emperor broke free and suppressed the wound the entire time. However, the battle earlier on triggered the wound and caused it to relapse, causing blood to seep out. In that short period of time, the Thunder Emperor's robes were already stained with blood. It was clear how serious his injuries were. When Su Zimo saw that, he was worried for the Thunder Emperor as well. Perfected immortal Jing Yu was not far away. His gaze flickered and his expression changed, as though he wanted to attack but was wary of something. After a long silence, perfected immortal Jing Yu moved. He did not attack the Thunder Emperor. Instead, he retreated and distanced himself from the latter. He did not know if the Thunder Emperor's current appearance was a disguise. More than that, he did not know how much the wound on the Thunder Emperor's chest affected him. He did not dare to take the risk. Even though the Thunder Emperor before him seemed extremely weak, he did not dare to advance and seized the opportunity to escape. Fufufu. When he saw that, the Thunder Emperor laughed with a mocking expression. How can a cowardly rat be a county governor? Perfected Immortal Jing, you remained silent and watched the Thunder Emperor's every move warily. Forget it. I'll spare your life today, the Thunder Emperor said indifferently. Go back and tell Tianxing that I, Feng Cantion, have returned. Get them to prepare their necks for my personal visit. With that said, lightning flashed on the Thunder Emperor's body as he carried his startling evil spear and sped into the distance. Perfected Immortal Jing, you had a conflicted expression as he clenched and unclenched his fists a few times. In the end, he did not chase in pursuit. Su Zimo noticed that and shook his head. Perfected Immortal Jing, you had lost the final chance to retain the Thunder Emperor. Given the Thunder Emperor's character, he was extremely heroic and would not bother to fake serious injuries just to lure Perfected Immortal Jing Yu out. Finally, the Thunder Emperor left directly. This also meant that the injuries on the Thunder Emperor's chest were extremely serious, and it was even difficult for him to kill Perfected Immortal Jing Yu. That was also the reason why the Thunder Emperor chose to leave. However, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was shocked by the Thunder Emperor's aura and methods. He did not dare to attack even as he saw the Thunder Emperor's figure gradually disappear. At that moment, Su Zimo finally understood. It was something that the Thunder Emperor had said to him in the 10 Absolute Hell. Absolute Thunder City will be in chaos soon, and I won't be able to take care of you. Be careful and leave in the chaos. The Thunder Emperor must have expected this battle in Absolute Thunder City. He knew his body's condition as well. If he brought Su Zimo along, there was a high chance that neither of them would be able to escape. At that time, Su Zimo would also become the target of everyone and be hunted down by the factions of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. But now, the Thunder Emperor wanted to help Su Zimo hide. Furthermore, Su Zimo had been extremely cautious in the 10 Absolute Hell, and no one knew who helped the Thunder Emperor escape. After the Thunder Emperor escaped, Su Zimo successfully hid himself and escaped from the 10 Absolute Hell. However, the Thunder Emperor's injuries, Su Zimo sighed internally. The battle affected the Thunder Emperor's old injuries. At that time, the Thunder Emperor might have to face the pursuit of the Immortal Kings, and it was unknown if he could truly escape danger. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was right about one thing. The current divine firmament was no longer the divine firmament immortal domain hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although the Thunder Emperor escaped from the 10 Absolute Hell, he won't be able to advance a single step in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, and every single step forward would be treacherous. It was almost foreseeable that a violent commotion might break out in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, or even the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Su Zimo was prepared to leave this place and find a quiet and secluded place to cultivate the Void Thunder Manual in seclusion for a period of time to avoid this storm. Su Zimo looked at the ruins of Absolute Thunder City and lamented internally. There were still many spirit treasure shards left in the ruins, most of them shattered by the startling evil spear. While those spirit treasure shards were useless to others, they were extremely useful to the Hell Suppression Tripod. If he could devour it, he might be able to repair the third tripod wall. However, Su Zimo weighed the pros and cons and gave up on that thought. Although the temptation was great, it was way too dangerous. There was no need to take the risk at such a sensitive and chaotic time. There would be other chances in the future. Su Zimo blended into the crowd and headed into the distance. He did not dare to walk too quickly lest he attracted attention. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura descended from the skies with a rampant might. The entire world seemed to be overwhelmed and trembled slightly. That aura was much stronger than the Thunder Emperor, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu and the others. Everyone was shocked and looked up. The clouds in the firmaments changed and a void suddenly collapsed towards the middle, forming a gigantic pitch-black vortex. In the pitch-black vortex, a figure appeared faintly with a murderous aura that was sinister. Many black immortals could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground with pale expressions, keeping mum out of fear. Immortal king. Only an immortal king could release such a terrifying aura and might. The cultivators below even had a feeling that the figure in the firmaments could kill them all with a single breath. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze slightly and looked at the high and mighty figure in the firmaments. This was an immortal king. Given his current cultivation, this was a terrifying existence that could not be reached. If he wanted to take revenge on King Yunyu, he had to reach that realm. Greetings, King Tianxing. When perfected immortal Jingyu saw that person, he knelt down hurriedly and kowtowed with a terrified expression. The sinner of the lower worlds escaped from absolute Thunder City. I'm unforgivable. Please punish me, King Tianxing. Get up first. A voice sounded from the pitch-black vortex, resolute as metal and stone. Perfected immortal Jingyu stood up hurriedly. What happened? King Tianxing continued asking. Perfected immortal Jingyu recounted everything that happened in Absolute Thunder City today in detail without hiding anything. Someone helped him. After hearing that, King Tianxing said 3 words. Perfected immortal Jingyu shuddered in fear and knelt down once more. Immortal King, I truly didn't know or discover anyone who helped Feng Cantillon escape. Others might not have such a deep understanding of the 10 absolute formation. However, King Tianxing knew that without the help of outsiders, there was no way the Thunder Emperor could break free on his own. Perfected immortal Jingyu continued. I'll order for all the cultivators in the city to be imprisoned and interrogated one by one. There's no need, King Tianxing said indifferently. If that person helped, he would have left a long time ago. How could he still stay here? Furthermore, anyone who can pull out my execution saber is at least a perfected immortal. Apart from you, there are no other perfected immortals here. How strong was King Tianxing's spirit consciousness? With a gentle sweep, he enveloped a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers around absolute Thunder City. No living being could escape his senses. Su Zimo lowered his head and no longer looked at King Tianxing lest he attracted attention. He was injured by my execution saber and can't run. Even if he can escape, I can capture him back. King Tianxing harumphed. Jingyu, you didn't manage to handle the ice butterfly incident in Green Cloud County properly. Now, something like this has happened. King Tianxing's tone was cold as a blade, making one shudder. Perfected immortal Jingyu was drenched in sweat as he lowered his head hurriedly. I deserve to die. Please spare my life, King Tianxing. There was no sound from the pitch-black vortex for a long time. This period of silence felt like years to perfected immortal Jingyu. A long time later, King Tianxing's voice sounded once more. Although you're in absolute Thunder City, you failed to stop Feng Cantillon. While you can avoid death, you can't escape punishment. The moment he said that, a golden light burst forth from the pitch-black vortex and descended on perfected immortal Jingyu instantly. A blood light flashed. One of perfected immortal Jingyu's arms was severed by the golden light and blood gushed out from the wound. I'll sever your arm for the time being today. Your arm will only recover after that sinner is captured again, King Tianxing said indifferently. Thank you for not killing me, King Tianxing. Perfected immortal Jingyu was sweating from the pain, but he still kowtowed in gratitude. King Tianxing was in charge of the punishment and killing in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. The loss of a single arm today was already considered mercy. Under normal circumstances, perfected immortal experts could regrow severed limbs with a single thought. However, there was a faint golden light covering the wound on perfected immortal Jingyu's broken arm. That was the power of King Tianxing. As long as the golden light was around, his broken arm would never grow again. Furthermore, even if he could regrow his arm, perfected immortal Jingyu did not have the guts. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt emotional. Perfected immortal Jingyu was a county governor. Be it in terms of strength, status, or reputation, he was in the upper echelons of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, in front of King Tianxing, a single sentence could determine his fate. This was the cruelty of the upper world. Even perfected immortal experts could not withstand a single blow from an immortal king. If that was the case for perfected immortal Jingyu today, it was even worse for the Thunder Emperor in the past. A moment later, the pitch-black vortex in the firmaments gradually closed and the figure within vanished as well. The shuddering aura gradually dissipated. Many cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. When King Tianxing appeared earlier on, everyone felt as though a cold guillotine was hovering above their heads and could slash down at any moment. Perfected immortal Jing, you waited for King Tianxing to leave before standing up. He looked at the many city lords and exalted immortals not far away and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you can return now. Gather everyone and search for Feng Cantillon with all your might. Don't let go of any clues." Understood. Many city lords and exalted immortals replied hurriedly and dispersed. Perfected immortal Jing Yu pondered for a moment and tidied up the battlefield before leaving the ruins of Absolute Thunder City. Su Zimo was secretly worried. It could be predicted that after today, all the immortal soldiers guarding the great Jin Immortal Kingdom would be mobilized and martial law would be imposed everywhere to search for anyone suspicious. He did not know if Senior Thunder Emperor could escape the pursuit of the entire great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Su Zimo took a deep breath and suppressed his worries for the time being. Given his current cultivation, he could not help much even if he wanted to. Right now, the most important thing for him was to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the Earth Essence realm as soon as possible. This time round, he had benefited quite a bit from the 10 Absolute formation. If he could comprehend something in seclusion, he might have a chance of becoming an Earth Immortal within 100 years. Just as Su Zimo was pondering, a warning flashed in his mind. There were many cultivators in Absolute Thunder City. Because of this battle, Absolute Thunder City was reduced to ruins and at least tens of millions of cultivators had nowhere to go and were retreating out of the city. Amidst the crowd, Su Zimo suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The surrounding crowd was in chaos. However, dozens of cultivators walked in his direction and gradually formed an encirclement. More importantly, he felt an immense killing intent. The dozens of cultivators were all grade 9 black immortals. If he was not wrong, they should be the ones who participated in the hunting meet earlier on. However, Su Zimo was puzzled. He did not know these people and had never had any conflicts with them in the 10 Absolute Hell. Why would they target him? The distance between him and the dozens of grade 9 black immortals decreased. Initially, those people hid in the crowd and tried their best to hide their tracks. But now, their gazes were ferocious as they summoned their dermic treasures and weapons without concealing the killing intent in their hearts. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and surveyed his surroundings, asking coldly, "What are you guys trying to do?" "Kill you," one of them hollered and leaped up, wielding a Chaos Essence iron rod. He smashed it towards Su Zimo's head and attacked first. Su Zimo's expression was calm and he did not even look. He only attacked when the Chaos Essence iron rod was about to smash his head. Piak. His attack was released after but arrived sooner. Su Zimo's fair palm grabbed the Chaos Essence iron rod without budging at all. "You?" The grade 9 black immortal's eyes widened in shock. The Chaos Essence iron rod was a superior black-grade dermic treasure. Although its grade was not too high, it was strong and could match supreme black-grade dermic treasures. But now, this seemingly weak green-robed cultivator had grabbed his Chaos Essence iron rod with his palm. No matter how he tried, the Chaos Essence iron rod seemed to be stuck in the green-robed cultivator's palm and could not move at all. At that moment he was still in midair, unable to head up or down. What's up with that person's strength? The grade 9 black immortal was shocked. Right then, Su Zimo gripped the Chaos Essence iron rod tightly and thrust forward. Ah! The grade 9 black immortal shrieked tragically and could not hold on to the Chaos Essence iron rod at all, causing his palms to bleed. Poof! The next moment, the Chaos Essence iron rod pierced his chest and protruded from his back. In Su Zimo's hands, the Chaos Essence iron rod pierced the person like a gigantic spear. This was not the 10 Absolute Hell, and the many city lords that were truly a threat to Su Zimo had already dispersed. There was no need for him to worry. Indeed, he did not want to fight these black immortals of the lower worlds. However, if they wanted his life, he would not hold back either. Exerting strength in his palm, Su Zimo shook the Chaos Essence iron rod gently. Xing! The Grade 9 Black Immortal's body was shattered by the Chaos Essence iron rod instantly, and he died on the spot with fresh blood spreading. Kill! The remaining Black Immortals were not afraid at all. All of them roared with bloodshot eyes and attacked one after another. Dozens of dermic treasures descended. Body immobilization technique. Wind summoning. Rain summoning. Purple star hand. Many lesser divine powers and secret skills burst forth at the same time. Su Zimo's blood chi was strong, and even without using the bloodline of his green lotus true body, he broke free from the restraints of the body immobilization technique with a single tremble. Swoosh! In a flash, a golden light darted out from where he was, shuttling through the dermic treasures, divine powers and secret skills with ease. Against those black immortals, two lesser divine powers, heavenly feet and boundless golden light, were enough. Bang! Su Zimo raised the Chaos Essence iron rod that he snatched earlier on and smashed it on the head of a Grade 9 Black Immortal, causing his head to bleed and brain juice to splatter. Immediately after, he did not stop and arrived before another Grade 9 Black Immortal in the blink of an eye, swinging the rod. Bang! The Grade 9 Black Immortal was sent flying and was split into two by the Chaos Essence iron rod. Su Zimo's figure transformed into a golden streak of light and shuttled through the crowd without any resistance. Everywhere he went, a Grade 9 Black Immortal would be sent flying or injured. This was not an encirclement. This was a one-sided suppression. Before long, dozens of Grade 9 Black Immortals were suppressed by Su Zimo alone. The remaining Black Immortals were scared out of their wits as well and fled into the distance with frightened expressions. Su Zimo could not be bothered to chase after them and threw away the Chaos Essence iron rod casually, prepared to leave. Right then, a few tragic cries sounded not far away. Su Zimo glanced sideways and saw that the few Black Immortals who escaped earlier on had already been sliced into two by some sharp weapon and were dead. Above the corpses of the Black Immortals stood a few women in veils, wielding long swords that were as thin as cicada wings. With a flick of their wrists, the swords retracted into their sleeves and vanished. Piak, piak, piak. Right then, an applause sounded from midair not far away. Amazing! A man's voice sounded and praised. Su Zimo had already guessed the identity of the intruder without even turning back. Prince Yuanzhua. The few veiled women who attacked earlier on were the maidservants of Prince Yuanzhua. Su Zimo turned around. A carriage stopped in midair with 1,000 beautiful women surrounding it. In the carriage, a young man was leaning against it. It was Prince Yuanzhua. That person did not leave. Earlier on, when the Thunder Emperor attacked and fought against the 11 perfected immortal experts, he saw with his own eyes that Prince Yuanzhua had already left Absolute Thunder City. To think that this person would return. The Thunder Emperor had just escaped and his ferocity was at its peak. Even perfected immortals died one after another. However, this Prince Yuanzhua, who was only an Earth immortal with a noble status, actually had the guts to return. This was beyond Su Zimo's expectations. Prince Yuanzhua stood up from his carriage and looked at Su Zimo with a smile. I was indeed not wrong. Your methods are not weak. Although the hunting meet was forced to stop with the Thunder Emperor's escape, Prince Yuanzhua did not give up on his plan. This matter was way too important to him. Someone like the Thunder Emperor would naturally be dealt with by King Tianxing, his brothers and father. It was not his place to worry. At the same time, Su Zimo understood. The dozens of Grade 9 Black Immortals that attacked him earlier on should have been instructed by Prince Yuanzhua. His goal was to test Su Zimo's strength. Actually, when he was fighting, Su Zimo felt as though he was being spied on. However, there were many people around and it was normal. It was difficult to determine if the other party had any ill intentions. Su Zimo observed his surroundings silently. There were 3,000 women on the side of Prince Yuanzhua. Although all of them were at the Earth Essence realm, almost all of them surrounded him. If he released his innate divine power, the rock wings, he would definitely have a chance to escape from this place. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze shifted and he saw someone. He suppressed that thought for the time being. Not far away from Prince Yuan's was carriage. A group of people stood. There were more than 100 of them, and they were drenched in blood. They were the black immortals of the lower worlds who entered the 10 absolute hell earlier on. Tang Zi was among them. At that moment, Tang Zi was expressionless as she looked at Su Zimo and shook her head gently. That action was so subtle that it was almost imperceptible. However, Su Zimo knew in his heart that given Tang Zi's character, she would not reveal such unnecessary actions unless there was no choice. It was more like a reminder. Tang Zi could tell that he wanted to escape and was warning him. Su Zimo was expressionless and did not act rashly. He cupped his fists in the direction of Prince Yuanzhua and said, "I'm Su Zimo. May I know what you mean by that? I've already said that I'll choose 100 people on the hunting ranking to be my followers after this hunting meet." Prince Yuanzhua flicked his fingernails and let out a faint sound of metal clashing. Su Zimo's expression was calm. "I don't seem to be on the hunting ranking." "That's right." Prince Yuanzhua laughed. "However, I've noticed you long ago. The dozens of grade 9 black immortals attacking you earlier on was actually a test for you. If you won them, you would have had a chance to be the last among this 100. Su Zimo's gaze swept past Tang Zi's side, and he counted in his heart. There were 99 cultivators there, and there were exactly 100 including him. Of course, if you had lost, any of the dozens of black immortals who killed you would have been the last lucky person. Prince Yuanzhua continued with a smile. He did not care about the lives of the black immortals of the lower worlds at all, including Su Zimo. Although he paid attention to Su Zimo, he would definitely not step in if Su Zimo was truly defeated and killed. "I'm flattered that you think highly of me, Your Highness," Su Zimo replied indifferently. Prince Yuanzhua continued, "Congratulations on passing the second test." Su Zimo frowned slightly in confusion. "The second test?" Prince Yuanzhua said coldly, "You were very honest and did not choose to escape earlier on. If you had, you would have been a corpse by now." Su Zimo was silent but was still in slight disbelief internally. If he released his extreme speed divine power, he should have a chance to escape. Right then, Prince Yuanzhua stood up slowly and looked at Tang Zi and the others who were not far away, shouting, "All of you, listen up. Apart from talent and methods that surpass others, my followers have to be absolutely loyal and obedient. If any of you dare to betray me, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." There was a hint of ruthlessness in the tone of Prince Yuanzhua that made one shudder. "Don't worry, Your Highness." Li Tian was the first to stand out and shout, "It's my honor to have the chance to follow Your Highness. Not only would I not betray you, if I discover anyone who's disloyal, I'll be the first to step in and clean up the traitors for you, Your Highness." With that said, Li Tian surveyed his surroundings with a ferocious gaze. "Very good." Prince Yuanzhua nodded in satisfaction. He flipped his palm and took out the pitch-black hunting ranking, unfolding it slowly. There were 100 black immortals written on the hunting ranking. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. He could even see his name on the hunting ranking. Prince Yuanzhua said smugly, "The hunting badge originates from the hunting ranking. When you engrave your spirit consciousness imprint on the hunting badge, it will be displayed on the hunting ranking at the same time. With your spirit consciousness imprints, I can sense you no matter where you go with the help of the hunting ranking." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. It was only now that he understood Tang Zi's warning. This hunting ranking was the true threat. If he released his extreme speed divine power, even if he could escape from this place, it would be difficult for him to escape from the detection of Prince Yuanzhua with his spirit consciousness imprint on the hunting ranking. Therefore, he would be hunted continuously. No matter where he was or where he was hidden, it was difficult for him to escape the detection of Prince Yuanzhua. At that time, he would indeed be doomed. Back when Su Zimo left his spirit consciousness imprint on the hunting badge, he was already hesitant. However, he had no choice given the circumstances. To think that the spirit consciousness imprint would become a sharp sword that hovered above his head and could slash down at any moment. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and gave up on the thought of escaping for the time being. He wanted to see what Prince Yuanzhua was plotting by spending so much effort to choose 100 black immortals who were absolutely loyal to him. Time to head back. Prince Yuanzhua waved his hand and returned to the carriage. Immediately, women came forward. Some of them massaged his shoulders and some of them hammered his legs gently to his satisfaction. Su Zimo arrived among the 100 people as well. They were on a small immortal ship that had prepared new clothes for them as well. There were many immortal fruits, wine, and even healing elixirs. Li Tian and the others were covered in injuries after the battle in the 10 Absolute Hell. At that moment, they needed those items and dispersed quickly. A few people stood on the deck of the immortal ship. Although Tang Zi killed many people in the 10 Absolute Hell, she looked refreshing and did not have any bloodstains. Given her character, there was no way she would get together with others to drink and have fun. Tang Zi stood on the deck and looked at the sky ahead with a calm expression, deep in thought. Just as Su Zimo was about to advance, Tang Zi's voice sounded in his consciousness. "Don't come over." Tang Zi's back was facing Su Zimo, and she did not turn back, merely sending a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "Why?" Su Zimo's activated his spirit consciousness and asked. Tang Zi said, "You had better pretend not to know me lest you get into trouble." After a brief pause, she continued, "Also, I've just returned you a favor. I still owe you one." Su Zimo shrugged his shoulders gently. The reason why he helped Tang Zi was mainly because of the Thunder Emperor. He did not care or expect her to return any favors. However, Tang Zi took this matter seriously and calculated it extremely clearly, as though she was unwilling to owe anyone anything. "What are you doing?" Su Zimo sent a voice transmission and asked. Tang Zi remained silent, as though she did not want to speak to Su Zimo anymore. However, Su Zimo did not give up and continued asking, "When Prince Yuanzhua retreated, I noticed that you followed him secretly. It's none of your business. You'd better not ask further." After a long silence, Tang Zi finally spoke with a cold tone. Su Zimo smiled. Was she trying to assassinate the prince? Su Zimo could vaguely guess that Tang Zi's target was most likely Prince Yuanzhua. However, he knew better than anyone that there was no chance to get close to Prince Yuanzhua, let alone assassinate him. Notwithstanding the fact that the cultivation of Prince Yuanzhua was already higher than Tang Zi, the 3,000 Earth immortal beauties beside Prince Yuanzhua alone were enough to give one a headache. For assassins, patience was the most important factor. If there was no suitable opportunity, Tang Zi would rather wait than attack rashly. It was especially so for experts like Prince Yuanzhua, who was a major cultivation realm above her. If she failed, she would definitely die without a chance to escape. If there was no chance, she could wait for a year, 10 years, or even hundreds of years. She only had 2 goals for coming here. One of the goals was the Thunder Emperor. Although she possessed the True Dragon Anti-Water Bead, she knew that even if she could clear the 10 Absolute Formation, she could not save the Thunder Emperor. In her heart, it was enough if she could just take a mere look at the Thunder Emperor. After failing to clear the formation, she thought that she would never have the chance to meet the Thunder Emperor again. To think that the situation later on would be completely beyond her imagination. Not only did she see the Thunder Emperor with her own eyes, he even broke free and killed 10 perfected immortal experts domineeringly before leaving in a carefree manner. At that moment, she was expressionless, but there was an indescribable joy in her heart. Now that the Thunder Emperor was free, she was only left with a second goal. Prince Yuanzhua. Of course, those were her inner thoughts and secrets. Even if she owed Su Zimo a favor, she could not tell him about it. What's the true purpose of the hunting meet held by Prince Yuanzhua this time round? Right then, Su Zimo asked again. Tang Zi sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness and said indifferently, "Didn't he say? He wanted to choose 100 absolutely loyal followers and give us a chance to change our fates." "Fu?" Su Zimo chuckled and asked, "Would you believe such nonsense?" "Why not?" Tang Zi asked as well. Su Zimo said, "Given his status, there's no need for him to go through so much trouble if he wants 100 absolutely loyal followers. As long as he waves his hand, Disciples of the major sects and descendants of aristocratic families will flock to him. We won't even have a chance. Furthermore, the hunting meet is a game for the exalted immortals to begin with. They control the fates of all living beings in the lower worlds and take joy in it. Why would Prince Yuanzhou choose 100 people out of goodwill to give these people from the lower worlds a chance to change their fates? That's ironic to begin with. It's extremely laughable. Tang Zi harumphed softly. Humph. Seems like you're not stupid and can understand. Su Zimo was slightly stunned. That was an extremely rare hint of emotion in a statement from Tang Zi. Stunned for a moment, Su Zimo could not tell if Tang Zi was praising or mocking him. The logic behind it is extremely simple. Tang Zi returned to normal before long and said indifferently, "Unfortunately, apart from you and me, no one else in the 100 people can understand." Su Zimo was silent for a moment before saying, "Perhaps it's not that they don't understand, but that they don't want to." Although it was a little ambiguous, Tang Zi fell into deep thought. Reality was a little cruel. Therefore, everyone would avoid it instinctively and would rather advance with a sliver of hope. "Do you know about the Emperor's tomb?" After a while, Tang Zi asked with a voice transmission. "The Emperor's tomb?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. "I don't know. For some reason, the name sounded sinister." Tang Zi said, "The Emperor's tomb was originally a shattered world. It floated everywhere in the void currents of the upper world, and its location was uncertain. Legend has it that an immortal emperor was buried inside. That's why it's called the Emperor's tomb." Su Zimo was shocked. The tomb of an immortal emperor. There are many legends about the Emperor's tomb. Some say that there are countless rare treasures, cultivation techniques, and secret skills. Others say that there's a shocking secret hidden in the Emperor's tomb. Tang Zi said, "Recently, the Emperor's tomb appeared in the void of divine firmament mainland. I'm guessing that the hunting meet of Prince Yuanzhou might have something to do with this Emperor's tomb." Su Zimo said deeply, "He wants us to enter the Emperor's tomb?" "Probably," Tang Zi replied. "A tomb that might contain an immortal emperor? Given our cultivation, we can enter it at will." Su Zimo could not believe it. Logically speaking, even Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals were not qualified to explore such a tomb, let alone them. If this was truly an emperor's tomb, it would be filled with treasures collected by the immortal emperor. It would not be in their place to head there. Tang Zi said, "This emperor's tomb is a little special. It's said that the immortal emperor buried inside died under an extremely powerful curse." Curse? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. In terms of curse techniques, the witch race was the strongest. Back in Tianhuang mainland, experts of the witch race of the upper world even descended to kill all living beings. Thankfully, Daiyu intervened and resolved that calamity. If the rumors were true, the curse technique that could kill an immortal emperor must have been done by an expert of the witch race. Tang Zi continued, "After the immortal emperor died, the power of the curse in his body did not disappear. Instead, it spread in every corner of the tomb and lasted till now." "How long has this immortal emperor been dead for?" Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. Tang Zi said, "More than 10 million years." Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The curse in the emperor's tomb was way too terrifying and did not dissipate even after millions of years. Even an immortal emperor can't withstand the power of that curse. "Wouldn't the 100 of us be courting death if we entered?" Su Zimo sneered. "No," Tang Zi said. "For millions of years, many people have entered the emperor's tomb to explore its secrets. The power of the curse inside is a little strange. The higher the cultivation realm of the cultivator, the greater the impact on them. In other words, such a curse is the most harmful to experts like immortal emperors?" Su Zimo asked. "That's right," Tang Zi said. "When the emperor's tomb first appeared, an emperor entered and was inevitably cursed as well. He died not long after he came out. Grotto Heaven realm experts were kings. Above the Grotto Heaven realm was the Emperor realm. The most common title for an Emperor realm expert was an emperor. Of course, in the 9 firmament immortal domain, most emperors were called immortal emperors, such as the divine firmament immortal emperor. In the great wilderness, most of them were called demon emperors. Above emperors was the great emperor that heavenly wolf mentioned. Su Zimo was even more shocked. Such a curse could even kill other emperor realm experts after lasting for millions of years. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the person who laid that curse was. After that emperor died, no other emperor dared to attempt to enter. Tang Zi continued. For millions of years, more than 20 king realm experts have died because of the curse upon entering the emperor's tomb. The number of perfected immortals and heaven immortals that died within is even more unimaginable. Tang Zi said, "It's precisely because of the terrifying curse of the emperor's tomb that almost no perfected immortal or kings have attempted to enter the tomb in recent years. The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the impact of the curse," Su Zimo said deeply. In other words, if a black immortal enters the emperor's tomb, they will suffer the least damage from the curse. Indeed, Tang Zi said. However, even if the damage caused by the curse is small, it doesn't mean that there isn't any. Every living being that enters the emperor's tomb, no matter their race, will be tainted by the curse and no one can avoid it. Of course, that curse is not a fatal threat to black immortals. Su Zimo could tell what Tang Zi was implying and asked, "What other effects will there be if there's no fatal threat?" "It's uncertain," Tang Zi said. "If you can't remove the curse in your body, it'll be difficult for you to break through to the earth immortal realm for the rest of your life. There's a high chance that your lifespan will deteriorate and various conditions will happen to your body." Su Zimo gradually understood. It was no wonder why Prince Yuanzhou did not look for disciples of other sects or aristocratic families. That was because no sect or aristocratic family would send their personal disciples and descendants into the emperor's tomb. If the curse could not be removed, it would affect a cultivator's life. There was a high chance that a paragon of a generation would die and fade into the masses. However, among the cultivators that ascended from the lower worlds, Prince Yuanzhou could casually choose 100 people for him to command and enter the emperor's tomb. These cultivators of the lower worlds even had to be grateful to Prince Yuanzhou. Tang Zi said, "Once experts like heaven immortals and perfected immortals enter the emperor's tomb, they will be cursed and won't be able to return. Although we'll also be cursed upon entering the emperor's tomb, we will be the least affected. Within, we can move freely or even fight. As long as we don't stay in the emperor's tomb for too long, we can definitely return alive." Su Zimo asked, "Why does Prince Yuanzhou want us to enter the emperor's tomb?" "I don't know about that." Tang Zi shook her head gently. Su Zimo fell into deep thought. According to Tang Zi, an immortal emperor was once buried in the emperor's tomb. Notwithstanding the rare treasures and secret skills collected by the immortal emperor in his lifetime, even the perfected immortals and kings who died within had countless treasures. There was a high chance that Prince Yuanzhou wanted them to enter the emperor's tomb to search for treasures or inheritances. However, no matter what, the emperor's tomb was definitely a dangerous place. It was not only the strange curse. Now that the emperor's tomb had descended on divine firmament mainland, apart from them, there must be other exalted immortal experts who controlled black immortals to enter the emperor's tomb to search for opportunities for them. Notwithstanding the other immortal regions, there were 3 immortal kingdoms and countless sects in the divine firmament immortal domain alone. If they encountered other parties, a fight was inevitable. That was also the reason why Prince Yuanzhou spent so much effort to select 100 grade 9 black immortals who could fight well and were strong. Unless necessary, Su Zimo would not take the risk even after knowing about a secret like the emperor's tomb. But now, he had no choice given the circumstances. The security on the immortal ship was not strict. However, even if he could escape, his spirit consciousness imprint was still on the hunting ranking. As long as Prince Yuanzhou willed, he could be found at any moment. That was a huge threat. It was as though Prince Yuanzhou was wielding a sharp sword that was hanging on his neck and could slash down at any moment. He had to think of a way to resolve this matter to prevent future troubles. As Su Zimo pondered, his gaze instinctively landed on Tang Zi. If Tang Zi's target was truly Prince Yuanzhou, the two of them could join forces. However, even if the two of them joined forces, it would be difficult for them to deal with Prince Yuanzhou. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness could only vaguely sense that Prince Yuanzhua was an Earth immortal and could not clearly detect his level. Furthermore, Prince Yuanzhua had a noble status and the bloodline of King Jin flowed through his body. He had interacted with top-tier experts since he was young and no one knew what trump cards he had. Moreover, Tang Zi was prideful and operated alone. She might not join forces with him. "What are you thinking about staring at me for so long?" Suddenly, Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Her tone was unfriendly with a hint of anger. Su Zimo rubbed his chin and stared at her back for a long time. She thought that Su Zimo had some evil thoughts and could not help but feel frustrated. "It's fine." Retracting his gaze, Su Zimo replied casually and suppressed the matter for the time being. When Tang Zi saw that, she thought that Su Zimo was feeling guilty and said coldly, "Indeed, I owe you a favor. However, let me warn you not to harbor any nonsensical thoughts." Su Zimo was confused and did not know what was wrong with this woman. Instinctively, he asked, "What nonsensical thoughts?" "You?" Tang Zi was speechless. Gritting her teeth, she decided not to say anything more. The immortal ship carried everyone at an extremely fast speed and arrived at Mufeng City, which was closest to Absolute Thunder City, in less than 3 days. Thereafter, everyone entered Mufeng City and made use of its teleportation formation to descend upon the central city of Green Cloud County. Green Cloud City. There were a total of 16 counties in the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, and each county had a central city. Typically, the princes and county governors would watch over the 16 central cities. The moment everyone arrived in Green Cloud City, they could sense that the atmosphere in the city was clearly not right and was extremely depressing. The city was heavily guarded. There were guards patrolling the city walls at all times. The cultivators in the city were flustered and averted their gazes in fear. Traces of execution guards could be seen everywhere in the ancient city. The impact of the Thunder Emperor's escape was gradually showing. As long as the Thunder Emperor was not captured, many people in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom would not be able to eat or sleep in peace as time passed. Of course, no matter how guarded the ancient city was, no one dared to stop the carriage of Prince Yuanzhua. Su Zimo and the others rode on the immortal ship and followed the carriage of Prince Yuanzhua. The journey was almost smooth and they arrived at the residence of the prince. Before the group of them had a chance to rest, a maidservant brought them to a hall. The hall was grand and resplendent with jewels and gems. It was unimaginably luxurious everywhere. Everyone entered the hall and looked around with shocked expressions, attracting exclamations. Su Zimo and Tang Zi were extremely calm. It was Tang Zi's nature. However, for Su Zimo he was unimpressed. In terms of shock, the human emperor's palace that appeared in Tianhuang mainland was enough to beat this palace instantly. Before long, Prince Yuanzhua appeared and sat on the highest throne in the hall, looking down at Su Zimo and the others. The crowd quietened down before long. "If you want to follow me and stay by my side, you have to perform well," Prince Yuanzhua said slowly. "There's an opportunity as such right now. If any of you can contribute greatly, I'll make him my personal guard." Pausing for a moment, he gave an evil chuckle. "That person can even choose any of the beauties around me to be his Tao companion." The personal guard of Prince Yuanzhua. Among the 100 people beneath the main hall, many cultivators had fervent gazes. This was equivalent to a leap to the heavens, and they would be completely free from their status as people of the lower worlds. From then on, no one in the upper world would dare look down on them. Although the beauties around Prince Yuanzhua were maidservants in name, all of them were at the Earth Essence realm and their cultivation realms were higher than theirs. Furthermore, those that could be fancied by Prince Yuanzhua were all peerless beauties. It would definitely be a rare blessing to have them as Tao companions. Hee hee. Li Tian laughed. "Your Highness, feel free to tell us what you want us to do. I'll definitely not disappoint you." "All right." Prince Yuanzhua was very satisfied and said in a deep voice, "There are various ruins and secret grounds in the upper world. Right now, a secret ground has appeared in the divine firmament mainland. Due to the uniqueness of this secret ground, those with high cultivation realms will be restricted instead. Black immortals won't be affected much when they enter. At that point, Su Zimo sneered internally. It was clear that Prince Yuanzhua was hiding the most critical piece of information. According to Tang Zi, any living being that entered the Emperor's tomb would be cursed and no one would be spared. Black immortals were merely affected less and could move freely within. Su Zimo observed for a moment. Among the 100 people in the hall, apart from him and Tang Zi, everyone else had calm expressions. It was clear that they did not know anything about the Emperor's tomb and did not feel threatened. To be precise, it was not because these people knew too little, but because Tang Zi knew too much. Be it the Thunder Emperor or the matter of the Emperor's tomb, those were extremely secretive matters. However, Tang Zi knew everything. Su Zimo was curious about Tang Zi's identity as well. This woman definitely had a powerful expert or faction backing her. Prince Yuanzhua continued. There are countless rare treasures, divine powers and secret skills buried in this secret ground. These are also great opportunities for you guys. Thank you, Your Highness. Many cultivators bowed hurriedly with delighted expressions. Prince Yuanzhua said, I can promise you that I won't lay my hands on any treasures or inheritances you obtain inside. However, I want something from this secret ground. No matter what method you guys use, you must get it back. Here it comes. Su Zimo thought to himself. This was the true motive of Prince Yuanzhua. Please speak, Your Highness, everyone asked. It's a jade talisman, Prince Yuanzhua said slowly. I don't have any clues about this jade talisman. However, I'm certain that it's in that secret ground. Li Tian shouted, Don't worry, Your Highness. It's just a jade talisman. I'll definitely find it for you after exploring every single corner of the secret ground. Prince Yuanzhua nodded slightly and continued. In addition, you guys have to be careful when you enter the secret ground. That's because apart from you guys, there will be black immortals of other immortal kingdoms and sects searching for this jade talisman inside. Under such circumstances, it would be fine if they did not manage to find the jade talisman. However, if they did, it would definitely attract the killing intent of various factions. I'll have 2 old servants lead you guys into the secret ground this time round. Prince Yuanzhua waved his hand and 2 old men stood out behind him. One was fat and the other was skinny. They bowed to Prince Yuanzhua. We will definitely do our best and not let you down, Your Highness. Su Zimo's gaze lingered on the 2 old men. The 2 old men were also grade 9 black immortals. However, the auras released by the 2 of them seemed special. Your Highness, when are we entering the secret ground? Someone asked. We'll have to wait a little longer, Prince Yuanzhua said. Right now, that secret ground has just descended on Divine Firmament mainland not long ago. Once the barrier of the secret ground is weak, I'll send you guys in. He waved his sleeves gently and a series of lights shone in the hall. On the ground, not far away from everyone, a gigantic teleportation formation appeared. The formation patterns were mysterious and complicated, shimmering with a bright divine light. Su Zimo glanced at Tang Zi. The latter stood in the crowd expressionlessly and motionlessly. As he had expected, it was almost impossible to assassinate Prince Yuanzhua. If Tang Zi wanted to assassinate Prince Yuanzhua, the only possibility was to close in and make use of the sharpness of the dark daggers to complete the assassination. However, Tang Zi did not even have the chance to get close to Prince Yuanzhua. If she could not make her move now, she could only follow everyone into the Emperor's tomb. However, they would definitely be cursed the moment they entered the Emperor's tomb. His green lotus true body was immune to poison and was also extremely resistant to curses. However, the green lotus true body had yet to grow to its peak. Right now, he was only a grade 9 green lotus true body. Even immortal emperors could not avoid the curse of the Emperor's tomb. Do you have a way to dispel the curse? Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to Tang Zi. Yes. Tang Zi only said a single word and did not reply. It's about time. Prepare yourselves. Prince Yuanzhua suddenly said. Under the lead of the fat and skinny old men, everyone entered the teleportation formation. After a while, a few maidservants at the side activated the teleportation formation. A blinding beam of light burst forth from the teleportation formation and enveloped everyone before soaring into the skies. Su Zimo felt his head spin and the scene before him tore and shifted continuously. After a long time, Su Zimo's feet sank and he landed on the ground once more. The moment he descended, Su Zimo frowned. The green lotus bloodline flowed through his body and he was extremely sensitive to the outside world. He could clearly sense a strange power enveloping him, seeping into his body and even his bloodline. Even the green lotus true body could not purge it. The curse of the Emperor's tomb. Tang Zi was not exaggerating. Even his green lotus true body could not defend against the power of the Emperor's tomb's curse. Su Zimo secretly took out a supreme black-grade dermic treasure from his storage bag. In the blink of an eye, the dermic treasure was covered in a layer of green spots and had no spirit chi. It was completely crippled. It was not only living beings. Even dermic treasures could not escape the corrosion of the Emperor's tomb's curse. Su Zimo looked at the others. Tang Zi and the two old men had calm expressions. Tang Zi was long prepared and was naturally not surprised. As commanders, the two old men were already prepared to die upon entering the Emperor's tomb. Given their lifespans, they would not be able to live for long even if they were not tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb. As for the others, they gradually noticed something amiss as well. What happened? Is this the secret ground? I feel a strange power floating around. It's a little sinister inside here. The crowd discussed. Suddenly, the fat old man laughed with a strange expression and said coldly, "Congratulations on coming to the Emperor's tomb." The Emperor's tomb? What Emperor's tomb? Someone asked hurriedly with a frightened expression. The Emperor's tomb is where an immortal emperor was buried. The skinny old man said, "The only hope for you guys to survive now is to find the jade talisman as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer you stay in the Emperor's tomb, the harder it will be for you to return alive." Buried immortal emperor. Those words were way too shocking for most of the cultivators present. Even though Su Zimo had long heard about the origin of the Emperor's tomb from Tang Zi, he felt an indescribable pressure now that he was truly here. It was an indescribable feeling that resembled the might of an immortal emperor. The immortal emperor had died for millions of years, but his emperor's might still existed. Everyone was only at the Black Essence realm. For them, entering the tombs and cave abodes of Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals was definitely a rare opportunity. However, the tomb of an immortal emperor, cultivators who could ascend to the upper world were no fools and could naturally tell that this tomb was definitely not a friendly place. Even if it was as Prince Yuanzhua had said and there were unimaginable treasures and inheritance secret skills, there would definitely be dangers that no one could endure. Since we're here, there's no harm in telling you guys that all of you are cursed right now. If you want to survive, you have to find the jade talisman as soon as possible. I'll lead you back to the prince's residence, and His Highness will naturally step in to help you guys remove the curse in your bodies. The skinny old man said coolly. How do we return to the prince's residence? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. The moment he entered the emperor's tomb, he realized that there were no exits. In the prince's residence, they made use of the power of the teleportation formation to break through the barrier of the emperor's tomb and enter this place. However, there were no teleportation formations in the emperor's tomb. The fat old man harumphed coldly. You don't have to ask about this. Once you find the jade talisman, we'll naturally have a way to take you back. Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Even black immortals can't stay in the emperor's tomb for more than a year. Otherwise, even if they have extraordinary methods, they won't be able to remove the curse in their bodies. In addition, if you sense any commotion in this world, it means that the emperor's tomb has left divine firmament mainland and is hidden in the void once more. At that time, we have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll float in the dark void with the emperor's tomb and lose track of time, winding up as a skeleton in this tomb. The fat and skinny old men led everyone forward. Everyone did not dare to move too quickly and looked around as they advanced. Su Zimo looked up. At the top of the firmaments, there were stars that shone brightly. This did not look like a tomb, but another world. In the starry skies, there were dilapidated gigantic beams that were built together. They were covered with ghastly green moss, and there were occasionally thick stone pillars that soared into the skies and stood upright on the ground. The beams and stone pillars were more like ancient structures from millions of years ago that had been destroyed by time. However, it was still extremely shocking. Compared to those ancient structures, everyone was as insignificant as specks of dust falling from above. The surroundings were silent, without any signs of life or sound. The footsteps of everyone walking through the ruins echoed in their ears clearly. Everyone advanced for half a day without encountering any obstacles or danger. Some cultivators gradually relaxed. "What's that?" Suddenly, someone pointed ahead and exclaimed softly. In front of everyone, there seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground with his back facing them. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and he wore a golden robe that shimmered. "It should be a human, but I can't see through his cultivation." Li Tian frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. The skinny old man had an indifferent expression. "Everyone, don't be nervous. Almost all the cultivators who entered the Emperor's tomb now are black immortals." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. "The golden-robed man at the front should be a dead man. Fellow Taoist, who are you? Why are you blocking our path?" A cultivator glared at the back of the golden-robed man and asked loudly. A moment later, the golden-robed man did not reply, and the cultivator's voice was the only thing that reverberated through the world. "That person might have died a long time ago. From the looks of it, his cultivation was not weak when he was alive." The fat old man muttered. Everyone advanced carefully, not daring to get too close. "There are words on the ground." Jian Yu cultivated the Tao of the sword and glared at the ground in front of the golden-robed man with a sharp gaze. Everyone hurried forward and focused their gazes. "I'm King Feng Xian, and I'm filled with fiend techniques that are unprecedented. To think that I would die trapped in this emperor's tomb today. How tragic. It's a pity that my cultivation techniques can't be passed down. It's truly a loss for the fiend domain and a great regret for the world." Although there were not many words, the content was extremely shocking. Tang Zi had once told Su Zimo that more than 20 kings had died in this emperor's tomb. To think that they would encounter a king realm expert immediately upon entering the emperor's tomb. It was a fiend king of the fiend domain. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the breathing of many cultivators in the surroundings had turned heavy and their gazes were burning. Everyone's gazes landed on the storage bag on King Feng Xian's waist. Apart from the Fiend King's inheritance, there were many other treasures in a king's storage bag. It was clear that no one had touched the corpse of King Feng Xian. In other words, whoever could obtain the storage bag would be able to obtain the complete inheritance of a king. Su Zimo did not act rashly. He realized that the fat and skinny old men had no intention of advancing, as though they were not interested in King Feng Xian's storage bag. It was impossible for anyone to remain unmoved against the inheritance and treasures of a fiend king. There was definitely something strange about the reaction of the fat and skinny old men. Su Zimo looked at Tang Zi, who was not far away. Tang Zi had an indifferent expression as well and did not move forward. After a moment of silence, someone finally could not help but probe, "Senior, the storage bag of this King Feng Xian. His Highness said that he doesn't want any of the treasures in the Emperor's tomb. If you guys can obtain them based on your own capabilities, it'll be yours," the fat old man said with a smile. Initially, Li Tian wanted to step forward. However, his heart skipped a beat as he sensed a flash of mockery in the depths of the fat old man's eyes and stopped in his tracks. Although he looked boorish, he was extremely meticulous. On the other side, Jian Yu did not move either. The moment the fat old man said that, two cultivators could not hold it in any longer and charged forward to grab the storage bag on King Feng Xian's waist. Right as the two of them arrived beside King Feng Xian, before they could even touch the storage bag, a change happened. The two lines of words on the ground suddenly burst forth with a cold glint. They were extremely sharp and minced the two cultivators into a blood mist. Everyone was shocked. The entire process happened too quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the two cultivators were dead without a corpse left. The blood mist gradually floated down and seeped into the ground. The blood stained the mud, and another line of blood-colored words gradually appeared. If you want to inherit my fiend techniques, you'll have to die with me. Ha 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 ha. Through that line of words, everyone seemed to be able to see the contorted expression of King Fengxian before his death. He had no intention of leaving behind any inheritance. As a fiend king, he was buried here with endless resentment and only wanted to find more people to die with him. Unfortunately, he had not expected that after countless years, the might of the methods he left behind would decrease significantly. He merely killed 2 black immortals before the cold lights dissipated into the world. When the skinny old man saw that, he sneered. The people of the fiend domain have evil hearts and are ruthless. These are their methods. Su Zimo sneered internally. Although the fat and skinny old men bragged of their immortal domain background, the two of them tempted others to step forward despite knowing that it was a trap set by King Fengxian. Their thoughts were probably even more vicious than King Fengxian, who was from the fiend domain. The trump card left behind by King Fengxian could only be considered as a weapon at most. What truly killed the 2 black immortals of the lower worlds was the bewitchment of the fat and skinny old men. Senior, there shouldn't be any danger now, right? A black immortal of the lower worlds asked carefully. I don't know about that, the fat old man said with a smile. No matter what, this was the corpse of a king after all, and his storage bag was right in front of them. There might be unimaginable treasures within. Everyone was indignant and unwilling to leave. A moment later, someone retrieved another dermic treasure from his storage bag and stood far away, controlling it to charge towards King Fengxian's storage bag. The moment that person's dermic treasure flew out, it lost its spirit chi before it even made contact with King Fengxian's corpse and fell to the ground with green spots all over its body. Ah! The person exclaimed softly. He had completely lost control of the dermic treasure. Su Zimo had already known about this the moment he entered the emperor's tomb and was naturally not surprised. The other cultivators were shocked. The skinny old man said coldly, I forgot to remind you guys not to use any dermic treasures in this emperor's tomb. Any dermic treasure that's exposed will be corroded by the curse of the emperor's tomb and turned into scrap metal. Someone frowned. In other words, we can only rely on our bodies, bloodlines, divine powers, or secret skills? Ha ha! Li Tian burst into laughter. That's perfect. I ascended after crossing the 3 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Let's see whose body and bloodline in this emperor's tomb can compare to mine. Jian Yu had a cold expression and remained silent. Ordinary sword cultivators would definitely specialize in body tempering. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to unleash the killing power of the sword Dao to its limits. As they discussed, someone sneaked behind King Fengxian and approached. In the blink of an eye, that person was inches away from King Fengxian. With a fervent gaze, that person reached out towards the storage bag on King Fengxian's waist with lightning speed. I've got it! The person was overjoyed and was about to open his storage bag to check for treasures when a fingertip-sized green ghost flame floated out from King Fengxian's corpse. When the ghost flame landed on the black immortal of the lower worlds, it swept through his body rapidly as though it had encountered strong wine. In the blink of an eye, the black immortal of the lower worlds burned with ghastly green flames and turned into a gigantic human-shaped fireball. Many cultivators retreated hurriedly to distance themselves. Ah! 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 A tragic cry sounded from the fireball. In less than a few breaths, the tragic cries vanished and the flesh of the black immortal of the lower worlds was burned into nothingness by the green flames, leaving only a corpse filled with green spots on the ground. This time round, even Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Although he specialized in the Tao of flames, even he felt his heart skip a beat and his scalp tingle from the power contained in the ghastly green flames. If he was tainted by that flame, it would be difficult for him to survive. Humph! That's the curse ghost fire, the skinny old man said coldly. In this emperor's tomb, the corpses of some experts can nurture cursed ghost fire that can burn flesh and incinerate essence spirits. This is just a small lesson for you guys. There are too many things in this emperor's tomb that can kill you guys. Jian Yu closed 2 fingers and conjured a sword art, slashing a sword beam at the storage bag on the ground through the void. perhaps due to the passage of time or the corrosion of the curse of the emperor's tomb. Even the storage bag of a king could not withstand the sword beam and shattered instantly. Splash! The items in the storage bags fell to the ground. Everyone turned their gazes over. It had to be said that there were indeed many treasures in a king's storage bag. There were more than 10,000 dermic treasures and spirit treasures alone. They were stacked together and almost formed a small mountain. Unfortunately, those dermic treasures were filled with green spots and had lost their sentience. They were completely crippled. Some of the cultivation resources, such as spirit stones in the storage bag, lost their essence chi as well. For example, some elixirs were filled with curses and no one dared to consume them even if they were still effective. Many cultivators were disappointed. There were no treasures in the storage bag that cost 3 lives to open. "Let's go," the skinny old man said in a deep voice. Everyone followed behind the fat and skinny old men and continued forward. Su Zimo did not follow. Instead, he stood not far away and stared at the small mountain of dermic treasures and spirit treasures with a shimmering gaze. "What are you doing there?" the skinny old man asked with a frown when he realized that Su Zimo was not following him. Su Zimo did not even look at the skinny old man and replied casually, "You guys leave first. I'll take a look around and catch up to you guys before long." Humph! The skinny old man's expression darkened. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you get separated from us, you'll be buried in this emperor's tomb." With that said, the skinny old man led everyone forward and ignored Su Zimo. Suddenly, Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. "Are you thinking that there are way too few treasures in the storage bag of a fiend king?" "That's right." Su Zimo nodded slightly. Tang Zi sent a voice transmission. "King-level experts can condense grotto heavens. Their true treasures are nurtured in the grotto heaven and refined day and night. They won't be placed in storage bags." A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. It was no wonder why he did not discover any grotto heaven spirit treasures. According to Tang Zi, treasures such as grotto heaven spirit treasures should be hidden in King Fengxian's grotto heaven. Tang Zi continued, "Even if King Fengxian is dead, we won't be able to open his grotto heaven given our capabilities. You don't have to try. Yes, you guys leave first. I'll be there soon." Su Zimo did not explain further. Apart from the fact that he was curious about the rare treasures in King Fengxian's storage bag, there was another important reason why he stayed. It was the small mountain of dermic treasures and spirit treasures before him. To others, those dermic treasures and spirit treasures were nothing but scrap metal. However, that was not the case for Su Zimo. To be precise, it was of great use to the hell suppression tripod. That was because after the storage bag was opened, the hell suppression tripod let out a long-awaited vibration. It was a sign that it wanted to devour and refine weapons. Although these weapons were tainted by the curse, the hell suppression tripod did not seem to care. To it, these weapons were food. They were just a little filthy. Su Zimo waited for the fat and skinny old men to lead everyone away. After disappearing from sight, he summoned the hell suppression tripod. Indeed, although the hell suppression tripod was exposed in the emperor's tomb, there were no green spots on its body. Even the curse of the emperor's tomb could not taint the hell suppression tripod. Su Zimo was extremely cautious and did not advance rashly. Instead, he controlled the hell suppression tripod and approached the small mountain of dermic treasures in the distance. Indeed, the moment the hell suppression tripod approached the dermic treasures, a few more wisps of ghastly green ghost flames floated out from King Fengxian's corpse. The ghost flames seemed to possess some sort of sentience and would float out to incinerate any external objects that approached. Su Zimo controlled the hell suppression tripod and did not dodge. Instead, he charged towards the ghost flames. When the ghost flames landed on the outer wall of the hell suppression tripod, they were absorbed by the vermilion bird's sacred soul before the flames could spread and vanished. Boom! The hell suppression tripod continued forward and collided against the small mountain of dermic treasures before it. Instantly, the dermic treasures collapsed and scattered everywhere. A powerful suction force burst forth from the hell suppression tripod. Among the 10,000 dermic treasures, 1,000 weapons were selected and pulled into the hell suppression tripod. Those weapons were sentient dermic treasures. After a sentient dermic treasure passed through the heavenly tribulation, it would gain sentience and the material of the dermic treasure would transform. Even if it was crippled and lost its sentience, this scrap material was of great use to the hell suppression tripod. If he were to refine all the spirit treasures, there was a high chance he could repair the third wall of the hell suppression tripod. If he could repair the third tripod wall, not only could the third sacred soul awaken, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra would be even more complete as well. Whether or not Su Zimo could find the jade talisman for this trip to the Emperor's tomb, he had already gained enough by now. If not for this Emperor's tomb, who knew how long it would take to collect so many spirit treasures? An extremely terrifying heat burst forth from the hell suppression tripod and melted all the spirit treasures that were dragged in, turning them into red molten metal before long. Su Zimo discovered that there were also some strange green bubbles mixed in the molten metal. If he was not wrong, those green bubbles were the curse of the Emperor's tomb. With the curse of the Emperor's tomb, it might take even longer for the hell suppression tripod to refine and absorb all the spirit treasures. Su Zimo was in no rush. At the very least, there was no need for the hell suppression tripod in the Emperor's tomb for the time being. About 2 hours later, Su Zimo waited for the hell suppression tripod to devour the 1,000 spirit treasures before putting it away and chasing in the direction of Tangzi and the others. This time round, Su Zimo released his spirit perception and sped up. Before long, he caught sight of Tangzi and the others. Initially, there were more than 90 people when they parted ways. In just 2 hours, there were only slightly more than 50 people left in the group. Of the remaining cultivators, apart from Tangzi, the others were pale with fear, as though they had suffered immense shock. What happened? Su Zimo chased and asked with a frown. Someone gulped and said with lingering fear, "We passed by a White Bones ruin earlier on. Who would have thought that the White Bones would come to life and start a massacre? We can't defeat them and many of us died. Some of us were even hunted down by the White Bones and they're probably doomed. Most of the cultivators who died here were former experts. The corpses left behind would not rot for millions of years. If they were reanimated, even heaven immortals might not be able to defend against them, let alone black immortals. I want to go back. I don't want to die." A cultivator clutched the wound on his abdomen with a pale expression. He was on the brink of a mental breakdown and muttered repeatedly, "You won't be able to return without me." The skinny old man harumphed coldly. "I don't want to continue walking or look for any jade talisman anymore. You guys can continue looking for it on your own," the person said with a horrified expression as he retreated, wanting to return the way he came. However, he had barely taken a few steps when his body began to stagger. Arching his body, he clutched his abdomen with both hands and let out a deep growl, as though he was enduring immense pain. Immediately after, the person fell to the ground and the blood flowing out of the wound on his abdomen turned green as his skin rotted. After a series of tragic cries, the person was unrecognizable and his life force was extinguished. The fat old man seemed to have a sense of trepidation as well. The corpses in the Emperor's tomb are stained with the curse of the Emperor's tomb all year round. Even an unassuming bone fragment is a great killing weapon. Anyone injured by those corpses will definitely die. Tangzi glanced at that person before retracting her gaze. Although she was still expressionless, she still felt her heart skip a beat when she saw that. What happened? Su Zimo sent a voice transmission. How did those white bones come to life? Tangzi said, "The Emperor's tomb is filled with the power of curses all year round. However, after millions of years of evolution, some strange living beings were born. These living beings are tiny and difficult to detect. Although they are extremely weak, they can attach themselves to the white bones and control them to fight. There were all sorts of things in the vast world. Many living beings were born in special environments and strange worlds. The living beings that Tangzi mentioned could survive in the environment of the Emperor's tomb. However, there was a high chance that they would not be able to survive a single day outside." After a moment of silence, Tangzi continued, The greatest threat in the Emperor's tomb is not these strange living beings, but some ghost immortals. Su Zimo was shocked. Although this was the first time he heard about ghost immortals, he already had a rough understanding. Ghost immortals were similar to the otherworldly soldiers of Tianhuang mainland. These were cultivators who met with undeserved calamities or the descent of bad luck. As their vengeance, resentment, and grievances accumulated over a long period of time, the ghost immortals would be condensed. None of the experts who entered the Emperor's tomb were spared. It was clear how strong the resentment of those experts was. Tang Zi continued, "The ghost immortals in the Emperor's tomb are even more terrifying because they are still tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb. We can't even touch them, let alone fight them." Su Zimo's expression turned grim. This Emperor's tomb was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If he was unlucky and encountered any ghost immortal, he might die here. The fat and skinny old men had grim expressions as well. The two of them had not expected that they would lose close to half of their cultivators in less than a day after entering the Emperor's tomb. At this rate, it would be impossible for him to survive a month in the Emperor's tomb, let alone search for the Jade Talisman. "Everyone, follow closely. Don't act on your own this time round." The skinny old man glared at Su Zimo and said sternly. The fat old man determined the direction and led everyone forward. Before long, a green fog appeared in front of everyone and enveloped them. "It's the curse fog. Run!" The fat old man's expression changed starkly as he shrieked. Before his sentence was finished, Tang Zi had already recognized the origin of the green fog and sped towards the back. In their panic, everyone moved as well. Everyone panicked and ran with all their might. They only stopped after running for more than 50 kilometers. The curse fog behind them had already vanished. The fat and skinny old man counted the number of people and realized that more than 10 people had disappeared. It was unknown if they were separated from everyone or devoured by the curse fog. Their group had only entered the Emperor's tomb for less than half a day, and there were only slightly more than 30 of them left. They had suffered immense losses. After half a day of encounters, everyone was fearful, and even ruthless people like Li Tian and Jian Yu fell silent. No matter how strong they were only tyrants of the Black Essence realm. There were way too many things that could kill them in the Emperor's tomb. What was that curse fog earlier on? Some cultivators could not help but ask with lingering fear. The skinny old man said with a dark expression, "For various reasons, the curse of the Emperor's tomb gathered and materialized. If you're devoured by the curse fog, the power of the curse will seep into your flesh, organs, and marrow. Even if you can leave this place alive, you'll definitely die." Right now, everyone had just entered the Emperor's tomb. Although they were cursed, the power had yet to truly seep into their bodies. That was also the reason why there was a chance to dispel it. "Let's go." After resting for an hour, the fat old man rose and continued forward with the remaining 30-odd people. Actually, Su Zimo had a chance to flee during the escape earlier on. However, there was no need for him to act alone since the method to leave the Emperor's tomb was with the fat and skinny old men. Furthermore, the environment of the Emperor's tomb was complicated and dangerous, and he did not know much about it. If he followed the crowd and encountered danger, he would have a higher chance of surviving instead. "What's that?" Before long, a sharp-eyed cultivator pointed to an area in the distance and shouted. There was a glow in that area that resembled a gigantic mirror. There were even faint flashes of resplendent and strange lights on the mirror. Su Zimo's eyesight was strong, and he had long seen that it was a gigantic lake. The lake water rippled and reflected some light, attracting everyone's attention. As for the resplendent light on the lake, he could not see it clearly due to the distance. "Let's go take a look," the skinny old man said in a deep voice and led everyone in that direction. "It's a lake." Some cultivators recognized it. "There's quite a number of people over there." Before they arrived at the lake, everyone realized that there were many cultivators standing around the lake. They formed teams and distanced themselves from one another to form different factions. Su Zimo swept his gaze across. There were around 8 factions around the lake, and their cultivation realms were similar. All of them were grade 8 or 9 black immortals. However, There were no recognizable emblems on the bodies of these cultivators, and it was unknown where they came from. Before entering the emperor's tomb, Prince Xianxia had already mentioned it. Apart from them, there were definitely other factions that entered the emperor's tomb. Humph, they're just small sects and factions. There's nothing to fear. The skinny old man made a rough judgment and his expression softened. Let's go. Senior, these sects and factions don't have any emblems. How did you judge them? A cultivator asked. The skinny old man said proudly, any true major sect or faction that enters the emperor's tomb will definitely not hide their tracks. Instead, they will reveal their unique emblems to intimidate others. As he said that, the skinny old man pointed to a black gold badge on his waist. There was a huge gene word on the badge. Look over there. People from the great gene Immortal Kingdom are here as well. I heard that apart from the great gene Immortal Kingdom, the other two Immortal Kingdoms sent people in as well. Not only that, I heard that the 4 immortal sects sent people into the emperor's tomb with their own motives as well. Some cultivators around the lake recognized Su Zimo's group and whispered. Some cultivators seemed unwilling to provoke them and avoided them. The 3 immortal kingdoms ruled over territories in Divine Firmament mainland and had kings respectively, possessing absolute dominance. Apart from the 4 immortal sects, no other sect or faction could go against them. The entire world belonged to the kings. Within the territory of the immortal kingdoms, all sects, aristocratic families, cultivators, and living beings had to obey the rule of the immortal kingdoms and could not disobey. The cultivators around the lake recognized the identity of the fat and skinny old men and were naturally unwilling to get into a conflict with them. Li Tian and the others had just experienced many dangers and were in a sorry state. Now that they found some confidence, they puffed up their chests instinctively and regained their vigor. Su Zimo and the others arrived near the lake and focused their gazes. In the middle of the lake was a lone island that shone with beautiful, resplendent lights from time to time. Furthermore, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted over from the direction of the lone island. Could it be? The fat old man glared at the light on the island and suddenly exclaimed with widened eyes, "It's the 7 glow immortal ginseng." The skinny old man nodded repeatedly as well. It's definitely the 7 glow immortal ginseng. There's no mistake about it. To think that a 7 glow immortal ginseng would grow in this emperor's tomb. Furthermore, it's completely ripe and glows with 7 different colors. The fat and skinny old men were agitated and even lost their composure. Su Zimo could not help but send a voice transmission to Tang Zi. What's a 7 glow immortal ginseng? This is one of the most famous immortal herbs of the upper world. Legend has it that once it ripens, it will emit 7 different glows and can even revive the dead. No matter how badly injured one is, they will recover completely. If a mature 7 glow immortal ginseng was outside, even perfected immortals and immortal kings would fight for it. After a brief pause, Tang Zi continued, in addition, the 7 glow immortal ginseng can also increase a cultivator's lifespan. A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. It was no wonder why the fat and skinny old men were so worked up. The two of them only chose to enter the emperor's tomb when their lifespans were almost up. If they could obtain the 7 glow immortal ginseng, they would naturally be free from the threat of lifespan exhaustion. Su Zimo also noticed something strange. Even the usually calm Tang Zi's voice trembled when she described the 7 glow immortal ginseng. If what Tang Zi said was true, an immortal herb as such was indeed a supreme treasure. Su Zimo was the green lotus true body to begin with, and this immortal herb was of great use to him as well. However, he could still maintain his composure. The fact that the surrounding cultivators did not make any moves despite the appearance of such an immortal herb in the emperor's tomb was proof that it was not easy to obtain. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the surface of the lake. The lake water was clear and green. Even with Su Zimo's eyesight, he could not see what was beneath the lake. However, if there was danger, it was extremely likely to be in this lake. As he pondered, the fat and skinny old men had already calmed down and returned to normal. Surveying his surroundings, the skinny old man suddenly asked, Who's going to retrieve this immortal ginseng? None of the cultivators beside the fat and skinny old men replied. None of them were fools. Against such a treasure, the other sects and factions did not make any moves. Who knew what dangers they would encounter if they snatched the 7-glow immortal ginseng? The fat old man said with a smile. Her Highness said that apart from that item, the other treasures in the Emperor's tomb will belong to whoever can obtain them. This is your opportunity. The skinny old man added, Don't worry. If you can obtain the 7-glow immortal ginseng, no other sect or faction will dare to lay their hands on it. Some cultivators attempted to reach the edge of the lake and looked at it intently. The lake water was calm and deep such that one could not see what was going on within. Even spirit consciousnesses could not penetrate it. A cultivator attempted to throw out a few rocks, creating a series of ripples on the surface of the lake. There was still no activity in the massive lake. When the other cultivators around the lake saw that, they used all sorts of methods to test the edge of the lake but to no avail. Finally, a cultivator could not hold it in any longer and leaped up, sprinting towards the lone island on the lake. That person's movement technique was extremely brilliant. Stepping on the lake water with his feet, he left a shallow mark on the surface of the lake at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was only half a step away from the island. There was no danger throughout the entire process. As for Su Zimo, he glared at the deep lake the entire time. His spirit perception could clearly sense that danger was approaching. When the other cultivators saw that, they could not hold it in either. If this person were to snatch the 7-glow immortal ginseng and devour it in one go, it would be a huge loss for them. Instantly, dozens of figures around the lake moved and released their movement techniques, speeding towards the lone island. Although black immortals could fly, it consumed too much essence chi. Therefore, most of the cultivators chose to speed on the surface of the lake and make use of the water's power to hold their bodies back. That way, everyone would have time and strength to react even if they encountered any changes. Sensing that the lake was dangerous, Su Zimo took a few steps back instinctively. On the other side, his expression changed as he noticed Tangzi walking towards the edge of the lake. She was staring at the lone island in the distance, seemingly moved. What is she doing? Su Zimo was curious. Right then, a tragic cry sounded from the direction of the lake and stopped. Su Zimo looked over and did not see what happened. What happened? Su Zimo asked with a frown. A cultivator at the side widened his eyes in disbelief and said slowly, The cultivator at the front suddenly sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared. When Su Zimo saw that the person wanted to speak but stopped, he asked, What did you want to say? The cultivator said hesitantly, It's as though something in the lake dragged that person down. Ah! Right then, another tragic cry sounded from the lake. Su Zimo had been staring at the lake the entire time. This time round, he saw everything clearly. Suddenly, a black shadow darted out from beneath the lake and opened its mouth, devouring the legs of a cultivator before dragging him into the lake. The black shadow's gaping mouth was filled with extremely sharp, serrated teeth. The moment the cultivator sank into the lake, a fountain of blood spewed out. The sudden change shocked the dozens of cultivators who were speeding on the lake, and their expressions changed. Those cultivators were rather sharp and stopped right away. Circulating their dermic arts, they soared into the air, wanting to leave the lake. However, before those cultivators could escape completely, black shadows tore through the surface of the lake and leaped out, devouring the cultivators in midair. This time round, all the cultivators around the lake could see it clearly. The black shadows were strange-looking fish. They were pitch black and had no eyes. Their tails were huge as they slapped the surface of the lake with a tremendous force, causing their bodies to leap into midair. Instantly, hundreds of the eyeless fishes broke through the surface of the lake and chased after the cultivators in midair. The teeth of the eyeless fishes were extremely sharp. Once they opened their mouths, their jaws would protrude in a menacing manner. Once bitten by the eyeless fishes, there was no way to escape. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 eyeless fishes devoured a cultivator until only a skeleton was left. The dozens of cultivators were way too close to the surface of the lake. The eyeless fishes leaped up from the lake and many cultivators did not have time to dodge. Before long, they were devoured by the eyeless fishes and buried in the lake. I seem to have seen this fish in an ancient book, the fat old man at the side murmured with a wary expression. It's said that for this fish, they only possess one of the five senses, smell. They are able to smell all sorts of life. Once other living beings enter their territory, they will attack in groups until they are torn apart and devoured. Swoosh! Right then, another figure appeared on the lake and sped towards the lone island in the middle. Above the lake, tragic cries sounded continuously and it was filled with blood. No one dared to take another step forward. Li Tian, Jian Yu and the others were pale as well and rejoiced internally. Thankfully, they did not act rashly. Otherwise, given their capabilities, they would not have been able to escape the pursuit of the many eyeless fishes. The appearance of that figure was extremely striking. There's truly someone who isn't afraid of death and dares to head up. This treasure is right in front of us after all. If we can risk our lives for such a huge opportunity, there's a high chance that we can experience a meteoric transformation. What's the point of a meteoric transformation if you can't even survive? Some cultivators sneered. It's Tang Zi. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Earlier on, he noticed that Tang Zi was moved. Furthermore, her emotions fluctuated unusually when she saw the 7-glow immortal ginseng. He had not expected that Tang Zi would ignore the danger and force her way through the lake towards the lone island. Of course, as an assassin, Tang Zi had a good grasp of the opportunity to make a move. At that moment, the attention of the hundreds of eyeless fishes was on the dozens of cultivators in midair. As for Tang Zi, she ignored the consumption of her essence qi and flew through the air. She was almost 90 feet high and crossed everyone's heads towards the lone island. Just as Tang Zi was halfway through her journey, the surface of the lake splashed. At least thousands of black shadows broke through the water surface and chased after Tang Zi, who was in midair. Pest! Many cultivators felt their scalps tingle when they saw that. Thousands of eyeless fishes broke out of the water and soared into the air. They managed to reach 90 feet and even higher. Instantly, Tang Zi fell into danger. Ah! Suddenly, Tang Zi opened her mouth and let out a long howl, releasing the sound of an immortal whale. Tang Zi had a good plan. She wanted to make use of the burst of the immortal whale sound to fight for a chance of survival and break out of the encirclement. However, the eyeless fishes only possessed the sense of smell and no hearing. Although the burst of the immortal whale sound was strong, it did not affect the eyeless fishes at all. Tang Zi's expression was unchanged as electric arcs burst forth from her body and gathered rapidly behind her, forming a pair of thunder wings. Boom! Boom! Amidst the lightning and thunder, Tang Zi soared into the air once more at an extremely fast speed. Before the thousands of eyeless fishes surrounded her, she broke out of the encirclement and sped towards the lone island. For black immortals, even if they flew in the air, the height they could climb was limited and the highest was only 90 feet. However, with the help of her thunder wings, Tang Zi was able to reach a height of more than 100 feet, and her movement technique speed had even doubled. After obtaining the Thunder Emperor's inheritance, Su Zimo recognized at a glance that this was a secret skill of the Void Thunder Manual, the Zephyr Thunder Wings. Cultivating the Zephyr Thunder Wings was equivalent to obtaining the legacy of the Void Thunder Manual. Previously, Su Zimo had already vaguely guessed that Tang Zi might be related to the Thunder Emperor. Now, his guess was confirmed. On the other side, the fat and skinny old men narrowed their eyes slightly with cold expressions when they saw that. The two of them exchanged glances without saying anything. Another ripple appeared above the lake after Tang Zi released her Zephyr Thunder Wings. Swoosh! Suddenly, the lake split open and a gigantic black shadow broke through the water surface. Like an anaconda that was dozens of feet long, it whipped towards Tang Zi with a layer of mist. The black shadow was too fast and arrived almost instantly. When Tang Zi used her Zephyr Thunder Wings, her speed was extremely shocking as well. By the time she realized, it was already too late for her to dodge. Tang Zi felt a large black shadow envelop her and could only prop up her arms and circulate her blood qi to defend. Compared to the black shadow, Tang Zi looked extremely petite. Bang! There was a dull thud. Tang Zi shuddered and lightning burst forth from her body as her blood qi surged. However, she could not withstand the tremendous force of the black shadow and was sent flying, falling from midair. Eft! She spat out a mouthful of blood. This clash caused a huge impact and shock to her organs. The Zephyr Thunder wings behind her were shattered by the black shadow and almost dissipated. What's that? It looks like the scarlet black squid. To think that such a ferocious demon beast would be nurtured in this lake. Splash! At the same time, the surface of the lake boiled and gigantic thick tentacles tore through the surface of the lake, chasing after Tang Zi, who was in midair. On the tentacles were circular suction cups the size of basins that squirmed continuously in a terrifying manner. Instantly, hundreds of tentacles danced wildly in midair with a frightening might. The cultivators around the lake were scared out of their wits and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be sucked into the lake by the tentacles. The moment Tang Zi fell, 1,000 eyeless fishes leaped up, wanting to devour her flesh. She could only barely hold on with her damaged Zephyr Thunder wings. But now, she could not defend against the encirclement of hundreds of terrifying tentacles from the scarlet black squid. The hundreds of tentacles squirmed and almost formed an impenetrable space, trapping Tang Zi within. Even though she was about to die in the beast's mouth, Tang Zi's expression did not change much. However, she sighed internally. Sigh. I failed to obtain an utmost treasure of that level at the end of the day. A moment of greed cost me my life. I can't blame anyone. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind before she died. Let's go. There's no way we can cross this lone island with this scarlet black squid guarding it. Time to go. Many cultivators shook their heads. Although they were reluctant, they could only leave helplessly. Who is that? Right then, a cultivator caught sight of a figure flash past from the corner of his eye and charged towards the lone island. He truly has a death wish. How dare he charge over? Foo-foo. To think that someone would be so eager to die. Everyone sneered when they saw that figure. The fat and skinny old men's group quickly recognized that it was Su Zimo. When Su Zimo arrived at the edge of the lake, a pair of essence chi wings appeared behind him. Immediately after, an even wider pair of golden wings grew on the wings, shining brightly. Phew! 2 pairs of wings flapped and Su Zimo transformed into a golden streak of light. His speed was at its limits and had even surpassed the reaction of most of the cultivators present. What secret skill is that? It seems to be even faster than that woman's movement technique, the crowd exclaimed. Before the hundreds of tentacles were sealed, the golden light passed through a small crack and arrived beside Tang Zi. It was you. Initially, Tang Zi thought that she would definitely die. However, she did not expect Su Zimo to barge in as well. What are you doing here? Tang Zi glared at Su Zimo. To pluck the 7 glow immortal ginseng, of course. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo smiled. And also to save you along the way. Are you crazy? Tang Zi looked at Su Zimo as though she was looking at a lunatic. Didn't you see what happened earlier on? Even Earth Immortals can't defend against the power of this scarlet black squid. Hurry and leave. The 2 of them were surrounded by hundreds of tentacles in a cramped space that was almost sealed. There were only a few small gaps and the light was dim. Suddenly, their surroundings fell into darkness. There was no gap left in the space formed by hundreds of tentacles. Now, there's no way to leave even if you want to. In the darkness, Tang Zi lowered her head slightly inside. Suddenly, she felt her waist tighten and a strong arm wrap around her. Her body stiffened. If it was any other time, she would have killed him long ago. However, at that moment she was in despair. At the thought that the 2 of them were about to be buried here, she let this man's rude actions go. Let's go. Right then, Su Zimo's voice sounded in her ears. Swoosh! Tang Zi felt her vision blur, as though space was in chaos. She lost track of time and light reappeared. Composing herself, she focused her gaze and could not help but freeze on the spot. The two of them had already broken free from the encirclement of the scarlet-black squid and arrived above the lake. It's that secret skill. Tang Zi's eyes lit up and she reacted quickly. Back in the 10 Absolute Hell, she tried to assassinate Su Zimo, but he seized the initiative because of this unpredictable secret skill that was almost like teleportation. Su Zimo hugged Tang Zi and the rock wings behind him flapped. With a flash of golden light, he covered 500 kilometers in the blink of an eye and left the scarlet-black squid behind. By the time the scarlet-black squid beneath the lake reacted, Su Zimo and Tang Zi had already arrived on the lone island. That person actually went over. What's going on? How did he rush out earlier on? I didn't see it clearly. It was as though he teleported over. What's his background? When the crowd around the lake saw that, a commotion broke out. The fat and skinny old men had grim expressions as well. Even with their eyesight, they could not see clearly how Su Zimo managed to break through the obstruction of the scarlet-black squid and arrive on the lone island. This lad is rather capable. The skinny old man sent a voice transmission to the fat old man. If that lad can really pluck the 7 glow immortal ginseng, he... The fat old man did not continue and merely laughed with a fervent gaze and an excited expression. Above the lone island, Su Zimo controlled the rock wings and descended slowly, releasing his spirit consciousness to check out the situation on the island. As though she sensed something, Tang Zi struggled and distanced herself from Su Zimo hurriedly, lowering her head in silence. I owe you another favor again. A moment later, Tang Zi spoke. Initially, she had already returned Su Zimo a favor. However, she now owed him another not long after. Tang Zi was a little flustered. She had a stubborn personality and was extremely headstrong, not willing to owe anyone a favor. Initially, she wanted to repay this person's kindness as soon as possible and have nothing to do with him anymore. However, for some reason, her relationship with his person was entangled and she fell even deeper within. It's fine, Su Zimo replied casually. My target is the 7 glow immortal ginseng as well. I merely saved you in passing earlier on. Don't take it to heart. Tang Zi clenched her fists slightly. The more Su Zimo said that, the more she could not let it go. There's something strange about this island. Be careful. Su Zimo's voice sounded once more, causing Tang Zi's heart to skip a beat as she calmed down from her thoughts. The 7 glow immortal ginseng was located in the center of the island. Out of caution, Su Zimo descended at the edge of the lone island. However, after he descended on the lone island, the eyeless fishes and scarlet-black squid did not chase after him. The scarlet-black squid was extremely furious and slapped the lake with its hundreds of tentacles, creating massive waves. However, that demon beast did not dare to approach the lone island at all. Yet, when Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and scanned the lone island, he did not discover any other life. Strange, Su Zimo murmured softly, and walked carefully in the direction of the 7 glow immortal ginseng. Tang Zi followed behind as well. There were many bushes on the island that were as tall as a person. Before long, the two of them disappeared from the line of sight of many cultivators. The island was not big. However, out of caution, Su Zimo took 2 hours to reach the 7 glow immortal ginseng. The two of them did not encounter any danger the entire time. Su Zimo stopped 100 feet away from the 7 glow immortal ginseng and did not continue approaching. Through the bushes in front of him, he could see an immortal ginseng the size of an infant's arm. It shone with 7 rays of light and had a domineering spirit chi, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. There doesn't seem to be any danger? Tang Zi said softly. Something's not right. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. Although he did not discover any danger in the vicinity and his spirit perception did not even warn him, he felt that something was amiss. Su Zimo scanned his surroundings a few times but still found nothing. What sort of an environment can nurture a treasure like the 7 glow immortal ginseng? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. Tang Zi said, This is a legendary immortal herb. I'm not really sure, but the amount of energy required to nurture such an utmost treasure is unimaginable. There's nothing special about this lone island and I can't see anything unique about it either. I wonder how it managed to nurture such an immortal herb. Su Zimo pondered for a moment but could not think of a reason. Tang Zi said, "Why don't I go get it? If I can pluck it, I'll give it to you." Su Zimo glanced sideways and his heart skipped a beat. Although Tang Zi did not say it explicitly, she merely wanted to return him a favor. "I'll go." Su Zimo smiled gently. He had some treasures and many trump cards. Even if he encountered any danger, he would have a chance to escape. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo pushed aside the bushes in front of him and walked slowly towards the 7-glow immortal ginseng. 90 feet, 70 feet, 50 feet. The closer Su Zimo was to the 7-glow immortal ginseng, the more nervous he became. However, there was no activity around him and it was frighteningly quiet. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was only 30 feet away from the 7-glow immortal ginseng. There was still no danger. Not daring to be careless, Su Zimo maintained his vigilance and continued to approach slowly. 10 feet. As long as he took 2 more steps, the 7-glow immortal ginseng would be within reach. Su Zimo became excited as well and took a step forward. Right then, a change happened. The surrounding space seemed to tremble. Immediately after, an extremely pure and cold power spread out around the 7-glow immortal ginseng. To Su Zimo, the void before him was like a blank piece of paper with a drop of pitch-black ink. Thereafter, the ink spread and extended continuously. Su Zimo's eyes widened. The darkness extended and devoured everything in its surroundings. The bushes around the 7-glow immortal ginseng were swept by the darkness and vanished completely, becoming a part of it. As though they sensed something, the many eyeless fishes as well as the scarlet-black squid burrowed into the depths of the lake and disappeared. Even the lake water could not withstand the pressure. The waves that were surging earlier on calmed down in the blink of an eye. "Look!" Someone pointed to the lake and exclaimed. The entire lake seemed to have been splashed with thick ink and turned pitch black, emitting a cold aura that was sinister. On the lone island, Su Zimo's feet seemed to have fallen into a swamp and he could not move at all. When he saw the darkness surging towards him and his spirit perception warning him, Su Zimo released his extreme speed divine power and condensed the rock wings. Even so, he could not escape. It was as though his body had fallen into a bottomless abyss and he could not break free no matter how he struggled. His spirit consciousness moved and he wanted to summon the hell suppression tripod. However, his spirit consciousness seemed to have been devoured by the darkness and lost connection with the hell suppression tripod. He could not release the true Dragon 9 flashes and many other secret skills. Su Zimo could only watch helplessly as the darkness ahead surged over. "Su Zimo!" Tang Zi's exclamation sounded from behind. "Don't come over!" Su Zimo roared. Anyone who came forth would be trapped in such a situation. When the darkness swept over, Su Zimo's extended right leg was the first to make contact. Su Zimo lowered his head and his pupils constricted in disbelief. His right foot was the first to disappear after being swept by the darkness. There was no pain. There was no blood. However, Su Zimo knew clearly that his right foot was gone. That was because he could not feel his right foot at all. His flesh and bones were gone, devoured completely by the darkness and became a part of it. Immediately after was his calf. The darkness devoured at an extremely fast speed and the next moment, Su Zimo's entire right leg vanished. Although there was no pain, the feeling was way too terrifying and despairing. In the upper world, one had to cultivate to become an earth immortal before they could regrow their limbs and become a heaven immortal. But now, Su Zimo was only a grade 9 black immortal. Furthermore, not a single drop of blood appeared after he was devoured by the darkness. Even if a heaven immortal came, it would be useless. In the darkness, the only light was the immortal ginseng that emitted a rainbow glow. At that moment, even the immortal ginseng that was initially filled with exuberant life force looked demonic in Su Zimo's eyes. Could that power of darkness be released by the 7-glow immortal ginseng? What should I do? Is the green lotus true body truly going to die here today? Dai Yu and the human emperor had told him that the upper world was even more dangerous than Tianhuang mainland. After he ascended to the upper world, he encountered countless life and death dangers and almost died each time. In more than 1,000 years, he had not even ventured out of a single region of the heavenly world, the 9-firmament immortal domain, let alone explore the vast trichiliocosm. Countless thoughts flashed through Su Zimo's mind and he felt indignant. Instantly, darkness enveloped him and devoured his figure whole. Suddenly, Su Zimo's left eye turned pitch black and his pupil disappeared. Instead, a gigantic pitch-black vortex appeared with a cold aura. The power released by Su Zimo's left eye was extremely similar to the power of darkness in the surroundings. In fact, it was even purer and more condensed. It was the nether glow stone. Nobody knew the origin of the nether glow stone. There were rumors that the stone came from the upper world. Some people said that the stone came from an illusory major chiliocosm. However, no matter what, the stone did possess the power of extreme darkness and was even devouring the surrounding darkness. As the power of darkness in his body disappeared, Su Zimo's figure reappeared. Only the absorption speed of the nether glowstone was extremely slow. However, the darkness of power surged over continuously and the nether glowstone could not devour and refine all the power of darkness. With that, the corrosion of darkness and the devouring by the nether glow created a temporary balance within Su Zimo's body. Although Su Zimo's figure appeared, it was only a portion of it. To be precise, only a jade-green skeleton was revealed. This skeleton was created by Su Zimo using the creation green lotus back in the underground palace of Tianhuang mainland. Although the bones were still present, the flesh on them had vanished completely, devoured by the darkness. On the other side, Tang Zi looked at the darkness ahead with a dim gaze. As an assassin, she had to have a cold-blooded heart and not be restrained by emotions or external objects. The two of them had not known each other for long. Initially, Tang Zi thought that Su Zimo was just a slightly special passerby in her life. However, at that moment, when she saw Su Zimo buried in the darkness, she felt a sadness that she had not felt for many years. In that instance, countless images of her interactions with Su Zimo flashed through her mind. To her surprise, she realized that she had spoken to this person more than everything she had spoken in the past few hundred years. As Tang Zi thought about it, a layer of mist gradually appeared in her eyes. Right then, a jade-green glow shone on the mist in her eyes. Tang Zi looked up instinctively. Ah! Tang Zi's expression changed as she exclaimed. The scene before her was way too shocking. 2 different lights shone in the darkness. Right at the front was the 7 rays of light released by the 7 glow immortal ginseng. 10 feet away from the 7 glow immortal ginseng stood a human-shaped skeleton. It was jade green and emitted a resplendent glow, filled with vitality as it fought against the surrounding darkness. Su Zimo? Tang Zi could not help but call out softly. However, the path ahead was shrouded by darkness and even sound would be devoured instantly. He's not dead. Tang Zi's expression turned nervous. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have imagined that a cultivator's bones would grow to such an extent. More than that, she could not imagine that although the flesh on the skeleton had vanished, it still emitted a tremendous amount of life force. In the darkness, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that the power of darkness around him was gathering. The absorption speed of the nether glowstone was far inferior to the speed of darkness condensation. If he continued to linger in the darkness, even the nether glowstone would not be able to protect him. Instinctively, Su Zimo moved. Immediately after, he was delighted. That was because the nether glowstone absorbed the power of darkness in his body and allowed him to regain some freedom. Although his movement was slow within the darkness, at the very least, he was not immobile as before. Su Zimo was prepared to leave the darkness. However, his gaze suddenly landed on the immortal ginseng that was emitting a rainbow glow. Since I've already come this far, I might as well take the gamble. A decisive look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he made a decision instantly. His flesh had already been devoured by the darkness and it would be a huge loss if he retreated just like that. He did not know how long it would take for his flesh to regrow. Furthermore, he was just a skeleton that was neither human nor ghost right now. If anyone saw it, it would be easy to expose the secret of the Green Lotus true body. At that thought, Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he extended his arm slowly and grabbed the 7-glow immortal ginseng. He was 10 feet away from the 7-glow immortal ginseng and his arm could not reach it at all. Crackle! Suddenly, the bones of Su Zimo's arm expanded by 10 feet, and his jade-green bone palm grabbed the 7-glow immortal ginseng instantly. Up! Su Zimo hollered and exerted strength in his arm, pulling the 7-glow immortal ginseng out of the ground. There was a large amount of mud on the roots. Pulling out the 7-glow immortal ginseng created a huge pit on the ground. Su Zimo grabbed the 7-glow immortal ginseng and was about to retreat when his gaze inadvertently swept past the pit and paused. That's... He focused his gaze and looked for a moment. As though he recalled something, he shuddered. The surrounding power of darkness surged and turned even colder and purer. Su Zimo's breathing turned extremely heavy and his bones creaked. He did not dare to hesitate and retreated continuously. After he retreated dozens of feet away, the power of darkness gradually dissipated and surged into the pit. What happened earlier seemed like an illusion. However, Su Zimo had experienced it personally and could deeply understand how terrifying that power of darkness was. The surrounding bushes disappeared completely. A radius of 100 feet turned into a vacuum. If not for the nether glow stone, he would have vanished from this world completely like the bushes. How are you? Tang Zi's voice sounded from behind and Su Zimo turned around. Tang Zi was startled. Right now, Su Zimo was only a human skeleton without any facial features or flesh. He was extremely terrifying. Tang Zi was long prepared. Even so, she was shocked by Su Zimo's left eye. It was like a black hole that emitted a cold and dark aura. Embedded in Su Zimo's eye socket, it seemed to be able to suck in one's soul. Tang Zi merely took a single glance and felt her consciousness blur. As though he sensed something, Su Zimo lowered his head slightly and did not continue staring at Tang Zi. After a while, the darkness in his left eye gradually dissipated. Hurry and eat this 7-glow immortal ginseng, Tang Zi said hurriedly. This immortal herb can revive the dead and flesh the bones. The flesh that you lost can definitely be nourished with the help of the 7-glow immortal ginseng. Su Zimo nodded and sat down in a lotus position without hesitation. He placed the 7-glow immortal ginseng into his mouth and bit off half of it. The 7-glow immortal ginseng did not have the bitterness of herbs. Instead, it was sweet. Su Zimo chewed a few times and swallowed it. A warm current flowed down, and an unimaginable amount of essence energy exploded in his stomach and flowed through his entire body. The energy was way too powerful. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and rays of light spewed out. Tang Zi merely absorbed some essence chi from the 7-glow immortal ginseng nearby and felt her injuries heal slightly. Su Zimo's body was burning and every single inch of his bones felt itchy. He was delighted. He knew that the itch was a change that could only happen when flesh was born. Su Zimo lowered his head and saw that a thin blood membrane had already grown on the surface of his jade-green bones. Rich essence energy was still colliding and condensing on it. His flesh was recovering at a visible speed. Just as Su Zimo was about to devour the remaining half of the 7-glow immortal ginseng, he paused and pondered for a moment before sealing the remaining half and putting it away in his storage bag. Actually, the energy of half of the 7-glow immortal ginseng was already extremely terrifying. If not for the fact that Su Zimo was the Green Lotus true body and a supreme god of the Flora race, the energy of the half 7-glow immortal ginseng might have caused him to explode. But now, the Green Lotus true body was growing rapidly as he absorbed the energy of the 7-glow immortal ginseng continuously. In reality, not long after Su Zimo broke through to Grade 9 Black Immortal, he encountered the Spirit Mind Blood Calamity and was taken away by the Green Cloud County Governor. If he wanted to break through to the Earth Essence realm, it would take at least hundreds or even 1,000 years. Although the Green Lotus true body absorbed Heaven and Earth Essence Chi at a fast speed, the amount of Essence Chi energy required to grow was extremely shocking. If the energy in that half of the 7-glow immortal ginseng was completely absorbed and refined by the green lotus true body, it would be equivalent to hundreds of years of effort. If the green lotus true body could break through to the earth essence realm, Su Zimo's combat strength would increase significantly. This was not only an increase in cultivation realm, but also a transformation of the creation green lotus itself. When he underwent tribulation transcendence and ascended, the green lotus true body grew to grade 9 and created an unfathomable treasure that could be used for both offense and defense, the 9 heavens living soil. The 9 heavens living soil originated from the creation green lotus to begin with. This meant that as the cultivation realm of the green lotus true body increased, the power of the 9 heavens living soil would increase as well. If the green lotus true body could grow to grade 10, there would be another treasure as well. Su Zimo did not know what exact form it would take either. In his consciousness, the refinement of the hell suppression tripod continued. Su Zimo could clearly see that most of the cracks on the third tripod wall had healed and the pattern etched on it had already formed an embryonic form. One of the 4 sacred beasts, the black tortoise. At that time, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra would be even more perfect and the black tortoise sacred soul would leave behind its inheritance. At that time, Su Zimo would undergo a complete transformation and his combat strength would increase significantly. Of course, there was a prerequisite for that. He had to get out of the Emperor's tomb alive. As time passed by, Su Zimo's flesh grew. After half a day, his appearance and features gradually appeared. After a day, his flesh grew continuously and his skin regrew. It looked as fair and tender as a newborn baby with a green glow flowing on it. In Tang Zi's eyes, the green lotus true body was flawless and crystalline. Sitting in a lotus position, it looked like a jade green lotus. Tang Zi retracted her gaze. Although she could tell that Su Zimo's body was extraordinary, she could not recognize the origin of the green lotus true body given her experience. The cultivators around the lake did not disperse after a day. Instead, more gathered. Cultivators of various factions headed over. In the northwest direction of the lake, dozens of cultivators were gathered. Their leader was not old, but he had an indescribably noble aura. "What's going on over there?" the person asked softly with his hands behind his back and sharp eyes. "Commander Yun Ting, I heard that a 7-glow immortal ginseng grew on the lone island in the lake." A cultivator at the side said. Yun Ting was unmoved. "There must be danger lurking around such a treasure." The cultivator said, "Commander, you are right. There are many eyeless fishes and a scarlet-black squid guarding this lake, and many people have already died. However," the person paused for a moment. "I heard that a man and a woman from the great Jin Immortal Kingdom have used some unknown method to break through the obstruction and descended on the lone island." "Oh!" Yun Ting raised his brow in surprise. The cultivator continued. "The man and woman should have obtained the 7-glow immortal ginseng. However, a day has passed and they haven't come out of the lone island. Could the 2 of them have eaten the 7-glow immortal ginseng?" Another person asked. "Absolutely impossible." Yun Ting shook his head gently and smiled. "Even my body can't withstand the energy contained in the 7-glow immortal ginseng. If the 2 of them really dare to consume it, they'll be courting death." "Let's go take a look too," Yun Ting said in a deep voice and headed in the direction of the lake. A gentle breeze blew past and the badge on his waist fluttered. There were 2 words written on it: Zixian, one of the 3 immortal kingdoms of the divine firmament immortal domain, the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. On the other side, another group of cultivators walked over. Their leader was an old man with a walking stick and a badge on his waist with the words Yen Yang written on it. "The Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. Elder Go. Do you need me to snatch the 7-glow immortal ginseng later?" A black-robed man behind the old man asked softly. "There are many people gathered here and the situation is unknown. If you really snatch the 7-glow immortal ginseng, you'll easily become a public enemy." Old man Gu said indifferently. "So what if I become a public enemy?" The black-robed man sneered. "I, Fang Xian, am invincible in the lower worlds and ascended through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. I've never met a match in the black essence realm. Even if they join forces, I'll be fearless." Hee hee. Old man Gu laughed oddly. There's quite a bit of commotion here and many people have already been attracted. Notwithstanding the fact that the 3 immortal kingdoms are gathered, even people from the 4 immortal sects have appeared. We should keep a low profile. Old man Gu glanced at Fang Xian. Although you're invincible in the black essence realm of the Yen-Yang immortal kingdom, you might not be able to dominate the divine firmament immortal domain. Do you know who he is? Old man Gu pointed to the young man leading the Zixuan immortal kingdom and asked slowly. I don't recognize him. Fang Xian frowned slightly. Could that person have ascended through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation as well? Hee hee. Old man Gu smiled. That child's name is Yun Ting, and he's from the upper world. The surname Yun, he's from the royal family of the Zixuan immortal kingdom? Fang Xian asked with a frown. Old man Gu nodded slightly. Yun Ting is not only from the royal family, he's also the youngest son of the Zixuan immortal king. He's a prince and is dearly loved by the couple. Fang Xian was even more puzzled and asked, why would someone of his noble status come to the emperor's tomb personally? I don't know about that. Old man Gu shook his head. Fang Xian pondered for a moment and smiled. I think he's just a rookie who doesn't know what's good for him. That must be why he came to the emperor's tomb. Old man Gu harumphed coldly. Don't look down on the fact that this child is only around 200 years old. He was destined to be extraordinary from his birth. This lad was born with a phenomenon. The moment he was born, the sound of a sword buzzing echoed for 3 days, lingering in the ears. At 100 years old, he comprehended a divine power of the Tao of the sword. That is extremely rare in the world. The Zixuan immortal king and his wife even collected countless treasures to nourish his tendons, bones, flesh, and blood. There's no doubt that the number 1 black immortal in this emperor's tomb is Yun Ting. You're not his match either. When he heard that, Fang Xian was indignant. No dermic treasure is useful in the emperor's tomb. Even if he knows how to use a sword, he can only fight barehanded here and his combat strength will be greatly reduced. Before we fight, nobody can determine who will be the victor. There's no need to argue. Old man Ji's expression darkened as he slammed his walking stick heavily. How about you take a clear look at his status? Even if you can truly defeat him, you will have to die 10 times over if you even hurt a single hair of his. Fang Xian lowered his head and clenched his fists without arguing. A day and night passed. Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and heaved a sigh of relief. The flesh on his body had already returned to normal and the darkness in his left eye had vanished, as though it had never appeared. In just a day and night of cultivation, he had already reached the peak of the level 9 black essence realm and was only a step away from breaking through to the earth essence realm. The energy of half of the 7 glow immortal ginseng was way too great and there was still a portion left in his body. This was the emperor's tomb and was not suitable for him to continue cultivating. Su Zimo stopped after recovering his flesh. You're fine now. Although Tang Zi was worried about Su Zimo, there was no expression on her face and her tone had returned to its usual coldness. Su Zimo nodded and turned to look at the mud pit where the 7 glow immortal ginseng was originally, deep in thought. What's wrong? Tang Zi could not help but ask when she saw Su Zimo's strange expression. Su Zimo pointed to the mud pit in the distance and said softly, there seems to be a corpse down there. He still had lingering fear when he recalled the scene of the corpse. That corpse gave him an indescribable fear and pressure. Even when he saw the corpse of King Feng Xian back then, the fear and pressure was not as strong. Tang Zi's pupils constricted when she heard that. I got it, Tang Zi said. Be it the lake or this island, there's nothing strange about the surroundings. The reason why the 7 glow immortal ginseng was born was because of that corpse. The corpse provided the nutrients to nourish a supreme treasure like the 7 glow immortal ginseng. Tang Zi said slowly. This corpse was definitely at least a king when he was alive to be able to nourish a 7 glow immortal ginseng. The darkness earlier on should have been emitted by that corpse, Su Zimo said deeply. Since we've already obtained the 7 glow immortal ginseng, let's leave first, Tang Zi said. Su Zimo nodded. He did not want to experience that darkness again. Given his cultivation, it was already extremely fortunate that he could escape alive. Why aren't they out yet? Beside the lake, Li Tian was getting impatient. The shrubs on the lone island were dense, and the cultivators waiting by the lake did not know what was going on either. However, everyone could clearly see that the 7 rays of light that belonged to the 7 glow immortal ginseng had vanished. This meant that someone had already plucked the immortal ginseng. Look, they're out. Right then, a man and woman rose from a lone island far away and flew towards the shore. It was Su Zimo and Tang Zi. Odd enough, the bloodthirsty eyeless fishes and scarlet-black squid from earlier on did not appear throughout their journey. Even Su Zimo and Tang Zi were puzzled, let alone the cultivators on the shore. How could this be? Tang Zi murmured softly. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and vaguely guessed an answer. Without the obstruction of demon beasts, the two of them arrived at the shore before long. There were many cultivators around the lake and various factions were gathered, staring at the two of them. The attention of everyone formed an invisible pressure. However, both of them were calm and expressionless. That was Tang Zi's nature. No matter how many people she faced, she was expressionless. Su Zimo was used to storms and naturally, such a scene could not suppress him. Fellow Taoists, it seems like you've already obtained the 7 glow immortal ginseng. Congratulations, far away. The young man in the lead of the Xian Immortal Kingdom cupped his fists and declared, I'm Yun Ting of the Xian Immortal Kingdom. I wonder if you guys have any intention of selling this immortal ginseng. You can name any price you want. If you want to let it go, why don't you open it for bidding openly so that everyone will have a chance? Another cultivator said. That's right. That suggestion attracted the agreement of many cultivators. You guys can't beat me? Yun Ting smiled gently. No matter the price, I can make the decision and add 30%. Instantly, the discussions around them quietened down. Those who entered the emperor's tomb did not have high statuses. Even the fat and skinny old men were only servants of Prince Yuanzhua. The young man before them was an actual prince. Even if their wealth was added together, it would not be as much as this person. Seeing that many cultivators were silent, Yun Ting was pleased and cupped his fists. Thank you for letting me win. Prince Yun Ting, I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint you, the skinny old man said slowly. This 7 glow immortal ginseng was obtained by the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and will not be let go. Yun Ting shrugged his shoulders slightly, seemingly unconcerned. The fat old man looked at Su Zimo and Tang Zi and asked softly, Who has the 7 glow immortal ginseng? Hand it over to me for safekeeping first. Why? Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and asked. The skinny old man urged with an impatient expression, Don't ask so many questions. Hurry and hand over the 7 glow immortal ginseng. Prince Yuanzhua said that if we obtain the treasures in the emperor's tomb, we can take them for ourselves. What do you guys mean by that? Su Zimo asked with a fake smile. A killing intent flashed through the skinny old man's eyes. The fat old man took a deep breath and controlled his temper, saying in a low voice, You're now the target of everyone. It's not safe to leave the 7 glow immortal ginseng with you. It's only safe in our hands. Hand it over when you're asked to. Stop with your nonsense. Unable to hold it in, Li Tian glared at Su Zimo and hollered. And if I refuse? Su Zimo asked with an indifferent expression. MMM? The expressions of the fat and skinny old men darkened at the same time. The other cultivators were shocked as well. Su Zimo's words were clearly a provocation to the fat and skinny old men. However, the two of them represented Prince Yuanzhua, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and supreme authority and strength. Ha ha! Yun Ting clapped and smiled. Interesting. This person is truly bold. On the other side, Old Man Gu of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom gloated. The Great Jin Immortal Kingdom is going to fight among themselves. Let's watch the show. What did you just say? The skinny old man glared at Su Zimo with a cold gaze and asked icily. I'm old and my ears are a little bad. I didn't hear you clearly earlier on. Repeat it for me. The fat old man sneered. Su Zimo, don't forget your status. You're just a lowlife, right in front of everyone. Su Zimo's reaction made both of them feel humiliated and murderous. The other cultivators shook their heads gently and looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. Only Tang Zi lowered her head expressionlessly, as though her mind was elsewhere. Exalted immortals, please calm down. Leave this person to me. Li Tian could tell the intentions of the fat and skinny old men and stood out immediately, saying in a deep voice, I'll take his life within 10 moves. All right? The fat old man nodded. If you kill this person, I'll definitely report it to His Highness and record it as a merit for you. Li Tian was delighted. The reason why he stood out at this moment was to leave a good impression on the two old men, so that they would put in a good word for him in front of Prince Yuanzhua. Li Tian walked towards Su Zimo and shook his neck, letting out a faint sound. With a ferocious gaze, he grinned. Although the 7-glow immortal ginseng is a supreme utmost treasure, it's a pity that you won't be alive to keep it. The two of them were getting closer. The surrounding cultivators dispersed. Everyone present had survived the 10 absolute hell and naturally knew that Li Tian's bloodline and physique were extremely strong and ferocious in melee combat. Su Zimo has lost his final chance. If he had made use of that powerful movement technique from before, he might have been able to deal with Li Tian. However, he has no chance of escaping at this distance. In my opinion, it might end within 3 moves. The two of them were less than 10 feet apart, but Su Zimo was still motionless, as though he did not sense any danger. Many cultivators shook their heads. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he looked at Li Tian before him and said indifferently, This has nothing to do with you. Don't provoke me. Ha 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 ha. Li Tian reared his head in wild laughter. Suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly. At the same time, Li Tian charged forward and arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye, punching the latter's head. Raging flames burned on his fist. The speed of that punch was so fast that it was like a meteor falling with a terrifying might. Su Zimo raised his palm unhurriedly, but it was just enough to block Li Tian's fist. Piak! When that punch struck Su Zimo's palm, all the power vanished like a clay ox entering the sea. Even the flames on Li Tian's fist were mostly extinguished, as though they were suppressed. Li Tian's expression changed slightly. Right then, a ball of pure white flame spewed out from Su Zimo's palm and engulfed Li Tian's fist instantly. Southern Mingli fire. That was a fire dermic formulation imparted by the vermilion bird's sacred soul. Ah! Li Tian shrieked. In the blink of an eye, his fist was burned beyond recognition by the southern Mingli fire, revealing the white bones beneath. What was even more frightening was that the southern Mingli fire did not extinguish even after touching his bloodline. Instead, it extended along his wrist and burned brighter and brighter. Li Tian lost the initiative and was severely injured, retreating hurriedly. Like a shadow, Su Zimo strode forward and released the great Chaos Essence Palm to suppress Li Tian without giving him any chance to catch his breath. Li Tian could not defend against it at all. Poof! Li Tian's body froze and his head was smashed by Su Zimo's palm. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. In less than 10 moves, the number 1 of the hunting ranking, Li Tian, was killed by Su Zimo's palm. Jian Yu and the others were slightly shocked. Even Li Tian did not gain any advantage in melee combat. If it was a one-on-one fight, they might not be Su Zimo's match either. This person sure is capable. Yun Ting rubbed his palms and praised, seemingly moved. Fang Xian, what do you think? On the other side, Old Man Gu asked. Fang Xian said, Li Tian was careless. Although the flames were powerful, they would have been of no threat if he had dodged them. As for this Su Zimo, he has a reckless personality and is too impulsive. There's nothing to fear. Although it's satisfying to kill, he has to flee everywhere in the Emperor's tomb now. Su Zimo, to think that I would have underestimated you. The skinny old man looked at Li Tian's corpse and said slowly, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The moment the skinny old man said that, his aura changed and his glabella shone with a tremendous might. Earth immortal! The crowd exclaimed. No, he's not an Earth immortal. His cultivation realm is still at the Black Essence realm, but his essence spirit cultivation is already at the Earth Essence realm. The surrounding cultivators recognized it quickly. Yunting did not seem surprised at all. There's naturally a reason why the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom allowed the two of them to enter the Emperor's tomb as commanders. Su Zimo is still a little reckless. That lad won't be able to defend against the release of an Earth Immortal level Essence Spirit secret skill. Old Man Go coughed. Su Zimo is already a dead man. The skinny old man released his consciousness and released the might of an Earth Immortal. Sweeping his gaze across Su Zimo and the others, he said slowly, "Since His Highness Yuanzhua allowed the two of us in, we naturally have trump cards that can control your lives. All of you watch and learn. What happens to Su Zimo will be the outcome of anyone who challenges the might of an immortal kingdom." With that said, the skinny old man channeled his spirit consciousness and was prepared to release an essence spirit secret skill to kill Su Zimo. However, he suddenly realized that Su Zimo had vanished. Earlier on, he was looking at Su Zimo. However, in the blink of an eye, the latter vanished from the spot. "You talk too much." Right then, an indifferent voice sounded in his ears. The next moment, the skinny old man felt a sharp pain in his mind and lost consciousness before long. Right from the beginning, he could not release his essence spirit secret skill. Behind him, Su Zimo was standing and had just retracted his finger. There was a hole behind the skinny old man's head that was filled with blood. A single finger pierced the skinny old man's skull and shattered his essence spirit. Even before his death, the skinny old man could not understand why Su Zimo would appear behind him. The other cultivators were shocked. Nobody expected Su Zimo to dare to attack an exalted immortal who served the prince of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. More than that, no one expected Su Zimo to be so decisive and kill the skinny old man with a single strike without hesitation. The skinny old man was backed by Prince Yuanzhua and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Nobody could challenge the might of an immortal kingdom. Many cultivators did not even dare to think about it, let alone kill so decisively. How dare you?" A cultivator pointed at Su Zimo with a shocked expression. Poof! Right then, another strange sound came from the side. Everyone looked over and could not help but gasp. Not far away, a half-moon fingernail scar appeared on the fat old man's glabella, and a scarlet blood scar gradually seeped out. The fat old man's gaze dimmed and his life force deteriorated rapidly. He could no longer survive. It was a symbol of the annihilation of one's essence spirit. Who did it? Many cultivators were shocked and retreated, leaving only the corpses of the fat and skinny old men on the spot. Everyone's attention was on Su Zimo earlier on, and they were certain that he did not attack after killing the skinny old man. Then, who killed this person? That was the scary part. Someone had died in front of everyone without anyone noticing who it was. Su Zimo's expression was calm. Others might not have noticed it, but he could. Among everyone present, Tang Zi was the only one who could kill the fat old man without anyone knowing. Tang Zi's timing was almost perfect and flawless. At that time, the skinny old man was killed by Su Zimo and caused an uproar. Almost everyone's attention was on Su Zimo. The fat old man had not expected that there would be another person who would dare attack him right beside him. Without any unnecessary movements, it was also a one-hit kill. Even till his death, the fat old man did not see who attacked. Actually, even if he did not die and successfully released his essence spirit secret skill, he would not be a threat to Su Zimo. Su Zimo's essence spirit had long broken through to the earth essence realm and surpassed the two of them. Furthermore, his essence spirit was protected by the creation lotus platform and could not be injured unless one's cultivation realm was much higher. Of course, Tang Zi's attack saved him some trouble. Although there were many cultivators present, there were few who truly saw what happened. Not far away, Yun Ting smiled. That man and woman sure are bold. They probably won't be able to live for long after killing the servants of Prince Yuanzhua. Since Prince Yuanzhua isn't here, he shouldn't know about this, right? A cultivator was puzzled. Yun Ting said, "There's no need for Prince Yuanzhua to attack. These two old men represent the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, and that's the only thing the other sects and factions are wary of. Now that the two of them are dead, the other factions no longer have any reservations. In fact, they can even kill the two of them and snatch the 7-glow immortal ginseng with the excuse of purging traitors for the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Right then, Fang Xian suddenly declared from the other side, "The person who killed the exalted immortal of the Immortal Kingdom was the purple-robed woman among you." Su Zimo frowned slightly and looked at Fang Xian. Fang Xian was fearless and raised his head slightly with a provocative smile. He even extended his palm and slashed horizontally across his throat, making a beheading gesture. Tang Zi glanced at Fang Xian as well but retracted her gaze quickly. Even if she had killing intent or thoughts, she would not reveal them. "It was you." Jian Yu and the others retreated and distanced themselves from Tang Zi with wary expressions. Since her tracks were exposed, Tang Zi no longer hid. Without saying anything, she walked straight to the fat old man's corpse and removed his storage bag to search. At the same time, Su Zimo took the skinny old man's storage bag and searched it. Before long, he found a teleportation talisman in the skinny old man's storage bag. He put away the talisman and looked at Tang Zi at the same time. Tang Zi happened to look over as well. The two of them exchanged glances with a tacit understanding. Both of them had almost the same thoughts. The reason why they searched the storage bags of the fat and skinny old men was not for any treasures, but for a way to leave the emperor's tomb. The fat and skinny old men had once said that they were the only ones with a way to leave the emperor's tomb. The greatest possibility was a teleportation talisman. Now that both of them had the teleportation talismans, it was equivalent to them taking the initiative. At the very least, they would not be trapped to death in the emperor's tomb. "Hand it over." When Jian Yu and the others saw Su Zimo and Tang Zi's actions, they pondered for a moment and understood the reason. Everyone went forward and surrounded Su Zimo and Tang Zi. "What are you guys doing?" Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and asked indifferently. Jian Yu said coldly, "Leave the 7-glow immortal ginseng and teleportation talisman behind." Su Zimo ignored Jian Yu's threat. "If you want to leave the emperor's tomb, stay by my side. At that time, I'll naturally take you guys away." "Humph. You guys killed an exalted immortal of the Immortal Kingdom and are bound to die. Yet you want to lead us?" "Su Zimo, the reason why you were able to kill the exalted immortal of the Immortal Kingdom earlier on was because you caught him off guard. All of us killed our way out of the 10 absolute hell. Do you think we're afraid of you?" The remaining dozens of cultivators surrounded Su Zimo and Tang Zi with murderous auras. "Off guard." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head at the person who spoke. "You're still too naive. If I want to kill you, you won't be able to stop me even if I tell you openly." "How arrogant!" The person was enraged and attacked first. He conjured a lesser divine power each with both hands and released them completely, shouting, "Su Zimo, die!" That person's two lesser divine powers were offensive divine powers, and he did not hold back at all. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he moved and floated towards that person. At the same time, he flicked his finger. Chi! Chi! Sword Chi tore through the air and two white sword Chi arrived instantly, piercing the two lesser divine powers condensed in the person's palm. By the time that person was released, there were only two balls of heaven and earth essence Chi left without any damage. Far away, Yun Ting's eyes lit up when he saw the two sword Chi. His body trembled as he murmured softly, "The aura of those two sword Chi." "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Another cultivator whispered. "Although the killing intent of the two sword Chi is strong, they can't compare to your Highness's sword Chi." "Ha ha ha ha." Yun Ting could not help but rear his head in laughter with a delighted expression. "The heavens are truly on my side. This trip was not wasted." In the eyes of others, Su Zimo's two sword Chi merely had a strong killing intent and were extremely powerful. However, Yun Ting knew that the two sword Chi came from the same origin as the sword Chi he cultivated. What he cultivated was one of the three famous sword arts of the upper world, the human-slaying sword art. The other two sword arts were heaven-slaying and earth-slaying. Among the three sword arts, the human-slaying sword art was the strongest. At its peak, it could condense supreme divine powers that could overturn the world. The three sword arts came from the sword world. It was said that if one comprehended all three sword arts and mastered them, they would have a chance to condense a supreme divine power of the sword Tao that was unprecedented and irreplaceable. Two heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and destroyed the lesser divine powers conjured by the cultivator with ease. "You're far from being able to take my life." Su Zimo's tone was calm and his movement technique was extremely fast, almost following the sword chi. He arrived instantly and slapped the cultivator on the head. Bang! The person shuddered and his gaze froze. Although he did not seem injured on the surface, his mind was already shattered by Su Zimo's palm and his essence spirit was destroyed. It was as Su Zimo had said before he attacked. Even if he wanted to kill them openly, they could not stop him. Jian Yu and the others fought their way out of the 10 absolute hell, while Su Zimo was completely nameless on the hunting ranking. Therefore, deep in their hearts, everyone did not take Su Zimo seriously. After Su Zimo killed the three of them, the other cultivators did not retreat at all. Instead, their courage was triggered and they swarmed forward under Jian Yu's orders. The combined attack of dozens of grade 9 black immortals was quite powerful. All sorts of lesser divine powers, immortal arts and secret skills were formed and essence chi surged. Poof! A thunderbolt flashed in the crowd. One of them had just leaped up when his body stiffened and a hole as thick as an arm appeared on his chest. It was charred and emitted green smoke. That person's chest was pierced by the power of thunder. Ah! The person let out a tragic cry and fell. Even if his essence spirit was not destroyed, his body was severely injured and his life force was devastated. He would not be able to last long with his remaining essence spirit. Behind him, Tang Zi's figure flashed past. A cultivator wanted to track down Tang Zi but realized that he could not. His spirit consciousness could not lock onto Tang Zi's location at all. Even Su Zimo's Earth Immortal Spirit Consciousness could not lock onto Tang Zi. Back when the two of them fought in the cave, the main reason why Su Zimo was able to gain the upper hand and restrain Tang Zi was because of his spirit perception and the true Dragon 9 flashes. TSK. 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 Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he flicked his finger gently. 100 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and splattered everywhere with killing intent. He was already at the level 9 Black Essence realm. With the Green Lotus true body, even at the same cultivation realm, his essence chi was many times purer than other cultivators. Therefore, the killing power of a single sword chi could dispel a divine power or secret skill. If Su Zimo were to release thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi, it would be apocalyptic and not many cultivators around the lake would survive. Far away, Yun Ting nodded slightly when he saw that. The heaven-slaying sword art is not wasted in his hands. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Indeed, it's extraordinary, a cultivator behind Yun Ting said with a smile. No matter how strong that person cultivated the heaven-slaying sword art, he can't compare to your highness's human-slaying sword art. That's for sure. Yun Ting had a proud expression. Notwithstanding the heaven-slaying sword art, even if this person possesses the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, he won't be able to deal with the edge of my human-slaying sword art. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Leave it to us, another person said in a deep voice. When he's exhausted, we'll head forward and definitely capture him alive to hand over to your highness. There's no need, Yun Ting said indifferently. I'll snatch the heaven-slaying sword art personally. Your highness, he's just a lowlife. Why are you? Before the person could finish, he was interrupted by Yun Ting. What status am I of? Yun Ting glared at the person. If I want the heaven-slaying sword art, I would naturally attack openly. I won't do things as despicable as taking advantage of the situation or bullying with numbers. The other cultivators lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. On the other side, in the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, Fang Xian's battle intent surged and he asked in a deep voice, seemingly unable to hold it in, Exalted Immortal, let me attack. I'll definitely be able to kill this person with a thunderous might and retrieve the 7 glow immortal ginseng. Hold on, there's no need to hurry, Old Man Go said. This lad has some tricks up his sleeves. These dozens of cultivators are not his match. You'll only have a good chance of winning after he exhausts himself for a while. Fang Xian took a deep breath and continued watching. On the battlefield, Su Zimo released the heaven-slaying sword art and dispelled all sorts of divine powers and secret skills with a single flick. Relying on heavenly feet and boundless golden light, he shuttled through the crowd with ease. Every single punch and kick that seemed simple contained a terrifying burst power. Even without using his bloodline, the Green Lotus true body alone could take on connate black-grade dermic treasures head-on. Cultivators could not use dermic treasures and weapons in the Emperor's tomb. However, Su Zimo was a human-shaped connate black-grade dermic treasure. Who could defend against him? Bang! 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 As though he was taking a leisure stroll, Su Zimo charged left and right and no one could stop him. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the dozens of Grade 9 Black Immortals were killed by him. A small half of them died in the chaos and did not even know who killed them. Although this was the first time that Su Zimo and Tang Zi had truly joined forces, they had great chemistry. Su Zimo fought against dozens of cultivators head-on. On the other hand, Tang Zi relied on her unpredictable movement and concealment techniques to blend into the crowd. She appeared occasionally and rarely attacked. However, every single attack would result in the death of a cultivator. The two of them were not on the hunting ranking. But now, almost all the cultivators on the hunting ranking were killed. The remaining few people finally felt fear and retreated. However, at that moment, the cultivators of the many sects and factions that were initially watching surged over like a tide. Most of them were from small sects and factions. Previously, the fat and skinny old men were from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and could be considered as exalted immortals. No matter how bold they were, they would not dare to attack and were wary. But now that the fat and skinny old men were dead, Su Zimo and the others were merely black immortals of the lower worlds. Furthermore, they were the murderers of the fat and skinny old men. With that, many cultivators now had an excuse to swarm forward so that they could seize the 7 glow immortal ginseng in the chaos. Far away, Old Man Gu laughed oddly. With so many people charging forward, it'll be difficult for Su Zimo to escape unscathed, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Fang Xian, prepare yourself. Wait for my orders to attack at any moment. Understood, Fang Xian replied in a deep voice. On the other side, the cultivators of the Zixien Immortal Kingdom frowned. Your Highness, Su Zimo is most likely doomed. Yun Ting clasped his hands behind his back in silence. On the battlefield, Su Zimo was fearless against the cultivators charging over from all directions. In fact, there was not even a single ripple in his eyes. Hey, let's retreat first. We can't take them head-on. Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. You leave first. Be careful, Su Zimo replied. If the cultivators outside were all top-tier black immortals without any restrictions and were at their peak combat strength, he might be wary of some dermic treasures or trump cards. However, in the Emperor's tomb, Su Zimo was confident that he could sweep through everything with his body, immortal arts, and divine powers. Furthermore, the environment of the Emperor's tomb was complicated and every single step was filled with killing intent. If they encountered some unknown living beings in the Emperor's tomb while retreating, they might encounter danger instead. Hand over the immortal ginseng. An utmost treasure like that is not something you can keep for yourself. Some cultivators shouted without concealing their motives. Many cultivators swarmed over with an aggressive aura. Even if they could not use any dermic treasures or weapons, the descent of many divine powers and secret skills at the same time was earth-shaking and terrifying. Ah! A sharp howl suddenly sounded in the crowd. It was extremely ear-piercing and seemed like it could tear through the eardrums of many cultivators. It was the immortal whale sound. Tang Zi did not leave. The cultivators around Tang Zi felt their bodies tremble and their ears hurt as arrows of blood spewed out. Even cultivators who were slightly further away were shocked. The divine powers and secret skills they had just conjured became unstable and swayed slightly. Legend has it that the bloodline of the taboo Kuan Peng flowed through the immortal whale's body, and it was massive. Once it released its whale sound, it would produce an extremely terrifying lethality. Tang Zi stood in midair and howled into the skies. It was as though a gigantic immortal whale had appeared above her head and was swimming in the tides, slapping the surface of the water and creating massive waves with a series of whale sounds. The immortal whale sound seemed to have materialized and spread in all directions with Tang Zi as the center. Roar! Right then, another strange roar sounded not far away with a mighty might, as though a myriad of elephants were trumpeting at the same time. Yun Ting glanced sideways. Far away, a black-robed man from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom leaped up. His black hair danced as he roared in Tang Zi's direction. It was Fang Xian. Beneath Fang Xian's feet, a myriad of gigantic elephants appeared vaguely. Swinging their trunks, they stabbed their gigantic tusks into the air and roared into the skies. The immortal whale was the overlord of the sea. However, the divine elephant was a god of the land. The immortal whale sound and the myriad elephant roar, two sound domain secret skills, collided fiercely in midair. Neither side was willing to back down. It was hard to tell who was stronger between the two sound domain secret skills. However, because of Fang Xian's attack, the cultivators who were initially surrounding Su Zimo were invigorated and freed from the pain of the immortal whale sound. Interesting. Initially, Yun Ting was watching from afar and had no intention of attacking. However, at that moment, the collision of the two sound domain secret skills caused his bloodline to stir and could not calm down. To think that I would encounter some decent opponents in the Black Essence realm. Yun Ting burst into laughter and conjured his sword finger, slashing down in the direction of the battlefield. He shouted 3 times in succession. Break! 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 Yun Ting's voice was much weaker compared to the sound of the immortal whale sound and myriad elephant roar. However, his 3 shouts condensed 3 swords in midair that were sharp and murderous. Sword condensation using sound. His talent in the Tao of the sword was truly shocking and unimaginable. Even Fang Xian had a grim expression and retracted the contempt in his eyes. Initially, he did not take Yun Ting seriously. However, it was only now that he realized that this was an extremely powerful opponent. The 3 sound swords tore through the air and descended from the skies without fear of the clash between the immortal whale sound and myriad elephant roar. Xing! It was as though a cloth had been torn by a sharp weapon. The immortal whale sound and myriad elephant roar were split cleanly into 2 by Yun Ting's 3 sound swords. A ferocious glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Initially, he had no intention of using the Dragon Roar secret skill. That was one of his trump cards. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. However, at that moment, the 3 sound domain secret skills descended at the same time and collided in his ears, causing the Green Lotus bloodline in his body to boil fervently. If he continued, his Green Lotus bloodline would be exposed. Furthermore, in the depths of Su Zimo's heart, there was a hint of pride as well. He wanted to fight against all the paragons in the world. All of you, get lost, Su Zimo said slowly. At the last word, he released the dermic formulation of the Dragon Roar secret skill. Instantly, the world shook. A divine dragon shimmering with green scales appeared beside Su Zimo. Its horns were towering and its might was terrifying as it coiled upwards and roared into the skies. The divine dragon was lifelike. When it roared, its whiskers danced and the scales on its body exploded slightly, causing its entire body to expand. The dragon roar was way too terrifying, as though it contained a supreme will. The immortal whale in midair suddenly leaped into the sea and vanished. Under Su Zimo's control, the Dragon Roar secret skill had the least impact on Tang Zi. As for the myriad of gigantic elephants beneath Fang Xian's feet, they shattered and dissipated into the world under the shock of the Dragon Roar. Fang Xian's body swayed slightly but stabilized quickly. The 3 sound swords lasted for a little longer but shattered into nothingness as well. The Dragon Roar secret skill was fused with many secret skills, including Thunderclap Kill, the sound of the Dragon Phoenix, and the roar of the Azure Dragon. Each of those sound domain secret skills individually was enough to sweep through anyone of the same cultivation realm. One could naturally imagine how terrifying the combined power of those secret skills was. When the Dragon Roar secret skill was released, the entire world went silent. Dragon Roar technique? Yun Ting did not move at all. He narrowed his eyes and murmured. But soon, Yun Ting shook his head again. Something's not right. This sound domain secret skill seems to be fused with other dermic formulations. There's also the power of thunder. Be it Fang Xian or Yun Ting, they were far away to begin with. Coupled with their powerful blood qi and physique, Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill had almost no effect on them. However, on the battlefield, many cultivators who attacked Su Zimo suffered. First, they endured the baptism of the immortal whale sound. Immediately after, they endured the impact of the myriad elephant roar. Thereafter, it was Yun Ting's 3 sound swords. Most of the cultivators on the battlefield could no longer hold out against the descent of the 3 sound domain secret skills. The Dragon Roar secret skill was even more terrifying. The moment it was released, the cultivators closest to Su Zimo exploded and died on the spot. The bodies and bloodlines of those cultivators were severely injured by the 3 sound domain secret skills. If they retreated in time, they might be able to recover. However, the Dragon Roar secret skill destroyed them like a violent storm. Some cultivators further away fell from midair as well. Some of them fell limply to the ground with bloodied faces in a menacing manner, almost destroyed by the power of the Dragon Roar secret skill. Before the divine powers and secret skills in midair descended, they were destroyed by the 4 sound domain secret skills. Those who could enter the Emperor's tomb were carefully selected top experts of the Black Essence realm. However, when they truly fought, many cultivators realized that even though they were all grade 9 Black Immortals, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Fang Xian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he strode towards Su Zimo. For cultivators, 3 men and a woman surrounded Su Zimo from 4 directions as well. There were not many cultivators with combat strength after the 4 sound domain secret skills. It was clear how strong the 3 men and 1 woman were. Be careful. Those are people from the 4 immortal sects. Tang Zi's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo did not know much about the 4 immortal sects and merely heard about them for the first time in the Battle of the Dragon Abyss Star. In the heavenly world, sects were divided into 3 grades: black, earth, and heaven. Under normal circumstances, those who ascended from the lower worlds did not even have the chance to enter black grade sections. As for the 4 immortal sects, they were heaven grade sects of divine firmament mainland, and one could imagine their strength. Among the 3 men, one of them was bald with a fat head and ears like a monk. Another had dark skin, a tall figure and short hair, resembling a walking iron tower. The third was a middle-aged man with a Dao crown on his head. His sleeves fluttered and he was dark and calm. The woman wore a blue dress and her lips were scarlet with a hint of purple. She looked a little terrifying. The fact that the 4 of them could withstand the impact of the 4 sound domain secret skills was proof of their strength. Although Su Zimo was confident that he could overwhelm opponents of the same level, he did not dare to be careless. With a long howl, his aura intensified. On the other side, a flustered figure was staggering towards Yun Ting. It was Jianyu who had escaped death. The sound domain secret skills of Tang Zi, Fang Xian, and Yun Ting were already the limit of what he could endure. When Su Zimo released his Dragon Roar secret skill, the bloodline within his body reversed. His organs vibrated and he almost died on the spot. "Your Highness, save me." Although Jianyu did not know Yun Ting, he recognized the badge on Yun Ting's body. That was an item that only the descendants of the royal family of the Xian Immortal Kingdom were qualified to wear. Jianyu shouted for help before he even reached Yun Ting. Yun Ting glanced at Jianyu indifferently. "He ignored you guys completely. If you guys had not provoked him, you would not have gotten yourselves killed. Your Highness, please show mercy. He is ruthless without any reservations and even dared to kill the exalted immortals who served Prince Yuanzhua. What else can he not do?" With an indignant expression, Jianyu said hatefully, "When I return to the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, I'll definitely report this matter to Prince Yuanzhua." Yun Ting sneered and attacked without warning. Even if Jian Yu was in his peak condition, he would not be able to defend against Yun Ting's attack, let alone the fact that he was severely injured. Your Highness, you... Jian Yu was lifted by the back of his neck by Yun Ting and hovered in midair like a chicken that was caught. He had a panicked expression and could not struggle at all. Yun Ting said indifferently, I hate informers the most in my life. You're not worthy of using a sword. The moment he said that, Yun Ting closed two fingers and slashed down. A bloodied head was severed by Yun Ting's fingers. His sword finger was even sharper than a true sword. On the other side, the people of the four immortal sects had already begun fighting Su Zimo. The bald monk was the first to arrive and roared in laughter. Patron, I'm here to purify you into the afterlife. He raised his arms and they shone as though they were covered by a thick layer of gold foil, smashing towards Su Zimo. His arms were like two thick and tough rods with immense strength and incomparable ferocity. Immediately after, the Iron Tower man approached as well. His body was upright and he was half a body taller than Su Zimo. Ha! The Iron Tower man's shout sounded like thunder in one's ears. He extended his arm and clenched it into a fist, punching down at Su Zimo's head. The Iron Tower man clenched his fists like a black hammer that was defined and filled with a metallic luster. Be it the bald monk or the Iron Tower man. They were both body-tempered experts and their physiques were shockingly strong. On the other side, the middle-aged Taoist waved his wide sleeves and shouted softly, Freeze! The lesser divine power, body immobilization technique. The body immobilization technique was one of the most common lesser divine powers. At its limits, it could transform into a supreme divine power spatial stop. Although the body immobilization technique was common, everyone's essence spirit was different in terms of purity, cultivation realm, and strength. The effects produced were completely different. Su Zimo's essence spirit had long reached the earth essence realm and was a major cultivation realm above his peers. Therefore, the body immobilization technique had no effect on him when used by others. That was the case even if the middle-aged Taoist was from one of the four immortal sections. However, the middle-aged Taoist still had a trump card. The moment he released the body immobilization technique, his two wide sleeves arrived instantly and wrapped around Su Zimo a few times. The body immobilization technique was only the first move and the killing move was later on. Although the blue-dressed woman was the slowest to attack, the fingernails on her fingers were purple and gave off a foul stench. Poison. The blue-dressed woman extended her sharp fingernails and grabbed towards Su Zimo like 10 poisonous swords. The experts of the four immortal sects released terrifying attacks at almost the same time. Although the four of them did not know each other and this was their first time joining forces, their coordination was perfect. This was the sort of chemistry between top-tier experts. When he saw that, Yun Ting nodded slightly and said softly, although the four of them are only servants of the four immortal sects, their methods are indeed not weak. I'm probably the only one who can defend against an attack as such. On the battlefield, Tang Zi's heart skipped a beat when she saw that. Given her eyesight, she could naturally tell how terrifying the combined forces of the experts of the four immortal sects were. At the very least, if she was in Su Zimo's position, it would be difficult for her to escape unscathed. In a flash, Tang Zi retracted her figure and sneaked towards the middle-aged Taoist. As long as she could kill one of them, it would be much easier to deal with the remaining three. Hee. Where are you going? Right then, a sneer sounded from the side. Immediately after, Tang Zi felt a strong gust of wind that even hurt her ears. What was even more frightening was that this person's attack sealed all of Tang Zi's escape routes. Expert. Tang Zi did not dare to be careless and hurriedly stopped to avoid the other party's killing move and focused her gaze. A black-robed man blocked her path. It was Feng Xian of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Tang Zi frowned slightly. If the two of them were to fight head-on, it would be difficult to determine the victor within a short period of time. That single delay caused Su Zimo on the other side of the battlefield to fall into the torrential attacks of the four experts. With a burning gaze, Su Zimo took a deep breath and his chest puffed up. It was as though he had transformed into an anaconda that wanted to devour the sun and moon. This was a secret skill from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Xing. Instantly, Su Zimo's sleeves were ripped apart, turning into countless pieces of cloth that fell to the ground. The middle-aged Taoist was stunned. His move had killed countless paragons. To think that it would be dispelled so easily today. Get lost! A tremendous amount of essence qi accumulated in Su Zimo's chest suddenly burst forth as he exhaled. Su Zimo released the great chaos essence palm with his left hand and crushed towards the bald monk's arms like a gigantic millstone. At the same time, he swiped his right hand across his chest and clenched it into a fist. His flesh expanded, and he conjured a gigantic seal that smashed towards the Iron Tower Man's iron fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the bald monk's expression changed starkly as he retreated. The gold foil on his arms was already shattered by the great chaos essence palm. Bang! Fists collided, flesh met and bones ground. Before long, a flush appeared on the Iron Tower Man's face. Ah! The Iron Tower Man growled deeply with a pained expression and staggered 3 steps back. Every single step the Iron Tower Man took left a deep footprint on the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the experts of the 4 immortal sects retreated. At the same time, the blue-dressed woman's killing move descended. Su Zimo did not turn back at all. As though he had eyes behind him, he closed 2 fingers and conjured a sword art, waving it behind him. Qi. After condensing the heaven-slaying sword art, at least 100 sword qi spewed out at the same time and formed a sword. Sensing the terror of the sword, the blue-dressed woman's expression changed starkly as she stopped in her tracks and retreated. She wanted to stop, but she was still a step too late. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed as the blue-dressed woman's 10 fingernails were snapped by the heaven-slaying sword qi. Pieces of fingernails scattered on the ground with a purplish-green poisonous glow. Against the encirclement of the experts of the 4 immortal sects, Su Zimo counterattacked domineeringly and forced all 4 of them back. On the other side, Tang Zi, who was already fighting Fang Xian, was temporarily relieved. Ha 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 ha! Su Zimo burst into laughter and looked down at the 4 of them. Not bad. You guys are quite capable to be able to escape from my hands unscathed. How arrogant! The middle-aged Taoist's expression darkened as he hollered. However, the other 3 remained silent with ugly expressions. Su Zimo's words were indeed extremely piercing and arrogant. However, the 3 of them knew that Su Zimo was not lying at all. The moment the bald monk collided with the great chaos essence palm, he sensed that something was amiss and retreated in time, so he was not injured. If he had retreated slightly slower, both his arms might have been ground into a pulp by the great chaos essence palm. The reason why the Iron Tower Man was able to withstand Su Zimo's punch was because he had made use of a secret skill to redirect his opponent's attack into the ground through his body. That was the reason why his 3 steps left such deep footprints on the ground. It was even more dangerous for the blue-dressed woman. She specialized in the Tao of poison, and the power of her body and bloodline was far inferior to the bald monk and the Iron Tower Man, let alone Su Zimo. If she had dodged slower earlier on, both her arms would have been severed by the heaven-slaying sword qi. The 4 of them came from the 4 immortal sects and had the lowest status in the sect. However, cultivators who could enter the immortal sects should be far superior to their peers, even if they were the most inferior servants. To think that the 4 of them would encounter such a ruthless person in the Emperor's tomb. On the other side, Yun Ting, who was watching the battle, had a conflicted expression. Earlier on, he merely said that he could resolve the encirclement of the 4 of them. To think that not only did Su Zimo resolve it, he even counterattacked forcefully and nearly injured the experts of the 4 immortal sects. On the other side, Tang Zi and Fang Xian fought continuously, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Although Tang Zi cultivated the Tao of assassination, her physique and bloodline were extraordinary and her foundation was extremely firm. Even if she were to fight against paragons and monster incarnates head-on, she would not be disadvantaged at all. The more Fang Xian fought, the more alarmed he became. He ascended after the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation and was invincible in the lower worlds. Even in the upper world, he had not encountered any opponents. Initially, in his eyes, Yunting, Su Zimo, and the experts of the 4 immortal sects might be the only ones who could threaten him. He did not take Tang Zi seriously at all. To think that this seemingly ordinary woman would be so troublesome and terrifying. Her attacks were unpredictable and they were all killing moves. There were even a few times when he was almost severely injured. Where did this person come from? Fang Xian cursed internally. Right then, a jade green light burst forth from the distant horizon and soared into the skies. However, it disappeared quickly. Many cultivators were shocked and fell into deep thought. Su Zimo saw the green light as well. Could it be the jade talisman? None of them had any clues about the jade talisman. The sudden appearance of the green light caused everyone to make guesses. After a brief silence, cultivators moved and sped in the direction of the jade talisman. Your Highness, what about us? A cultivator of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom asked softly. Let's take a look over there first. I'm bent on getting my hands on both the jade talisman and heaven-slaying sword art. Yun Ting pondered for a moment with a deep gaze. Let's find the jade talisman first. We won't lose track of Su Zimo. Pausing for a moment, he smiled. In my judgment, apart from me, no one in the Emperor's tomb can stop him. Your Highness, you seem to think highly of him? Someone behind Yun Ting could tell what he was implying. Yun Ting nodded slightly. This person is very talented and cultivated the heaven-slaying sword art. We can be considered to be fated. However, he ascended from the lower worlds and it's difficult for him to stand out in the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. The only chance for him to make his mark in the 9 firmament is if he follows me. The cultivator smiled. Your Highness, in the upper world, there's almost no one else who treats cultivators of the lower worlds equally like you. It's his fortune if he can be recruited by you. Yun Ting shook his head and smiled. Not necessarily. Anyone with such talent and combat strength is a monster incarnate. They're prideful and difficult to recruit. I have to defeat him and convince him before I can take him under my wing. With that said, Yun Ting glanced at Su Zimo again and led the many cultivators of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom in the direction of the green light. Fang Xian, let's ignore that woman and look for the jade talisman first. We can't let anyone seize the initiative. The voice of Old Man Gu sounded in Fang Xian's mind. Bang! On the battlefield, Fang Xian clashed head-on with Tang Zi and retreated. Waving the lightning on his fist, he sneered. I'm not playing with you anymore. We'll fight again next time. You'll die the next time, Tang Zi said indifferently. Ha ha! Fang Xian burst into laughter. You want to kill me? You're far from that. The moment he said that, Fang Xian turned and sped back to Old Man Ji's side and left with everyone from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. The experts of the 4 immortal sects who were initially confronting Su Zimo wanted to retreat as well. The mission given to them by the sect was to search for the jade talisman, not the 7 glow immortal ginseng. If they continued to fight with Su Zimo here and lost sight of the big picture because of this, they would be punished when they returned even if they could get their hands on the 7 glow immortal ginseng. At that thought, the experts of the 4 immortal sects exchanged glances and retreated at the same time, leaving with the other cultivators of the sect. Tang Zi came to Su Zimo's side. There were more than 100 people from the great Jin Immortal Kingdom who entered the Emperor's tomb, and they were the only ones left. Seems like everyone has the same goal. The jade talisman, Su Zimo murmured softly. Tang Zi nodded in silent agreement. Su Zimo frowned in deep thought. I wonder what's the origin and secret of this jade talisman to alarm so many sects and factions. In the eyes of these sects and factions, it's even more important than the 7 glow immortal ginseng. Tang Zi said, I guess only someone of Yun Ting's status can know such a secret. Let's go take a look too, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Even without the arrangements of Prince Yuanzhua, he wanted to see what the jade talisman looked like and what secrets it hid. Tang Zi did not say anything and merely followed behind Su Zimo silently. Su Zimo and Tang Zi sped along the tracks of many cultivators. After walking for about half a day, They caught sight of a massive building at the horizon ahead. It looked like a palace. Although it was dilapidated, one could still sense its grandeur from afar. There were even some cultivators lingering around the palace, as though they were searching for something. Most of the cultivators had already entered the hall. Su Zimo and Tang Zi arrived before the palace and took a rough look but could not make out anything. The two of them did not waste time outside and entered the palace. In front of them was a spacious square paved with green stones. There were a few stone paths that separated the medicinal fields. However, there were no longer any immortal herbs in the medicinal fields, only some withered leaves. Even the soil in the medicinal fields was corroded by the curse of the emperor's tomb and shone with a strange green color. The square was huge, and even with Su Zimo's eyesight, he could not see the borders. The two of them passed through the medicinal fields along the stone paths and continued forward. Along the way, they encountered some cultivators walking around the square. This palace was probably one of the temporary residences of the immortal emperor back then. I wonder if there are any treasures. There are definitely treasures. Unfortunately, they were corroded by the curse here for countless years and are now crippled. I heard that the side halls on the left and right contain some rare treasures, elixirs, divine weapons, and dermic treasures. Unfortunately, none of them can be used. If that wasn't the case, even every single blade of grass in this palace would be an incredible treasure. Since we can't enter the main hall for the time being, let's continue searching. If we're lucky and find any treasures, we'll make a killing. Su Zimo's ears twitched and he caught faint whispers around the square. The cultivators outside the palace were probably trying their luck searching for treasures as well. However, he did not know why those people said that they could not enter the main hall for the time being. The two of them continued forward, and before long, they crossed the entire square. At the end of the square stood the main hall of the palace. Thousands of cultivators were gathered in front of the hall, staring at the door of the main hall. Some of them were even discussing softly. The two of them went forward to take a look and saw that the ground at the entrance of the hall was etched with dense and complicated patterns that shone faintly. "It's a formation," Tang Zi whispered. Su Zimo nodded and stared at the formation in front of the main hall for a while, feeling dizzy. The formation was way too complicated and he could not dispel it given his attainments in formations. However, at that moment, a young man stood at the edge of the formation in front of the main hall. The person had a confident expression and was in high spirits. From time to time, he would stop and ponder or speed up and flick his finger, sending essence chi spirit lights into the formation. This was the young prince of the Xianxia immortal kingdom, Yun Ting. Each time Yun Ting made a move, the formation would tremble slightly and shine. Furthermore, the light of the formation was clearly dimming. Yun Ting was dispelling the formation. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the formation was dispelled. Su Zimo could sense that Yun Ting was very strong. In fact, he could even sense a hint of danger from that person. To be able to cultivate to the level 9 Black Essence realm at more than 200 years old, even if this person had a noble status and unlimited resources, his talent was truly terrifying. What was even more frightening was that this person's attainments in array formations were so deep as well. There was a limit to one's strength. Even if one cultivated wholeheartedly for more than 200 years, he might not be able to reach the level 9 Black Essence realm. However, this person could even divert attention to cultivate array formations. Why do we have to enter through the main entrance of the main hall? Are there no other entrances? The main hall is dilapidated and on the verge of collapse. I'm afraid it won't even be able to withstand a single punch from me, a cultivator in the crowd muttered. Fufu. Immediately, a scoff sounded from the side. You can try going up. The main hall is surrounded by restrictions, and you'll definitely die if you barge in. Do you see those corpses? That is what will happen. The first person was stunned and did not dare to say anything more. Dispelling formations takes a huge toll on one's essence spirit. This prince sure is bold. He's not afraid of running out of energy and encountering danger. What status is he of? Almost everyone in the emperor's tomb is of a lowly status. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Furthermore, even if his essence spirit takes a huge toll, he's probably still invincible among his peers. In the crowd, Fang Xian watched everything coldly and smirked. That person is young after all and is way too conceited. He doesn't know how to hold back. Su Zimo watched for a while before exiting the crowd. Where are you going? Tang Zi asked. Su Zimo said, It'll be difficult to dispel this formation within a short period of time. I intend to explore the side halls on both sides. I'm not going. Tang Zi did not move. She still wanted to rush into the main hall right away and seize the initiative when the formation was dispelled. Su Zimo nodded and turned towards the side hall. There were no restrictions in the side hall. The door was open and it was a mess inside. It was clear that many cultivators had overturned it. Initially, there were many divine weapons and dermic treasures placed in the side hall. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, bells, cauldrons, mirrors, ordinary weapons and dermic treasures of different races. Everything was present. However, at that moment most of the divine weapons and dermic treasures were already strewn everywhere. To be precise, those were no longer divine weapons or dermic treasures. Under the corrosion of the curse of the Emperor's tomb, the original divine weapons and dermic treasures had long turned into scrap metal. In fact, the grades of those divine weapons and dermic treasures were not too high. At the very least, they were not at the level of sentient dermic treasures. That was because there was no feedback from the hell suppression tripod that was still refining the molten metal within. There were still some cultivators lingering in the side hall, wanting to search for some treasures that were missed. In fact, a few cultivators even fought because of a broken sword. After searching carefully and finding nothing, Su Zimo walked towards the side hall opposite. The side hall earlier on contained divine weapons and dermic treasures, while this side hall originally contained many elixirs. The medicine cabinet in the side hall was already strewn on the ground with bottles and jars scattered on it. Many bottles were uncorked and the elixirs inside rolled out. Su Zimo picked up a random elixir and twisted it gently with his finger, turning it into ashes. After countless years, the medicinal effects and spirit qi within had long dissipated. Even if there were intact elixirs, they would be tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb. Consuming them would be no different from committing suicide. Su Zimo circled the side hall and was prepared to leave after discovering nothing. Just as he passed by a dilapidated ruin, the hell suppression tripod stirred. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. This side hall was filled with elixirs. Why would the hell suppression tripod have such a reaction? The hell suppression tripod had always only devoured and refined spirit treasures and had never been interested in any elixirs. Furthermore, the elixirs here were tainted by the curse and had long lost their medicinal effects without any value. However, the commotion in his consciousness was extremely obvious and could not be an illusion. To be precise, the commotion was even greater than the hell suppression tripod encountering a spirit treasure. Su Zimo searched carefully under the ruins. Beneath his feet was a dusty ruin with a pile of useless items buried. All sorts of elixirs were mixed in the mud, and it was almost impossible to tell them apart. Su Zimo bent down and searched carefully. Although the area was not big, there was a lot of debris. There was a shattered stone table, dilapidated counter, abandoned bronze lamp, and many broken porcelain jars. After checking for a long time, Su Zimo did not find anything worthy of the hell suppression tripod's attention. He pondered for a moment and his gaze shifted to the ancient bronze lantern from before. The bronze lantern had a simple design and was extremely common. There was nothing exquisite about it and it was mostly buried in the mud. It should be an ordinary illumination object that was originally embedded in the walls of this side hall. Furthermore, the exposed part of the bronze lantern was covered in a layer of green spots. It was clearly corroded by the curse of the Emperor's tomb. Therefore, when Su Zimo first saw the bronze lantern, he did not take it to heart and swept his gaze across it. At that moment, he arrived before the bronze lantern and bent down, wanting to pull it out of the mud. The moment his finger made contact with the bronze lantern, he shuddered and his consciousness blurred. Suddenly, a powerful and strange suction force burst forth from the bronze lantern. Su Zimo felt that the essence spirit in his consciousness was about to leave his body and enter the bronze lantern. Sensing danger, the creation lotus platform shone brightly and green rays of light burst forth from the 81 lotus holes, turning into thin threads that wrapped around Su Zimo's essence spirit and pinned it on the lotus platform. Even so, the suction force was extremely strong. Pang, pang, pang. After a momentary stalemate, the green threads on Su Zimo's essence spirit snapped. Even the creation lotus platform could not defend against that power. Suddenly, a loud Sanskrit sound echoed in Su Zimo's consciousness and the phantoms of Buddhas appeared, chanting Buddhist sutras loudly. The contents were from the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Sanskrit words appeared one after another around Su Zimo's essence spirit. They shone with a golden light and were dignified, mysterious, and formed a barrier of Sanskrit. It was strange. After the phantoms of the Buddhas appeared and the Buddhist sutras sounded, the strange suction force gradually weakened and the attack was not as strong as before. However, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was incomplete. After chanting for a while, the voices of the Buddhas stopped and the golden Sanskrit words around them faded rapidly. The suction force from the bronze lantern increased once more. Su Zimo's consciousness had already recovered a momentary clarity. He retracted his palm hurriedly and took half a step back with a shocked expression. What was that ancient bronze lantern that almost devoured his essence spirit? Even the creation lotus platform could not protect him. If not for the fact that he had cultivated half of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and attracted the phantoms of Buddhas to appear and chant sutras, he might have died for no reason. This thing could not even be touched. It was truly strange. Waving his sleeves, Su Zimo wiped away the mud around the bronze lantern and gradually revealed its true appearance. Su Zimo focused his gaze and frowned slightly as he looked at the lower half of the bronze lantern that was buried in the mud. The exposed part of the bronze lantern was filled with green spots. However, the buried part was a dark yellow color without any green spots. Everything in the emperor's tomb was corroded by the curse, and the soil beneath his feet was not spared either. Logically speaking, even if the ancient bronze lantern was buried in the soil, it should have been corroded by the curse of the emperor's tomb. However, the situation of the bronze lantern was rather strange. Su Zimo stared at the green spots on the bronze lantern for a while and gradually noticed something unusual. If he was not wrong, the green spots on the bronze should not be caused by the curse of the emperor's tomb, but by rust. In other words, the bronze lantern had not been corroded by the curse after countless years in the emperor's tomb. In the emperor's tomb, even sentient dermic treasures could not defend against the corrosion of the curse. Up till now, only Su Zimo's hell suppression tripod would not be tainted by the curse. In other words, this bronze lantern was definitely better than a sentient dermic treasure. There was a high chance that it was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure or grotto heaven spirit treasure. At that thought, Su Zimo was secretly delighted. If that was truly the case, the fourth wall of the hell suppression tripod could be repaired after devouring and refining the bronze lantern. Su Zimo looked around, and when he saw that there was no one else in the side hall, he took out the hell suppression tripod. The hell suppression tripod was in his consciousness, and he did not dare to throw the bronze lantern into his consciousness. In fact, he did not even dare to use his spirit consciousness to move the ancient bronze lantern, afraid that the dangerous situation from before would repeat itself. Carefully, Su Zimo channeled the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and covered his sleeves with a faint layer of golden Buddhist light. Thereafter, he waved his sleeves and swept up the bronze lantern on the ground, tossing it into the hell suppression tripod. With a thud, the ancient bronze lantern fell into the steaming molten iron within the tripod and vanished. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and was about to put away the hell suppression tripod when he heard a splash. The molten metal in the tripod surged, and the ancient bronze lantern floated once more. Immediately after, the hell suppression tripod swayed continuously and molten iron rippled, tossing the bronze lantern out of the tripod and onto the ground. Su Zimo was stunned and dumbfounded. The hell suppression tripod had spat out the bronze lantern? The bronze lantern spun in the hell suppression tripod and underwent a baptism. However, it was still intact and seemed to have turned even more mysterious. The green spots on the bronze lantern had already been washed away by the molten metal in the tripod and returned to its original bronze color. Even the hell suppression tripod can't devour this thing? Su Zimo stared at the bronze lantern with a pensive gaze. This bronze lantern might be even more precious than he had imagined. After washing away the bronze green color, he saw a word vaguely etched on the lantern at the top. Su Zimo walked closer and took a closer look before murmuring softly, "Soul?" There was a soul character in the lantern. Furthermore, it was written in Sanskrit, so Su Zimo could not recognize it right away. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo took out a new storage bag and channeled the Prajna Nirvana Sutra as per his previous method. He swept the bronze lantern into his storage bag with his sleeves and kept it alone. He did not know the origin and use of that thing yet. However, something that even the hell suppression tripod could not devour was definitely extraordinary. Right then, a commotion broke out from the direction of the main hall. The formation had been dispelled. In a flash, Su Zimo sped towards the main hall. At the same time, cultivators from all over the palace noticed the commotion and surged towards the main hall. The crowd in front of the main hall was getting denser, and there were already more than 10,000 people. All of them were excited and rubbed their palms together. When Su Zimo arrived, he saw Yun Ting standing at the front of the crowd with a deep gaze, waving his hands continuously. His clothes fluttered in an extraordinary manner. In a short period of time, Yun Ting's fingertip emitted at least hundreds of spirit lights that entered the formation in front of the main hall instantly. The light of the formation suddenly burst forth in a bedazzling manner, engulfing Yun Ting instantly and causing a series of exclamations. Many cultivators thought that Yun Ting had failed and was devoured by the formation. But soon, everyone realized that Yun Ting's figure was motionless against the illumination of the formation, and his aura became even sharper. "Open up!" Yun Ting hollered and pointed forward. Like a tide, the light of the formation was split into two from the middle and dissipated immediately. After a brief burst, all the light vanished. The formation at the entrance of the main hall was completely dispelled. As for Yun Ting, his face was only slightly pale and his aura did not weaken at all. He took out an elixir with a rich medicinal fragrance from his storage bag and swallowed it. Before long, his face turned rosy. With a boom, the door to the main hall collapsed heavily, causing dust to fly everywhere. When they saw that, many cultivators were invigorated and their gazes burned. After a momentary daze, they wanted to barge into the main hall to check things out. Finally, someone is here. Suddenly, a sigh sounded from the entire palace, as though it came from the distant past and was filled with the vicissitudes of time. Against that sigh, everyone in the palace seemed to be frozen on the spot. It was the same for Yun Ting, who was in midair, and Su Zimo, who was in the crowd. That power had completely exceeded everyone's imagination. Who was this person? How long had he been here for him to say something like that? This person was not dead after lingering in the emperor's tomb? This palace was one of my palaces back then. The jade talisman is in the main hall. After a moment of silence, the voice sounded once more. Could the owner of that voice be the immortal emperor of the past? The immortal emperor was not dead? Many cultivators were shocked at the thought of that. Humph! Yun Ting had a calm expression and said in a deep voice, "It's just a remnant consciousness left behind by this immortal emperor in the formation. Once the formation is dispelled, the remnant consciousness will be released. It's not a brilliant method. It's rare for anyone among you to be able to dispel the formation I left behind. However, I wonder who will be able to obtain the jade talisman in the main hall." After saying a few words, the voice turned weak. It was as though the remnant consciousness did not have much power left after countless years. "Right, there's one more thing." The immortal emperor's voice sounded once more and became intermittent. "There's another treasure hidden in this palace that's much better than the jade talisman. I wonder who the fated person will be." Before he could finish, his voice vanished, and so did the invisible power that bound the cultivators. It's indeed the remnant consciousness of the immortal emperor. I didn't hear what he said at the end. It seems like there's another treasure in this palace that's even more precious than the jade talisman. After the immortal emperor's remnant consciousness disappeared, the crowd exploded into discussions. At that moment, although Su Zimo was expressionless, his heart was beating wildly. There was a high chance that the treasure mentioned by the immortal emperor was the bronze lantern with the word soul etched on it. To be fair, the bronze lantern was truly difficult to notice. It was not in the side hall where the divine weapons and dermic treasures were stored. Instead, it was in the side hall where the elixirs were stored. Furthermore, it was just an ordinary illumination object that was embedded on the walls and filled with rust. Even if anyone noticed it, they would not take a second look. If not for the strange activity of the hell suppression tripod previously, Su Zimo would not have noticed the bronze lantern even if he searched the side hall a few more times. Of course, that was only Su Zimo's guess. The treasure that the immortal emperor mentioned might not be the bronze lantern. The first thing that caught the attention of many cultivators was the unknown treasure mentioned by the immortal emperor. However, everyone reacted quickly. Nobody knew what treasure the immortal emperor was referring to, and it was a probability. However, the jade talisman was right in the main hall before them. Given the current situation, obtaining the jade talisman was more important. After a momentary silence, Yun Ting was the first to enter the main hall. Immediately after, many cultivators swarmed in and squeezed one another. Some of the cultivators were even pushed against the walls around the main hall, triggering the restrictions and dying on the spot. The stench of blood had already spread before the jade talisman was even seen. Summoning ethereal wings, Su Zimo flew above everyone's heads and entered the hall. Looking over, the hall was dark with dust floating around. However, it was extremely spacious, and it did not feel crowded at all for 10,000 cultivators to barge in. A palm-sized jade talisman hovered in midair at the front of the hall. It shone with a beautiful glow, and the surrounding void was dyed red. Everyone caught sight of the jade talisman right away, but no one dared to act rashly. There were more than 10,000 grade 9 black immortals here, and anyone who dared to advance would become a public enemy. Even the brash Fang Xian retracted his sharpness after his short exchange with Tang Zi and Yun Ting and waited for an opportunity quietly. Su Zimo looked around and released his spirit consciousness, but he could not find any trace of Tang Zi. He knew that Tang Zi was definitely in the crowd. However, there were too many cultivators here, and Tang Zi's concealment techniques were extremely brilliant. Even Su Zimo could not find her. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a strong hostility and glanced over. On the other side were experts of the 4 immortal sects: the bald monk, Iron Tower Man, middle-aged Taoist, and the blue-dressed woman. The 4 of them could not suppress him even after joining forces earlier on. At that moment, they already viewed Su Zimo as their greatest opponent. Fufu. Right then, a chuckle sounded from the front of the crowd. Since no one dares to step forward, I won't stand on courtesy. There was a hint of mockery in Yun Ting's laughter as he looked down on everyone. Before leaving, he even turned around and looked at Su Zimo deeply with an indescribable expression. It was both a provocation and praise. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He did not know Yun Ting, nor did he have any interactions with the latter. He did not know why the latter suddenly noticed him. Yun Ting flew through the air and advanced slowly towards the jade talisman. Although he was proud, he did not dare to be careless. Who knew if there were any other dangers in this hall? Yun Ting had barely taken a few steps when a strange sound echoed in the hall. The sound was like countless pearls falling onto a jade plate, tinkling. If it was anywhere else, the sound would be crisp and pleasant. However, it was a little terrifying in the abandoned hall of the Emperor's tomb. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that cobblestone-sized beans were rolling down the stone steps in front of the hall with yellow mists surging within. At a glance, the beans were densely packed, and there were at least thousands of them rolling down the stone steps. What's this? There seems to be a ghost circling around these beans. Everyone was on guard. In midair, Yun Ting frowned slightly and his eyes flickered in deep thought. As the prince of an immortal kingdom, he possessed the bloodline of the royal family. Although he was young, he was experienced and knowledgeable. Could it be? Yunting murmured softly. Piak, piak. Before the beans could roll in front of the cultivators, they shattered. Immediately after, yellow fog surged from the beans and transformed into sinister figures in front of everyone. Some of them wore tattered robes and had skinny faces, wielding horsetails whips. Some of them lost an arm and walked over unsteadily with a saber in one hand. Although half of their faces were gone, they were still murderous. All of those figures had one thing in common. The holes in their eyes were bloodshot and emitted a strange red glow with a menacing aura. It's otherworldly soldiers. They're otherworldly soldiers. No wonder we didn't see any otherworldly soldiers blocking the way. To think that they were all trapped within this hall. Why are these otherworldly soldiers coming out of the beans? Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Thousands of otherworldly soldiers appeared in the hall and blocked everyone's path with a rumbling, malevolent aura. It was truly shocking. Fu-fu? In midair, Yun Ting's expression was calm, as though he had already guessed the scene before him. He chuckled. To think that I would be able to witness this divine power of turning beans into soldiers in this palace. That statement caused an uproar. Turning beans into soldiers was a supreme divine power. The cultivation realms of the cultivators present were not high, and most of them were from the lower worlds. They had never seen it before. At most, they would only hear some legends. Some exalted immortals could summon heavenly soldiers with a handful of beans in the blink of an eye and form a mighty army that was invincible. Now that many cultivators witnessed it personally, they truly realized that the soldiers that were summoned were not heavenly soldiers, but otherworldly soldiers. Kill! 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 Thousands of otherworldly soldiers roared and charged towards the cultivators with bloodshot eyes. Yun Ting was fearless as he chuckled. This must be your final test, right? Those evil things can stop others but not me. I will definitely get my hands on the Jade Talisman. The moment he said that, Yun Ting charged towards the otherworldly soldiers at the front. Before both parties made contact, Yun Ting closed two fingers and waved forward gently. Xing! A blazing light burst forth from Yun Ting's sword finger. It was extremely sharp and tore a huge hole in the otherworldly soldiers. The otherworldly soldiers at the front were sliced into two from the middle by the sword beam. That sword chi was even sharper than a true sword's edge. Yun Ting moved and entered alone. Your Highness, watch out! Many cultivators of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom shouted and charged forward. However, there was an endless stream of otherworldly soldiers, and Yun Ting's figure was drowned before long. The hole was repaired and Yun Ting was isolated from the other cultivators. The cultivators standing at the outer perimeter could only see sword chi surging within the otherworldly soldiers. Everywhere it passed, people were overturned and broken limbs flew everywhere. Old Man Gu of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom and Fang Xian led everyone behind them and charged forward. The cultivators of the four immortal sects swarmed forward as well. The other cultivators moved one after another and charged towards the otherworldly soldiers. The first person to break through the obstruction of the otherworldly soldiers would gain the initiative and have the best chance of obtaining the Jade Talisman. Although the otherworldly soldiers had torrential malevolent auras, their cultivation realms were limited and almost all of them were black immortals. In fact, there were even many low-level black immortals who were not much of a threat to everyone. Furthermore, these otherworldly soldiers had obvious flaws. Without an essence spirit, one could not use any divine powers or secret skills. What they relied on was their battered bodies. Su Zimo did not attack right away. Instead, he chose to watch coldly from the sidelines. It would be way too simple if the final test left behind by the Immortal Emperor was truly to turn beings into soldiers. Su Zimo's ears twitched and he caught a faint sound amidst the chaotic shouts in the hall. It was the sound of beans bouncing. Frowning slightly, Su Zimo leaped up and looked down from above. At the end of the hall, there were still many sparkling beans jumping and rolling down the stone steps. Thereafter, they split apart and transformed into otherworldly soldiers. In fact, some of the beings even transformed into gigantic birds, beasts, and various strange living beings. Not only did the number of otherworldly soldiers not decrease after the charge, It was even increasing at a terrifying speed. There were endless beams at the end of the hall. If this continued, the number of otherworldly soldiers that would be born would not be tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands or even millions. What was even more frightening was that Su Zimo could clearly sense that the otherworldly soldiers that evolved later on were clearly stronger than before. Their bodies were more complete and their auras were terrifying. He could already see Earth Essence Realm otherworldly soldiers evolving from the beings. At this rate, there might even be grade 6 or 9 Earth Immortal or even Heaven Immortal level otherworldly soldiers later on. Even if the otherworldly soldiers did not have essence spirits and could not release their divine powers and immortal arts, the strength of their bodies as Earth and Heaven Immortals was enough to kill everyone. It was impossible to kill all the otherworldly soldiers. Furthermore, they had to fight for the Jade Talisman against the endless otherworldly soldiers. There must be a way to dispel this. Since that senior immortal emperor left that treasure behind to await a fated person, there was no way he would sever all paths forward. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and focused. At the end of the hall, the Jade Talisman hovered in midair and shone brightly. Light scattered and formed an empty space in the hall. Although the beams rolled down the stone steps, they circled around the area as though they were sentient. Su Zimo already had a plan. I have to break through the obstruction of the otherworldly soldiers as soon as possible and reach the area enveloped by the Jade Talisman. I must not get entangled with these otherworldly soldiers. At that thought, Su Zimo scanned the battlefield to search for Tang Zi. Although Tang Zi was good at concealment techniques, she could not hide her tracks against the dense otherworldly soldiers and was fighting on the battlefield, advancing slowly. There's an endless number of otherworldly soldiers here, and those at the back are getting stronger. Don't linger in battle and charge over as soon as possible. Traveling through the air is less of a hindrance. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Tang Zi knew the Void Thunder Manual and might have some connection to the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. Tang Zi was young and naturally could not be the Thunder Emperor's successor. However, she could be the disciple of the Thunder Emperor's successor. It was because of this relationship that Su Zimo could not watch Tang Zi be trapped to death by the otherworldly soldiers. Tang Zi was extremely smart as well. After fighting against the otherworldly soldiers for a while, she felt that something was amiss. Just as she was hesitating whether to advance or retreat, Su Zimo's voice sounded. Without hesitation, she leaped into midair and sped forward. As an assassin, she had always been alone and had no friends since she was young. Her parents died early and she trusted no one other than her master. However, for some reason, she felt an indescribable sense of trust after knowing Su Zimo for a short period of time. It was like a sixth sense. This person would not harm her. Therefore, she did not hesitate at all after hearing Su Zimo's voice transmission. Indeed, the resistance in the air was much less significant. Furthermore, from her vantage point, Tang Zi noticed the terrifying scene at the end of the hall as well. Dense beams rolled down and transformed into figures with terrifying auras, with torrential malevolent auras. If she had continued to be entangled with the otherworldly soldiers below, it would be extremely difficult for her to leave the hall, let alone charge over. Charge to the area enveloped by the light of the Jade Talisman. Su Zimo's voice sounded once more. Tang Zi focused her gaze and saw that the area was indeed extremely strange. Be it the beings at the beginning or the otherworldly soldiers that were conjured, they seemed to be wary and avoided that area. Let's go! In that short period of time, Su Zimo arrived beside Tang Zi and extended his palm. Tang Zi knew that Su Zimo's movement technique was powerful and he wanted to charge over with her. However, at that moment, Tang Zi felt a sense of fluster when she saw Su Zimo's outstretched palm. She lowered her head slightly and avoided his gaze instinctively. Before long, Tang Zi calmed down and raised her head expressionlessly. Given my capabilities, I can reach there myself. Yun Ting and the others have already noticed something unusual. Don't let them beat you to it. At that moment, Yun Ting, who was at the front of the otherworldly soldiers, arrived in midair as well. With a single glance, he discovered how terrifying the bean soldiers were. At the same time, Fang Xian of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, the few experts of the four immortal sects and some paragons of the other sects and factions arrived in midair. All of them were peak experts of the Black Immortal realm and noticed something amiss almost immediately when they encountered such danger. Black Immortals expended a lot of essence chi flying in the air, let alone fighting in midair. Therefore, most of the cultivators fought against the otherworldly soldiers on the ground. However, paragons and monster incarnates like Yun Ting did not have any reservations. They released their divine powers and flew through the air towards the Jade Talisman. Yun Ting seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword as he charged at the front at the fastest speed. Old Man Gu of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom and Fang Xian lagged behind slightly. After that were the experts of the four immortal sects. Tang Zi reached out and pushed Su Zimo gently, urging, "Hurry and leave. Don't worry about me." She knew that Su Zimo would definitely slow down and fall behind if he carried her. At that time, even if the two of them could rush over, they might not get anything. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before nodding. "Be careful." The moment he said that, a pair of gigantic golden wings appeared behind Su Zimo. Beneath the golden wings was a pair of almost transparent and relatively small wings. The rock and ethereal wings burst forth at the same time. Swoosh! Su Zimo transformed into a golden streak of light and charged forward at lightning speed. Right then, Yun Ting and the others at the front encountered some trouble as well. Towards the end, the otherworldly soldiers that were conjured became increasingly terrifying and powerful. The initial otherworldly soldiers had almost no ability to fly. But now, there were already some otherworldly soldiers and ferocious birds blocking in midair with a murderous intent. Yun Ting and the others had no choice but to stop and fight against the otherworldly soldiers. Naturally, their speed slowed down. As for Su Zimo, he relied on the extreme speed divine power of the rock's wings, and even if there were otherworldly soldiers obstructing the way, he could pass through them rapidly. Most of the time, the otherworldly soldiers could not react in time and would only realize it later. The bald monk from one of the four immortal sects was swinging his golden fist and fighting against an otherworldly soldier. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind sounded in his ears. Immediately after, he caught sight of a golden light flash past him from the corner of his eye. "What's that?" The bald monk was shocked. "It's Su Zimo from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom." The middle-aged Taoist recognized it. Back then, he had a deep impression of Su Zimo crossing the lake with this movement technique. "He's surpassed me." The Iron Tower man roared and charged forward, pushing away the otherworldly soldiers in his way as he chased after Su Zimo in huge strides. On the other side, Old Man Gu and Fang Xian fought the entire way and followed behind Yun Ting. Flying through the air was draining to begin with, let alone fighting. Old Man Gu was already in his twilight years. Although his essence spirit was strong, his spirit consciousness attacks were useless against the otherworldly soldiers. He was already exhausted from the battle and panted heavily. Initially, he could still follow closely behind Yun Ting when he joined forces with Fang Xian. But now, Old Man Ji's blood chi was weak and his combat strength was greatly reduced. Fang Xian even had to take care of him most of the time. Old Man Gu had become Fang Xian's burden. Old Man Gu turned back and saw that the others from the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom were completely surrounded by the otherworldly soldiers. At that moment, they no longer had the chance to retreat even if they wanted to. A series of tragic cries sounded from the battlefield, causing one's scalp to tingle. He witnessed a cultivator being torn into two by otherworldly soldiers. Old Man Ji's face turned paler. "Fang Xian, you can't abandon me." As though he recalled something, Old Man Gu turned around hurriedly and threatened in a low voice. "I'm the only one who can take you out of the Emperor's tomb. If you dare to abandon me and snatch the Jade Talisman alone, I'll send a message back immediately. At that time, even if you manage to return alive, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." Fang Xian said as he defended against the otherworldly soldiers. "Exalted Immortal, you're thinking too much. I am even hoping that you can put in a good word for me in front of your highness. How can I be disloyal?" "It's good that you know," Old Man Gu harumphed. Right then, Fang Xian's expression changed as he noticed Su Zimo catching up behind them. Exalted Immortal. We have to stop this person and not let him surpass us. Fang Xian hollered and charged forward right away. There was nothing wrong with stopping Su Zimo. However, Old Man Gu felt that something was amiss. Only, the situation was dangerous and tense on the chaotic battlefield, and he did not have the energy to think about it carefully. Furthermore, Fang Xian had already charged forward first and Old Man Gu could only follow. In midair, relying on the extreme speed divine power of the rock's wings, Su Zimo shuttled through the obstruction of many otherworldly soldiers without slowing down at all as he approached Yun Ting, who was at the front. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the side and threw a punch with an extremely ferocious aura. The surrounding air turned scorching hot from the friction of that punch. That punch did not have any additional movements. It was a simple straight punch, but it sealed all of Su Zimo's advancement paths. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he ignored the punch. Instead of showing any signs of weakness, he charged forward viciously. Boom! The two collided with a deafening bang. Su Zimo's figure appeared and paused in midair. An expert. Furthermore, it was a top-tier expert. Right now, the Green Lotus True Body had already grown to the peak of Grade 9 and could take on connate black-grade dermic treasures without using his blood chi. Apart from his shocking physique, the fact that he could be blocked after releasing the extreme speed divine power and ethereal wings required extremely sharp eyes. Even the paragons of the four immortal sects he had fought previously did not have such methods. Su Zimo glanced sideways and saw a black-robed man standing in midair not far away. It was the person who fought against Tang Zi previously. Fang Xian shuddered as well and took half a step back with a dark expression, placing a hand behind his back. As a monster incarnate of the lower worlds, he cultivated a mysterious cultivation technique, the divine elephant breathing technique, and was invincible. Every single time he attacked, he possessed the power of a divine elephant and could destroy the world and crush stars. If this cultivation technique was cultivated to its limits, it could even obtain the power of thousands of divine elephants and be invincible on land, suppressing all living beings. The fact that he could survive the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation and ascend with an indestructible body was proof of how strong he was. Even after ascending to the upper world, none of the cultivators of the same cultivation realm were his match in melee combat or physical combat, let alone in the lower worlds. During his clash with Su Zimo earlier on, neither of them used blood chi. It was a pure physical fight. However, he was disadvantaged. The palm behind his back trembled slightly and felt a sharp pain. He had to circulate his blood chi secretly to resolve the pain and heal the hidden injuries on his palm. Fang Xian thought for a moment and realized that he might not be a match for Su Zimo even if he used his blood chi. Even if he could gain the upper hand with his bloodline phenomenon, it would be difficult for him to suppress Su Zimo within a short period of time. Furthermore, his bloodline phenomenon was one of his greatest trump cards, and he must not use it unless he had no other choice. His trump card was prepared for Yun Ting. At that thought, Fang Xian arrived beside Su Zimo in a flash. This person's physique is very strong. I'll fight him head-on while you attack from behind. On the other side, Old Man Gu had just arrived when he heard Fang Xian's voice transmission. Before he could think further, Fang Xian had already attacked. Boom! Boom! Fang Xian channeled his blood chi and the sound of a tsunami echoed from his body. Tsunami blood. Filled with blood chi, Fang Xian's body expanded rapidly and rose continuously. In the blink of an eye, he grew into a small giant that was 30 feet tall. Boom! 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 Fang Xian swayed his massive body and let out a loud bang with every step he took in midair. Filled with a savage aura, he charged over like a divine elephant. The charge of a divine elephant was the most terrifying. On land, no living being could stop him. Su Zimo looked at Fang Xian, who was charging over fearlessly with a burning gaze. His feet stomped on the ground and his knees pushed forward. His entire body was stretched like a sprinting horse. That was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Worried that his Green Lotus True Body's bloodline would be exposed, Su Zimo did not use his blood chi. Even so, the aura of that move was not weak at all. Exalted Immortal. Now's the time. Fang Xian sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and growled. Without hesitation, Old Man Go walked forward instinctively and conjured a dermic seal with both hands, smashing it towards Su Zimo's back. Just as Fang Xian and Su Zimo were about to collide, a sinister glint flashed through Fang Xian's eyes as he suddenly dispersed his blood qi and stopped in his tracks. Fang Xian's body withered rapidly like deflated skin and returned to normal. He did not choose to fight Su Zimo head-on. Instead, he suddenly stopped and retreated. Su Zimo was slightly stunned. Right then, Old Man Ji's attack descended. Su Zimo harumphed coldly. Without even thinking or turning back, his entire arm suddenly went limp like a divine elephant's trunk and flung backwards. The change was extremely sudden without any warning. Initially, Fang Xian and Old Man Gu were the ones who joined forces to stop Su Zimo. With Fang Xian's sudden retreat, Old Man Gu was the only one left facing Su Zimo. Old Man Gu wanted to dodge and retreat, but it was too late. His eyes widened as he looked at the departing Fang Xian. Initially, his eyes were filled with surprise, doubt, and confusion. In the end, everything was taken over by rage. "You?" Old Man Gu merely said a single word before the dermic seal he conjured with both hands was shattered by Su Zimo's arm. Immediately after, the arm whipped Old Man Ji's head and shattered it. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. Although Old Man Ji's essence spirit was also at the Earth Essence realm, he did not have the chance to release an essence spirit secret skill. There were many cultivators present, but there were less than 2 who could withstand Su Zimo's move. Su Zimo frowned and quickly understood that he had been used as a weapon. However, that did not affect him much. It did not matter if he killed an exalted immortal of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. However, the sinister nature of Fang Xian made him wary. This person was troublesome to deal with. Hee, thank you. Arriving beside Old Man Gu, Fang Xian removed his storage bag and put it away. He smiled sinisterly at Su Zimo and continued charging forward. As a monster incarnate of the lower worlds who had ascended through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation, he was prideful and would not bow down to others so easily. Furthermore, Old Man Gu was only a servant of the prince. Deep in his bones, the old man had a condescending attitude and had never taken Fang Xian seriously. Although Fang Xian was respectful on the surface, he was already displeased internally. However, no matter how bold he was, unlike Su Zimo, he would not dare to kill an exalted immortal in front of everyone. That was the reason for the scene earlier on. To him, this old man was already a burden and was useless. Abandoning him, Fang Xian relaxed and chased after Yun Ting. From Fang Xian's scheming earlier on, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a cunning old fox. Not only did he plot against Old Man Gu, he even made Su Zimo his weapon. While getting rid of his problem, he cleanly avoided any implication. Even if he returned to the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, he would not be punished. After a slight delay, Su Zimo flapped his wings and continued speeding in the direction of the Jade Talisman. At that moment, more and more beings shattered and transformed into powerful living beings. Towards the end, almost all of them were grade 9 black immortals or even Earth immortal otherworldly soldiers. A massive sea beast floated over and opened its mouth, almost devouring the entire hall. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid and transformed into a golden streak of light, charging over. Gulp! The sea beast devoured Su Zimo in huge mouthfuls. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks. Instead, he charged even more ferociously, wanting to penetrate the massive body of the sea beast. At that moment, Yun Ting was far ahead of everyone else. Su Zimo did not have much time to waste on this sea beast. Poof! 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 A series of sounds came from the stomach of the sea beast. A golden light shot in from the head of the sea beast, penetrating its chest and organs. Towards the end of his charge, Su Zimo's strength was also lacking. Thankfully, he was within the body of the sea beast and was hidden by its gigantic skeleton. Su Zimo channeled his blood qi without worrying about being discovered and exposing the secret of the Green Lotus true body. Boom! Channeling his blood qi, Su Zimo released an extremely terrifying power once more and passed through the sea beast like lightning. Su Zimo overtook Fang Xian again and chased after Yun Ting, who was at the front. Fang Xian cursed internally. However, there was nothing he could do when he saw that. Under the divine power of turning beings into soldiers, the true paragons and monster incarnates among the cultivators had already stood out. At that moment, the paragons were roughly divided into groups. Right at the front was Prince Yun Ting of the Xian Immortal Kingdom. His body was strong and every single punch and kick carried an extremely sharp edge. There were almost no otherworldly soldiers that could stand in his way. Of course, as the otherworldly soldiers grew stronger, his speed slowed down as well. Second was Su Zimo. Su Zimo's method was even more violent and ferocious. He charged forward without decreasing his speed, and the distance between him and Yun Ting decreased. Third was Fang Xian and Tang Zi. Both of them had different methods and displayed different divine powers. Fang Xian's strength was tough and ferocious, while Tang Zi's movement technique was illusory and unpredictable. Fang Xian's position was slightly ahead, while Tang Zi was slightly behind. The paragons of the four immortal sects were in the fourth group. Although the four of them were behind Su Zimo, Yun Ting, and the others, the difference was not that great. They were almost right on Tang Zi's heels. At the back were some of the best cultivators. There weren't many of them, only dozens of them. They were scattered and fought individually. Although those people were also in midair, it was already extremely fortunate if they could escape alive, let alone break through the obstruction of the otherworldly soldiers. The consumption of essence chi was already extremely terrifying just by flying in midair, let alone fighting against otherworldly soldiers in midair. Unless they were absolute top-tier monster incarnates, there was no way they could make it through. There were many cultivators who entered the Emperor's tomb, but only a few truly stood out. Some sharp cultivators had already begun to retreat, prepared to escape from the hall when they saw that the situation was bad. However, there were countless otherworldly soldiers, and it was almost impossible for them to escape. Yun Ting was getting closer and closer to the Jade Talisman. He was less than 200 feet away. As long as he crossed those 200 feet, he would be able to reach the light of the Jade Talisman. That distance was merely a few breaths for him. The Jade Talisman was within reach. Finally, a smile curled on Yun Ting's lips. He turned around without stopping in his tracks. Glancing at Su Zimo behind him, he raised a finger smugly and waved it gently in front of him. Su Zimo was smart and understood what that action meant instantly. Yun Ting was saying, "I'm the number one. You can't beat me." Su Zimo's expression was calm and he maintained his speed. However, a mocking look flashed through his eyes. At the same time, Yun Ting suddenly heard a screeching sound, as though a sharp weapon was piercing over and arrived instantly. Yun Ting was alarmed. Before the attack truly descended, he felt a sharp pain on his back. This meant that the person who attacked was far stronger than him. Without hesitation, Yun Ting's figure swayed and suddenly turned blurry. His figure faded as though he had escaped into the unknown void and was no longer in this world. Void Cruising Sword. Even in the entire upper world, that movement secret skill was one of the top movement techniques and had already touched on the Tao and technique of space. Unless it was extremely dangerous, Yun Ting would not release Void Cruising Sword. Chi! A sharp bone spear missed. Yun Ting turned around and could not help but frown when he saw who attacked. If those they encountered previously could be called otherworldly soldiers, this person before them could definitely be called an otherworldly general. The person had no head and rode on a crane. Wielding a bone spear, he was shrouded by a rich malevolent aura that was almost corporeal. This otherworldly general was already at the level 7 Earth Essence realm. This could already be considered as a high-level Earth Immortal. Although this otherworldly general did not have an essence spirit and could not release divine powers and secret skills, the power he displayed earlier on was enough to kill Yun Ting. Even with Yun Ting's pride, he had to deal with it wholeheartedly and did not dare to be careless. This was the final obstruction. As long as he could break through the obstruction of the otherworldly general, he would be able to reach the area enveloped by the light of the Jade Talisman. With that delay, Su Zimo had already caught up. From the corner of his eye, Yun Ting saw that in front of Su Zimo, there were also high-level Earth immortal otherworldly generals. Furthermore, there were two of them and they blocked him in a triangular manner. Yun Ting heaved a sigh of relief. There was no way Su Zimo could charge over in a short period of time with such terrifying otherworldly generals blocking him. But soon, Yun Ting realized that something was amiss. Although there were two terrifying otherworldly generals blocking the way ahead, Su Zimo's speed did not show any signs of decreasing and was extremely fast. This is bad. It's that movement technique. Although Yun Ting did not witness it personally, he heard some cultivators mention it earlier on. According to those cultivators, Su Zimo relied on a strange movement technique that was almost like teleportation to cross the lake and pluck the 7 glow immortal ginseng. Indeed, just as Su Zimo was about to collide with the swords of the two otherworldly generals, his figure suddenly flashed. When he reappeared, Su Zimo had already left the two otherworldly generals behind. True Dragon 9 flashes. The path ahead was smooth without any obstacles. Su Zimo turned around and looked at Yun Ting, who was not far away, with a fake smile. Similarly, he extended a finger and waved it in front of him. You! Yun Ting was enraged. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never suffered such provocation and humiliation. Ha ha! Su Zimo burst into laughter and turned to leave. The wings behind Su Zimo flapped and he transformed into a golden streak of light, entering the radius of the Jade Talisman's glow in the blink of an eye. The otherworldly soldiers that were chasing seemed to have sensed something and were extremely wary of the light emitted by the Jade Talisman. They stopped in their tracks and dispersed. The Jade Talisman was right in front of him. Up till now, Su Zimo did not know what secrets the Jade Talisman held. However, for the 3 immortal kingdoms, for immortal sects and countless sects and factions of the divine firmament mainland to flock to it, this Jade Talisman was definitely not simple. Without hesitation, Su Zimo rose into the air swiftly and grabbed the Jade Talisman high above. As long as he could get his hands on the Jade Talisman, it would mean that he had the advantage. Be it to fight or retreat, he could seize the initiative. Furthermore, he no longer had to fear the otherworldly soldiers with the Jade Talisman in his hands. Su Zimo was extremely fast and extended his palm. Just as he was about to grab the Jade Talisman, an extremely cold and murderous aura burst forth from behind him. A sword beam tore through the air at an astonishing speed and slashed towards Su Zimo's outstretched arm. That killing intent was way too terrifying. In that instant, Su Zimo felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar and his limbs went cold. If not for the fact that he was the Green Lotus true body and his blood chi was strong, that killing intent would have frozen his bloodline. The killing intent was so strong that even the heaven and earth slaying sword arts he cultivated could not compare to it. Could it be? A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Now that he was faced with a strong enemy and the situation was critical, he did not dare to be distracted or think too much. That sword chi was truly stunning. It was sharp, as though it could sever everything in the world, penetrate the void and destroy everything. Although the Green Lotus true body could take on a Khanate black-grade dermic treasure head-on, he could not defend against that sword strike. Su Zimo could almost predict that if he continued to reach for the Jade Talisman, his entire palm would be severed by the sword chi before he could even touch it. It's Yun Ting. Without turning back, Su Zimo already guessed who attacked. Yun Ting was the only one who could release such a terrifying sword chi. Su Zimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes and crossed the obstruction of the otherworldly soldiers first. But Yun Ting was not weak either. Disregarding the consumption of essence chi, he released Void Crossing Sword continuously to break free from the entanglement of the otherworldly general and charged over right after. Yun Ting was bent on getting his hands on the Jade Talisman, and he would not allow anyone to lay their hands on it. Therefore, he did not hold back at all when he stopped Su Zimo this time round and released his human-slaying sword chi. Prior to this, although Yun Ting released sword chi that was sharp and could slice through metal and jade, those were only the most ordinary sword chi he had cultivated. The human-slaying sword chi was much more terrifying than that. Su Zimo's expression was calm and his eyes were unmoved. He had experienced too many situations like this and it was nothing much. He retracted his palm and his figure flashed, disappearing from the spot. At the level 9 Black Essence realm, Su Zimo could already release the True Dragon Flash 3 times in a short period of time. This was his second flash. When Su Zimo reappeared, he was already behind Yun Ting. Without hesitation, Su Zimo raised his palm and slapped the top of Yun Ting's head. This time round, Su Zimo did not hold back either and released the Great Chaos Essence Palm. Her fair and tender palm expanded instantly, as though it had transformed into a gigantic millstone, suppressing Yun Ting. Its aura was shocking, and it was so strong that the air exploded with a loud bang. Not only did he avoid Yun Ting's sword chi, he even reversed the situation and counterattacked. This change was extremely sudden. Su Zimo descended behind Yun Ting without any warning, and the latter had no time to react. He did not even have time to turn around, let alone escape. Good timing. Instead of panicking, Yun Ting hollered and his blood chi surged in rage. Suddenly, Yun Ting's black hair stood on end and shot into the skies like countless swords, emitting an extremely sharp aura. Amazing! When he saw that, Su Zimo praised from the depths of his heart. Although Yun Ting was not old, his cultivation in the Tao of the sword was way too deep. He had already fused the sword Tao into every part of his body and had even cultivated it to the tip of his hair. Even his hair was a killing weapon that was extremely sharp. Even divine weapons and dermic treasures could not compare to it. Yun Ting's long hair stood on end, resembling countless flying swords. Boom! The Great Chaos Essence Palm descended and collided with Yun Ting's long hair with a loud bang. Although the hair looked soft, its sharpness was terrifying and wanted to pierce the gigantic millstone above his head. Creak, creak. The millstone crushed and spun, colliding against Yun Ting's long hair with an ear-piercing sound. Clang, clang. A part of Yun Ting's black hair snapped and the sound of a bowstring snapping could be heard. At the same time, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his palm. His long hair was like a sword and destroyed the Great Chaos Essence Palm. Even Su Zimo was stunned by Yun Ting's move. Yun Ting's long hair snapped and the Great Chaos Essence Palm dissipated at the same time. Su Zimo did not continue fighting and his figure flashed once more. The third flash, this time round, when Su Zimo reappeared, he was already beside the Jade Talisman. The Jade Talisman was within reach. Given the methods displayed by Yun Ting, it would be difficult to secure victory within a short period of time. Yun Ting was truly the most troublesome and powerful opponent he had encountered since he ascended to the upper world. If he continued fighting, it would be easy for other changes to happen when Fang Xian and the others caught up. At that thought, Su Zimo made a prompt decision to retreat and get his hands on the Jade Talisman first. Don't even think about getting your hands on the Jade Talisman with me around. The moment Su Zimo reached out, Yun Ting's voice sounded in his ears. Su Zimo ignored Yun Ting's threat. No matter how fast the latter was, he could not compare to the True Dragon 9 flashes. Su Zimo reached out and his expression changed slightly. He missed. The Jade Talisman was right in front of him, but his grab missed. The Jade Talisman was still there motionlessly, but Su Zimo did not manage to grab it. It was as though there was a layer of space between his palm and the Jade Talisman. Spatial superposition? Su Zimo frowned. Although spatial superposition was only a lesser divine power, it was extremely mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Space and time divine powers were extremely difficult to comprehend. Once comprehended and released, they would indeed be extremely powerful and shocking. Time-related divine powers, such as time like a saber, had always been one of Su Zimo's strongest killing moves. Although the spatial superposition released by Yun Ting earlier on was not lethal, it created a layer of space between Su Zimo and the Jade Talisman, causing his grab to miss. With that single move, Yun Ting had already arrived opposite Su Zimo. The Jade Talisman was right in front of them. However, if Su Zimo wanted to get his hands on the Jade Talisman, he would have to get through Yun Ting. It was the same for Yun Ting. This person is very strong. Su Zimo looked at Yun Ting, who was not far away, and murmured internally. After ascending to the upper world, apart from Tangzi, Yunting was the only one who could make him release the true dragon 9 flashes thrice in succession without any success. Furthermore, Su Zimo had a feeling that even if he could release a fourth flash, he would not be able to suppress this person. This was an extremely strong opponent that could even threaten him. Ever since he started cultivating, there were not many cultivators who could make him feel threatened. In Tianhuang mainland, there were only a few people. More importantly, there was a special connection between him and this Prince Yunting. Previously, when Yunting released that terrifying sword chi, a guess flashed through his mind. However, the situation was critical and he could not divert his attention to think about it. Now, Su Zimo was even more certain of his guess as he looked at Yunting, who was emitting a sharp aura. "Seems like you've guessed it," Yunting chuckled. Su Zimo asked, "Human-slaying sword art?" There was a high chance that only the human-slaying sword art could possess such a terrifying killing intent that was even stronger than the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. "That's right." Yunting did not hide anything and said frankly, "I cultivated the human-slaying sword art while you cultivated the heaven-slaying sword art. There have long been rumors that the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts were left behind in the lower worlds. To think that the person who cultivated the heaven-slaying sword art would ascend to the upper world and even bump into me. This is the will of the heavens. This is an opportunity." Yunting was in high spirits and his words revealed immense confidence. The three great sword arts have been separated for many years. Even the heavens want to fuse them into one again. The heaven-slaying sword art has already appeared. If nothing goes wrong, the earth-slaying sword art will appear soon as well. I'll search for the earth-slaying sword art after I snatch your heaven-slaying sword art. At that time, when the three great sword arts are fused, I, Yunting, will become the #1 sword in Divine Firmament Mainland, 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, and even the entire heavenly world. In the future, I'll head to the Sword World and challenge all the Sword Dao experts there. I, Yunting, will use my sword to defeat all experts in the world and reign supreme for all eternity. With every word Yunting said, the sharpness of his body would turn sharper and his aura would strengthen. Yunting was accumulating strength. Although every single sentence he said seemed like he was muttering to himself, he was actually accumulating momentum for himself and exerting pressure on Su Zimo. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a terrifying and powerful opponent. The last person who gave him such pressure was Monk Daming. It's true that it is heaven's will to want to fuse the three great sword arts into one. Suddenly, Su Zimo smiled and said slowly, "However, this might not be your opportunity." Yunting's intention to fuse the three great sword arts was shared with Su Zimo. Yunting glared at Su Zimo and nodded with a smile. "You're right, we have the same thoughts. Therefore, even if we don't fight for the Jade Talisman, we'll definitely fight." His gaze was sharp as a sword, and the glint in his eyes could even cause one to feel a sharp pain. If not for the fact that Su Zimo possessed the Illumination and Nether Glow Divine Stones and cultivated 2 visual techniques, he would not have been able to meet Yunting's gaze. However, Su Zimo knew very well that if he avoided Yunting's gaze, the latter would definitely strike with the most ferocious attack given his senses. That was the terror of Yunting. On the other side, Yunting's evaluation of Su Zimo increased as well. If it was anyone else, they would not have been able to withstand his gaze. To think that this person who had ascended from the lower worlds could meet his gaze without being disadvantaged. Although the two of them were merely facing off on the surface, they were actually testing the waters. Any slight fluctuation or breathing or abnormal pulse would result in a shocking battle. Both parties were scrutinizing the other, carefully searching for openings. Among the otherworldly soldiers, Fang Xian and the others were still advancing with all their might. When Fang Xian and the others arrived, something else would definitely happen. There was not much time left for the two of them. "Very good." Yunting was the first to speak and said in a deep voice, "You're indeed a good opponent and worthy of my full strength." The moment he said that, Yunting's pupils constricted like needles. Thereafter, 2 extremely sharp sword lights burst forth with a chilling aura. The 2 sword lights streaked through the void and even let out a sword hum. Without witnessing personally, it would be difficult to imagine that such terrifying sword lights were released from the eyes. Visual technique, Frost Soul Sword Eye. The two sword lights burst forth and the surrounding void seemed to freeze as the temperature dipped. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit without holding back and released illumination and nether glow. However, something unexpected happened. Illumination Eye was released normally and released a blinding beam of light that charged towards the two sword beams. However, there was no reaction from the nether glow eye. When Su Zimo's spirit consciousness entered his left eye, it did not cause any ripples, as though it had encountered some obstruction. Previously on the lone island, the nether glow stone absorbed a tremendous amount of power of darkness, and it was difficult for Su Zimo to activate it with his current essence spirit power. Of course, that power did not disappear and was hidden in the nether glow stone the entire time. If it was released one day, it would create an extremely terrifying scene. Boom! The two sword lights collided with the blazing beam of light and the ice melted, but they were reborn before long. If illumination and nether glow were released at the same time, they would definitely be superior to the Frost Soul Sword Eye. However, at that moment there was only illumination eye. In this clash of visual techniques, Su Zimo was disadvantaged. Layers of frost formed on his body rapidly with a chilling intent. Boom! Yun Ting suddenly attacked and crossed the void, arriving instantly with a punch. Su Zimo had just been covered in frost, and his movements were slightly affected when Yun Ting attacked. Any openings or opportunities would not be missed in a fight between top monster incarnates. All the momentum that Yun Ting had accumulated earlier on was gathered on that punch. It was torrential and unstoppable. In fact, Su Zimo felt suffocated. Before the punch arrived, his cheek was already in pain from the wind. He was way too strong. Against that punch, Su Zimo had nowhere to dodge. He punched in reverse, as though a gigantic seal was formed, towards Yun Ting's fist. Bang! The fists collided and the sound of flesh and bones grinding echoed. The power of the two of them was released completely in that punch. The two of them were evenly matched in terms of physique. But soon, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain on his fist. Yun Ting's sword Dao had already been cultivated to every part of his body. His brows, hair, and even the hairs on his body were sharp killing weapons. Apart from the burst of his physical strength, Yun Ting's punch was also sharp. Although the sharpness of the sword Dao could not break through the defense of the Green Lotus true body, it stung Su Zimo. Both parties shuddered from the clash, and it was hard to tell who was stronger. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. He took advantage of the moment when the two of them were fighting to change his move at the last moment, turning his fist into a palm. The Great Chaos Essence Palm was formed and crushed towards Yun Ting. The moment Su Zimo changed his move, Yun Ting changed his move as well. He closed two fingers and conjured a sword finger, turning his fist into a sword. The two of them had a strange chemistry and displayed unparalleled combat talent, unwilling to let go of any opportunity. The Great Chaos Essence Palm was thick and steady with immense strength. His sword finger was sharp and could slice through metal and jade. The palm and sword collided with another loud bang. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared on the gigantic millstone formed by the Great Chaos Essence Palm. The sharpness released by Yun Ting's sword finger shattered inch by inch as well. The two of them swayed slightly before retreating rapidly to distance themselves so that they could resolve the power that surged into their bodies. Although the fight between the two of them seemed short, it was almost at the peak of a grade 9 Black Immortal's strength. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Ever since the Green Lotus True Body grew to grade 9, no one could defend against the power of the Green Lotus True Body's body even if he did not use blood qi. Be it the paragons of the four immortal sects or Fangxian earlier on, they were weaker. Yun Ting was the only one who could fight the Green Lotus True Body head-on without being disadvantaged. Ever since Su Zimo ascended to the upper world, the Green Lotus True Body had grown rapidly. He cultivated a taboo mystic classic like the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, and had already cultivated to the peak of grade 9 after absorbing utmost treasures, such as the Sal Tree Leaf and 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng. He was only a step away from advancing to grade 10. Even so, The Green Lotus true body could not gain the upper hand. In terms of strength, Yun Ting's physique was not weaker than his. In battle, Yun Ting displayed extremely terrifying talent and techniques as well. Yun Ting was only 200 years old and was too young. His potential was limitless. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo was already more than 2,000 years old. While Su Zimo was pondering, Yun Ting was even more shocked. Initially, Yun Ting thought that Su Zimo specialized in the heaven-slaying sword art and movement technique. However, he had not expected that there would be someone in the upper world who could defend against his physical strength. From the moment he was born, a phenomenon accompanied him. In order to help him temper his body, his father had searched for countless treasures and elixirs. He cultivated 10 top-tier body-tempering cultivation techniques. When he was 100 years old, he fused the 10 body-tempering cultivation techniques with the human-slaying sword art and underwent a complete transformation, attaining greater mastery of his body and bloodline. Even ordinary earth immortals could not defend against his sword finger. Yun Ting had not expected that someone of the same cultivation realm could match him. Good, good, good. Yun Ting nodded repeatedly with a delighted expression. The sword intent in his eyes intensified and burned. Su Zimo's aura rose continuously as well, with a surging battle intent and a burning gaze. Neither of them would retreat against such a rare opponent. Yun Ting's appearance triggered Su Zimo's pride as well. Battle! Almost at the same time, the two of them shouted and their figures swayed as they collided once more. Bang! 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 Clang! Clang! Su Zimo's fists, palms, claws, feet, shoulders, elbows, knees, and every other part of his body could release extremely terrifying killing moves with unparalleled strength. Every single attack was accompanied by a fervent killing intent. Those methods were fused with the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and the combat techniques of the Azure Dragon to form a combat technique that was suitable for his Green Lotus true body and possessed shocking might. Yun Ting was not weak either. His fingers, hair, sleeves, fists, and every single move could release a sharp edge. No matter how ferocious Su Zimo's attacks were, he could resolve them. The two of them fought in melee combat and fought with speed. It was almost impossible to tell their figures apart as the sound of collisions could be heard continuously. Melee combat was the most dangerous. However, the two of them fought fiercely and within dozens of breaths. They had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Neither of them could gain the upper hand, and it was a stalemate. Bang! The two of them clashed once more before retreating and breathing slowly. At that moment, it revealed how terrifying their stamina was. Neither of them had expended too much energy after the fight. Both of them merely had heavy breathing and slightly rosy faces. You should be proud to be able to defend against so many of my moves. Yun Ting raised his head slightly. Use the heaven-slaying sword art. Let me see what level you've cultivated it to. All right, as you wish. Su Zimo sneered. I want to see how powerful the legendary human-slaying sword art is to be ranked at the top of the 3 great sword arts. The moment he said that, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and conjured a sword art with his left hand. His aura changed and he emitted a cold killing intent. The skies above the hall were filled with stars, but at that moment, they lost their trajectory and were in chaos. Yun Ting looked at the stars in the firmaments and murmured, when the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Not bad, not bad. As he said that, Yun Ting raised his palm slowly. A ball of sword light condensed in his palm. If his palm represented a world, the sword light was akin to shattering the entire world. Yun Ting's killing intent intensified. This is the human-slaying sword art? Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly. Indeed, he sensed a shuddering aura from the sword light that seemed like it could destroy the world. Yun Ting nodded slightly. Indeed, this is the human-slaying sword art. However, this is not the peak of its power. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even though it was not the strongest manifestation of the human-slaying sword art, he already felt a sense of threat and trepidation. Yun Ting paused for a moment before changing the topic. He chuckled and said confidently, However, it's enough to deal with your heaven-slaying sword art. Is that so? Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he released the heaven-slaying sword art with all his might. Su Zimo waved his sword finger and instantly, 108,000 sword chi spewed out from his fingertip. They were dense and blazing, covering the skies. His other hand was empty the entire time. Ready. If the heaven-slaying sword art could not defeat him, he would condense his sword finger and release the earth-slaying sword art. Yun Ting flipped his palm and sent the sword light in his palm out as well. Compared to Su Zimo's 108,000 heaven-slaying sword chi, the sword light seemed much weaker. However, it was filled with a terrifying aura. Once the sword light exploded, it would definitely be earth-shaking. Just as the two great sword arts were about to collide, a change happened. On the other side, a black figure charged towards Su Zimo with lightning speed and a murderous aura. The figure came from Su Zimo's side at an extremely fast speed. It closed in rapidly and punched towards Su Zimo's temple. It was incomparably ferocious and the air tore with a buzzing sound. This person's timing was perfect. This was the moment where Su Zimo had no time or energy to deal with other unforeseen circumstances after attacking. Prince Yun Ting, let me help you kill this lad. The intruder laughed with a sinister smile hidden in the darkness. Fang Xian of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Su Zimo and Yun Ting were fighting and neither of them dared to be distracted as they gave it their all. Neither of them noticed that Fang Xian had already charged out of the encirclement of the otherworldly soldiers. Fang Xian was brilliant and strong. He could definitely be considered as a top monster incarnate among the Black Immortals and could even fight against Su Zimo or Yun Ting. Even in a head-on fight, he might not lose to the two of them. However, Fang Xian was scheming and crafty. In this chaotic and complicated situation, he would definitely not choose to fight Su Zimo alone. The best way was to join forces with Yun Ting. Yun Ting had a noble status. Apart from his strength as a prince, he might possess other unfathomable trump cards. If he joined forces with Yun Ting to get rid of Su Zimo, the rest would not be a threat. Even if he could not get his hands on the Jade Talisman in the end, the benefits of befriending Yun Ting would be unimaginable. As someone who had ascended from the lower worlds, he would not let go of any chance to change his fate and could even resort to unscrupulous means. Therefore, Fang Xian's attack this time round was thunderous and did not give Su Zimo any chance to escape. Although Su Zimo's spirit perception warned him first, the pressure and threat Yun Ting gave him was way too great. The current situation was equivalent to him fighting 1 against 2. Furthermore, both of them were top-tier experts of the Black Essence realm. The pressure on Su Zimo increased exponentially. It had been a long time since he had been forced into such a dangerous situation by a cultivator of the same cultivation realm. If Su Zimo were to release all his trump cards, he would naturally be able to neutralize their attacks. However, his Green Lotus true body would not be able to remain hidden. As long as he used his blood chi, Prince Yun Ting would definitely recognize him given the latter's experience. But now that the situation was critical, he would definitely be severely injured if he did not use his blood chi or even his bloodline phenomenon. Su Zimo had no way out. Instantly, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Thereafter, a resolute look flashed through his eyes as he prepared to attack with his full strength. Right then, a change happened in the situation. Fang Xian's sudden appearance not only shocked Su Zimo, even Yun Ting was slightly stunned. Immediately, Yun Ting's expression was enraged and killing intent flashed through his eyes. He was too proud and disdained to join forces with others. It was rare to meet an opponent like Su Zimo. If he wanted to win, he would do it openly. Furthermore, Fang Xian was not joining forces with him. It was an ambush. In fact, Yun Ting felt like he was being used. Given his pride, he would definitely not allow Su Zimo to die in front of him like this. In a flash, Yun Ting glanced at Su Zimo and his spirit consciousness moved. The human-slaying sword light that was about to collide with the heaven-slaying sword chi suddenly dissipated into essence chi and dispersed in the hall. Yun Ting retracted his attack at the last moment. In a fight, if one party suddenly stopped and the other party did not or could not stop in time, it would be equivalent to committing suicide. That choice was way too risky. It was equivalent to Yun Ting exposing himself to the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword qi. The moment Yun Ting dispersed the human-slaying sword light, his other hand conjured a sword art with a cold killing intent and slashed towards Fang Xian. The human-slaying sword qi burst forth and was aimed at Fang Xian. You! When Fang Xian noticed that, he was shocked and enraged, cursing internally as a lunatic. He had schemed and deduced countless possible changes, but he had not expected Yun Ting to make such a choice. On the other side, Yun Ting's change of move surprised Su Zimo as well. Initially, he was surrounded by two top experts and was in a dangerous situation. But now, the situation was reversed because of Yun Ting's choice. Instead, he had a chance of becoming the biggest winner. As long as he did not stop, even if the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword qi could not kill Yun Ting, they could severely injure him. At the same time, Yun Ting had already attacked Fang Xian and released his human-slaying sword qi. If Su Zimo turned to deal with Fang Xian, there was a high chance that he would severely injure the latter. With that, he could get rid of two of his greatest opponents and threats. Su Zimo did not even look at Fang Xian at the side. He merely looked at Yun Ting deeply and his spirit consciousness moved. He chose to stop as well and dispersed the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword qi. Yun Ting was prideful and stopped because of that. Su Zimo was an upright person and would not hit someone when they were down. The two of them had different personalities and backgrounds and had never met before. Earlier on, they were still fighting intensely. However, at this moment they had a strange tacit understanding. Initially, Su Zimo was prepared to condense the earth-slaying sword art with his empty palm. However, at that moment his killing intent was triggered. This Fang Xian was way too sinister. It was like a viper hiding in the dark, never knowing when it would appear and deal a fatal blow. Instantly, Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness and the gray fog in his palm surged, forming a saber that emitted a shuddering aura. The greater divine power. Time is like a saber. Against Fang Xian's punch, Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid and slashed with the time saber in reverse. In the blink of an eye, the situation changed and Fang Xian was surrounded by two monster incarnates, Su Zimo and Yun Ting. Indeed, Fang Xian was faster. However, even if he could hit Su Zimo on the head, it would be difficult for him to escape from the killing sword qi behind him. Fang Xian did not have the guts to use his life in exchange. He had ascended through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation and did not want to die yet. Instantly, Fang Xian could only retreat. Right then, the time saber slashed over. Although the gray saber was strange, Fang Xian did not feel much threat. Furthermore, compared to the killing sword qi on the other side, the gray saber seemed even more ordinary. Most of Fang Xian's energy was spent on dealing with the human-slaying sword qi. He took a deep breath and condensed at least a dozen lesser divine powers in front of him, most of them defensive divine powers. On the other side, he waved his sleeves as he retreated towards the time saber. Bang! The saber was shattered by him with ease and his sleeves were not damaged at all. How could this be? The fact that he was able to neutralize the gray saber with ease alarmed Fang Xian instead. However, it was too late. The power of time had already surged into his body. Initially, Fang Xuanyan was only slightly more than 10,000 years old. For a black immortal with a lifespan of 100,000 years, he was considered young. However, his lifespan was reduced by 60,000 years after he was slashed by the time saber. In the lower worlds, the time saber could sever 30,000 years of lifespan with a single slash. In the upper world, when released with heaven and earth essence qi, its power would increase exponentially and a single slash could sever 60,000 years of lifespan. Initially, Fang Xian was only a black-robed young man. In the blink of an eye, he missed his peak and was now more than 70,000 years old. Fang Xian was not wrong. Indeed, the time saber could not threaten his life. However, the impact of losing 60,000 years of lifespan was way too great for him. It was difficult to accept the difference and loss of time in a short period of time. Furthermore, now that Fang Xian was more than 70,000 years old in terms of physique, blood qi, essence, spirit, and body, He had already missed his peak and was now going downhill. Although Su Zimo's slash did not manage to kill Fang Xian directly, the impact on him was way too great. Fang Xian's figure swayed slightly, and for a moment, many openings appeared in the dozens of divine powers and secret skills condensed in front of him. Due to the time saber, a full 60,000 years of his lifespan disappeared and his essence spirit fluctuated violently. It was already incredible that the divine powers and secret skills did not dissipate on the spot. That was also proof of Fang Xian's terrifying control. Even if he was struck by the time saber, he could calm down right away and try his best to adapt to his current body. If it was just the time saber, it would naturally not be a threat to Fang Xian. However, the moment Fang Xian's lifespan decreased, the human-slaying sword qi descended. Poof! 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 The dozens of divine powers and secret skills in front of Fang Xian shattered one after another and could not defend against the killing power of the human-slaying sword qi. If Fang Xian had not been struck by the time saber, he would not have been in such a sorry state after condensing the dozens of divine powers and secret skills. However, his essence spirit was unstable after being struck by the time saber, and flaws appeared in the dozens of divine powers and secret skills. Coupled with the fact that the human-slaying sword qi was way too terrifying and killing intent was at its limits, the dozens of divine powers and secret skills were penetrated by it with ease. The sharpness of the human-slaying sword qi surged towards Fang Xian, wanting to slice him up. Ah! At that moment of life and death, Fang Xian roared with a menacing expression and chopped down with his left arm using his right hand. Fang Xian's hand cleaver was extremely sharp as well and sliced off his left arm in a single motion. Fresh blood gushed out and floated in the air without dissipating. "It's not that easy to kill me," Fang Xian growled and channeled his essence spirit, releasing a secret skill from the divine elephant breathing technique at the cost of losing an arm. Bang! The severed arm exploded and many flesh and bones gathered in front of Fang Xian, forming a blood-colored elephant tusk with a torrential blood stench. Under Fang Xian's control, the elephant tusk smashed towards the human-slaying sword qi. Clang! It was a clash of sharpness. An ear-piercing sound echoed, as though metal was colliding. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared on the blood-colored elephant tusk, and after a brief pause, it shattered. Although the human-slaying sword qi had faded significantly, it still emitted a chilling killing intent that was enough to kill any black immortal. Even Fang Xian's severed arm and secret skill could not defend against a single human-slaying sword qi. However, that single delay gave Fang Xian a rare breather. Swoosh! Fang Xian channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami echoed from his body. Immediately after, a gigantic divine elephant appeared behind Fang Xian and swung its trunk, roaring into the skies. On both sides of the divine elephant's trunk were 6 gigantic white tusks that were smooth as jade and sharp. That was Fang Xian's bloodline phenomenon, the 6-tusk divine elephant. One of the innate divine powers that Su Zimo cultivated came from the 6-tusk divine elephant. As though it sensed the threat as well, the divine elephant swung its trunk and whipped towards the incoming sword light. Poof! The sword light was sharp and sliced the divine elephant's trunk into 2. The human-slaying sword qi was way too ferocious. It penetrated the dozens of divine powers and secret skills of Fang Xian, destroyed the secret skill condensed by his severed arm, and even shattered his bloodline phenomenon. Of course, after colliding with the bloodline phenomenon, the human-slaying sword qi dissipated as well. Clutching his broken arm, Fang Xian retreated and distanced himself from Su Zimo and Yun Ting rapidly. He was overjoyed and his eyes were filled with the exhilaration of surviving a calamity. This was the combined attack of Su Zimo and Yun Ting. Fang Xian was proud to be able to escape from their killing moves and survive. Apart from Fang Xian, there was probably no one else in the Emperor's tomb who could defend against the 2 killing moves earlier on. Ha 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 ha! Fang Xian laughed wildly and shouted, "I've already said that you guys can't kill me." Although he lost an arm this time round, he did not suffer any setbacks after this battle. Instead, he comprehended much more. This was an experience at the brink of life and death that was extremely difficult to replicate. Once he returned to the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, he would definitely advance to the Earth Essence realm and become an Earth Immortal. At that time, his lifespan would increase to 200,000 years and the loss of 60,000 years would be nothing. Earth Immortals could regrow severed limbs and so his severed arm could be regrown. This brush with life and death was a rare experience and ordeal for him. As long as he could get out alive, his combat strength would increase significantly. This was a true monster incarnate. As long as they could survive the test of life and death, they could grow rapidly. Su Zimo glanced at Fang Xian indifferently and lamented internally. If this person were to leave, he would definitely become a strong foe and a huge calamity. However, he was in front of a great enemy at the moment and could not split himself into two to chase after Fang Xian. That was unless he intended to let Yun Ting have the Jade Talisman. Yun Ting knew that as well. He looked at Fang Xian and smiled gently, shouting, "You're quite capable to be able to defend against my human-slaying sword Qi. I'll spare your life today." Scram! Hee hee. Fang Xian sneered. "I'll remember the favor of losing my arm and lifespan today. If we meet in the future, I'll definitely thank you guys properly." After saying that, Fang Xian prepared to leave. He had lost an arm and his lifespan was reduced. In order to dispel the human-slaying sword Qi earlier on, he had almost used all his trump cards and could no longer fight for the Jade Talisman. Right now, the most important thing was for him to escape while he still had the strength to do so. Just as he turned around, a cold glint flashed. Fast. It was too fast. There was no time to react at all. Fang Xian felt his throat turn cold. Immediately after, a warm and sticky liquid sprayed out continuously in a scarlet manner. That was his blood. With a horrified expression, Fang Xian reached out in a panic and clutched the wound on his throat. However, blood continued flowing through his fingers and could not be stopped. His throat was almost severed by some sharp weapon. Not far in front of Fang Xian, a purple figure appeared. Tang Zi was expressionless as she waved her hand gently. Blood dripped down from her sharp fingernails and they became squeaky clean once more. "You! Croak! Croak!" Fang Xian pointed at Tang Zi with an enraged expression, as though he wanted to say something. However, he could only let out a strange sound. "You can't leave!" Tang Zi flicked her fingernails and said indifferently. The 5 fingernails retracted slowly as though they had never appeared. Her fingers were slender like green onions and her jade-like hands were lean. They did not look like hands that could kill. "Broop! Broop!" Fang Xian wanted to speak again. However, the moment he opened his mouth, blood began to flow and he could not say a single word. The anger in Fang Xian's eyes gradually turned into fear. He could clearly sense the loss of life in his body that could not be stopped or reversed. He realized that he was not going to survive. Even if his essence spirit could leave his body, it would not last long. A strong sense of indignance surged in his heart. He managed to defend against the combined attack of Su Zimo and Yun Ting. To think that he could not avoid that final fatal attack. Fang Xian glared at Tang Zi with bloodshot eyes. Although he looked weak right now, as long as Tang Zi leaned forward, he could still launch his final counterattack before his blood qi deteriorated completely. However, as a top assassin, Tang Zi was way too cautious. It was a fatal attack without any entanglement and she maintained a relatively safe distance from Fang Xian. She did not need to do anything else. As long as she looked at Fang Xian quietly and waited patiently, the latter would definitely die. Her fingernails were sharp and lightning was hidden on them. Fang Xian's torn throat could not be healed at all. Fang Xian could only wait for death. Su Zimo felt emotional when he saw that. Previously, Fang Xian took the initiative to attack Tang Zi and the outcome was undecided. To think that Fang Xian would still die in Tang Zi's hands in the end. That was the terror of a top-tier assassin. Of course, Fang Xian's death was not unjustified. This was equivalent to Su Zimo, Yun Ting and Tang Zi, 3 peerless monster incarnates attacking. There was probably no black immortal in this world who could survive the encirclement of these 3 people. In that short period of time, Fang Xian's eyes dimmed and his face turned pale. His body began to sway and he could not hold on any longer. A light shone on Fang Xian's head and an essence spirit left his body. He could only abandon his body. However, his essence spirit did not fly far before it was tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb. Its aura was weak and dimmed as it gradually dissipated. Fang Xian was invincible in the lower worlds and had passed the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. In terms of potential and endowment, he was not much inferior to Su Zimo. However, he still died here and no one would remember him in the future. This was the cruelty of the upper world. Because of Fang Xian's background, Su Zimo thought of himself and felt emotional. However, Yun Ting's expression was calm. As a prince of the upper world, although he was very young, he was long indifferent to such things. Throughout history, there had been too many monster incarnates like Fang Xian who died. To Yun Ting, those who died early were nothing. Only true experts could rise continuously and stand tall. Yun Ting looked at Su Zimo and suddenly asked, "Why did you stop earlier on?" He was asking about the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword chi that Su Zimo condensed initially before dissipating. Su Zimo said, "Since you chose to change moves, I won't hit you when you're down either." Fu! Yun Ting chuckled and raised his brow. "You're thinking too much. Since I dared to change moves, I'm naturally confident that I can withstand your heaven-slaying sword chi. However, you're different from me. If I hadn't changed my move earlier on, you would have died." Su Zimo smiled as well. "That's unnecessary. Even if you hadn't changed moves, I would have been able to escape unscathed from you and Fang Xian's combined attacks. Although the two of them stopped attacking for the time being, they still competed fiercely through words." Su Zimo was not lying either. Of course, even if he could escape unscathed, he would definitely expose the secret of the Green Lotus true body. Yun Ting pouted. "Your trump card has already been exposed. That time divine power is indeed not bad. However, since I've already seen it and am prepared, it's no longer a threat to me." Pausing for a moment, Yun Ting glanced at Tang Zi, who was not far away, and said proudly, "The two of you can come at me together. I'll take it alone." Yun Ting was way too conceited. He did not care to join forces with others, nor was he afraid of them joining forces against him. Tang Zi was expressionless. For her, she had no qualms about bullying with numbers. For assassins, they only pursued results. She would not feel burdened either. Even if Yun Ting did not say it, she would find an opportunity to get rid of him. Right then, four figures approached rapidly and surrounded Tang Zi. The moment Fang Xian died, the 4 paragons of the 4 immortal sects had already charged through the encirclement of the otherworldly soldiers. The 4 of them were extremely smart and could see through the situation. Su Zimo and Yun Ting were like 2 ferocious tigers. The wisest thing for them to do right now was to let the 2 ferocious tigers fight and kill one another. As for the 4 of them, if they could resolve the latent danger of Tang Zi, they could sit by and watch the tigers fight, controlling the situation and becoming the eventual victors. If Su Zimo and Tang Zi were to join forces to kill Yun Ting, the 4 of them might not be a match for Su Zimo and her. The 4 of them conversed and were prepared to join forces to kill Tang Zi first. Although Tang Zi's expression was unchanged, she was slightly shocked. The 4 of them were unlike the cultivators of the 10 absolute hell. They came from the 4 immortal sects and were each more troublesome to deal with than the other. If it was a one-on-one fight, she was confident that she could kill any of them. Even against 2 of them, she could guarantee that she would not be defeated. However, she could barely protect herself against the encirclement of 4 experts, let alone assassinate Yun Ting. "Female patron, stop running around. Fight us," the bald monk said with a smile and waved his wide sleeves, attacking first. Immediately after, the Iron Tower Man, middle-aged Taoist and blue-dressed woman attacked one after another. The 4 of them joined forces and released a torrential storm of attacks that was suffocating. Although the situation was critical, there was no hint of panic on Tang Zi's face. With a calm expression, she shifted and fought against the 4 paragons. On the other side, Yun Ting shook his head gently. "Unfortunately, this lady can't even protect herself. She can't help you anymore. I alone am enough to defeat you." Su Zimo's gaze intensified and his aura began to climb. All right. Yun Ting's aura intensified as he said slowly, "Let's see what else you have." Su Zimo pinched his sword fingers with both hands and channeled two completely different sword arts that were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to hide the earth-slaying sword art as a backup plan. However, when he saw how terrifying the human-slaying sword chi was earlier on, he did not dare to hold back and released the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts at the same time. Above the firmaments, the stars were shifted out of alignment. On the fingertip of Su Zimo's right hand, the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword chi gathered continuously, forming a heaven-slaying sword that was intertwined with sword chi. Su Zimo's left sword finger moved and the ground trembled, cracking continuously as a gigantic soaring serpent condensed from sword chi burrowed out. The skies split open and a gigantic blue dragon popped its head out, glaring at Yun Ting murderously with its horns. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. The heaven and earth slaying sword arts were conjured at the same time and Su Zimo pushed them to their limits. The entire hall could sense endless killing intent that threatened to destroy the world. The four paragons that surrounded Tang Zi were secretly alarmed when they saw that. The auras of the two great sword arts were way too terrifying. Extreme killing power. If that was the case for the four paragons outside the battlefield, it was hard to imagine the pressure Yun Ting was under. If the four of them saw Yun Ting's face, they would be shocked. Yun Ting was actually smiling. He could not conceal the joy and ecstasy in his eyes. Finally, Yun Ting could not hold it in any longer and reared his head in laughter with an excited expression. Yun Ting was truly delighted. The heaven and earth-slaying sword arts were both in the hands of a single person. Furthermore, they were in front of him. This was a gift from the heavens. What were opportunities? As long as he defeated Su Zimo, he would be able to obtain the two sword arts and fuse them together. Good, good, good. After laughing, Yun Ting nodded repeatedly. It's best that you mastered the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. This way, I don't have to hold back. I'll let you witness the true might of the human-slaying sword art. The stronger Su Zimo was, the more excited Yun Ting was. In his eyes, all his opponents were his sword-testing stones and would only make his sword Dao sharper and unstoppable. You've only mastered one of the three great sword arts. No matter how strong the human-slaying sword art is, how can it fight against heaven and earth? Su Zimo conjured the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts with both hands and sneered at the energetic Yun Ting. Ha 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 ha! Yun Ting stood in midair and was surrounded by countless sword chi. His black hair danced as he laughed. Today, I'll tell you why the human-slaying sword is the top of the three great sword arts. Even with the heaven-slaying sword hovering above his head, Yun Ting's aura was still unparalleled and could not be suppressed by the soaring serpent and blue dragon. With every word, the sharpness of Yun Ting's body intensified, as though he wanted to break through the world and sever the void. Yun Ting's figure turned blurry and was faintly discernible in midair. In its place was a sharp sword with torrential killing intent. Looking at the current Yun Ting, Su Zimo gradually understood. He finally understood why the human-slaying sword art is the top of the three great sword arts. Right then, Yun Ting's voice sounded once more. Although the expert who created this sword art is not from the heavenly world, he is still a human. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. The intention of this sword art is to fight against heaven and earth with the body of a human. Everywhere it points, even heaven and earth shall topple and give way. After saying that, Yun Ting's figure vanished completely, and in its place was a sword that was about to tear heaven and earth apart with extreme killing power. Apart from its killing power, the human-slaying sword art contained an unyielding sword intent that rose against the tides and could not be suppressed by heaven and earth. Although the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts were strong, they were way too inferior in terms of intent and were countered by the human-slaying sword art. The human-slaying sword slashed forward. Boom! There was no sound of metal clashing when the three great sword arts collided. Instead, there was a loud bang. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds could be heard from midair. Cracks appeared on the heaven-slaying sword, soaring serpent, and blue dragon. Although the light on the human-slaying sword dimmed significantly, it was still filled with an extremely sharp edge that could destroy the world. The human-slaying sword art was way too strong. Even the heaven and earth-slaying swords could not defend against the might of the human-slaying sword. Swoosh! The human-slaying sword charged through the encirclement of the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts and descended from the skies, slashing towards Su Zimo. Although the entire process sounded slow, it happened in an instant. After destroying the two sword arts, the human-slaying sword descended on Su Zimo's head without any pause and did not give him any time to react. At that moment, Yun Ting was slightly stunned as well. Unknowingly, a gigantic turtle shell had formed in front of Su Zimo. It was filled with divine powers and shone brightly. There were complicated ravines on the turtle shell that shone mysteriously. Innate divine power. Spirit turtle shield. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo did not have time to activate that innate divine power. However, after he sensed the sword intent contained by the human-slaying sword art, he realized that the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts could not defend against it at all. It was a complete suppression of strength, aura, and intent. Therefore, after releasing the two sword arts, Su Zimo did not pause at all and forcefully activated the spirit turtle shield. Divine powers and secret skills such as the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts as well as the spirit turtle shield consumed a lot of essence spirit. If it was any other black immortal, their essence spirits would not be able to withstand the release of those three divine powers and secret skills in a short period of time and would collapse on the spot. Thankfully, Su Zimo's essence spirit had already reached the earth immortal realm. Furthermore, he was a green lotus essence spirit and could withstand many divine powers and secret skills in a short period of time. The spirit turtle shield was the strongest defensive technique in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. The human-slaying sword art was the peak of killing power. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the human-slaying sword art struck the spirit turtle shield and let out a deafening bang. The entire hall shook. On the other side of the battlefield, the four paragons and Tang Zi were alarmed. The sword and shield collided and released a blinding light. The five of them merely glanced from the corner of their eyes from afar and felt a sharp pain. The four paragons were shocked and felt relieved at the same time. Thankfully, the four of them did not participate in the fight between the two of them. Otherwise, who could defend against such an attack? The light of the collision of the sword and shield engulfed the two of them instantly. In fact, the five of them did not even know who had the upper hand in this clash. After a while, the light gradually dissipated and Su Zimo and Yun Ting reappeared. The two of them were still standing where they were. The sword and shield had vanished and they did not seem to have moved at all. Only those who were still alive in the hall knew how terrifying the fight between the two of them was. It should be a draw. Tang Zi heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was facing for strong foes, she knew in her heart that the one opposite Su Zimo was even more terrifying. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The human-slaying sword art was much stronger than he had imagined. Even after being exhausted by heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, the human-slaying sword art could still tie with the spirit turtle shield. This meant that if he merely released the divine power of the spirit turtle shield, he would not be able to defend against the sharpness of the human-slaying sword art. On the other side, although Yun Ting looked calm, his heart was in turmoil. The human-slaying sword art had returned fruitless and was blocked. Up till this point of his cultivation, there had never been anyone of the same cultivation realm who could defend against the sharpness of the human-slaying sword art. The person before him was completely unharmed against the human-slaying sword art. Indeed, you surprised me. Yun Ting composed himself swiftly and spoke slowly. However, pausing for a moment, Yun Ting changed the topic. If that's all you've got, you'll definitely lose today. Confidence returned to Yun Ting's eyes as he raised his head proudly. He was not lying. Even if he could not release the human-slaying sword art again within a short period of time, he still had many powerful trump cards that he could rely on. However, to Yunting, Su Zimo was at his wits' end. As the prince of an immortal kingdom, he had a noble status and unlimited resources. That was why he had so many powerful methods. However, Su Zimo was someone who ascended from the lower worlds after all. Without the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts as well as the turtle shell divine power or strange movement technique, what else could this person have left? The situation in the hall was gradually becoming clearer. The only ones who truly broke out of the encirclement of the otherworldly soldiers were Su Zimo, Yun Ting, Fang Xian, Tang Zi, and the paragons of the four immortal sects. There were less than 10 people in total. Now that Fang Xian was dead, the 7 of them were the only ones left to fight for the Jade Talisman. The other cultivators no longer had a chance. To be precise, it was already extremely fortunate if those cultivators managed to survive. The number of otherworldly soldiers increased and there was no way to kill them all. Furthermore, the otherworldly soldiers that awakened later on were stronger and the black immortals in the tomb were sliced like vegetables. There were more than 10,000 cultivators who entered the hall, but now, there were less than 1,000. Blood chi filled the hall and corpses were strewn everywhere. Some cultivators with foresight had already begun charging out of the hall. The otherworldly soldiers seemed to be restricted by something and could not leave the palace. As long as they escaped from the palace, they would be able to survive. Beneath the Jade Talisman, Su Zimo faced off against Yun Ting. The paragons of the four immortal sects surrounded Tang Zi and fought intensely without stopping. Although the battle between the 5 of them was not as earth-shaking as the fight between Su Zimo and Yun Ting, it was still dangerous. While Tang Zi was best at assassination, it was difficult for her to unleash it in such a battle. She was surrounded by 4 paragons and could not break out at all. Her combat strength was definitely superior to any of the 4 paragons individually. However, the difference between 1 and 4 was too great. Up till this point of the battle, Tang Zi had only been contending against the 4 paragons with her unfathomable movement techniques and immense combat talent. Zi had been dodging and defending the entire time without retaliating. The 4 paragons had great chemistry with one another. Even if someone revealed an opening, others would make up for it swiftly. If Tang Zi were to retaliate forcefully, there was a high chance that she would be severely injured. The current situation was a little strange. Among the 7 of them, Su Zimo and Yun Ting were definitely superior in terms of combat strength. However, the 2 of them could fight at any moment and it might benefit others instead. The situation was changing rapidly and all 7 of them had a chance of snatching the Jade Talisman. Yun Ting swept his gaze across the battlefield at the side before looking at Su Zimo and saying slowly, "I'm determined to get my hands on the Jade Talisman as well as the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. I won't give you another chance." Yun Ting was confident that he was invincible and there was a hint of cynicism in his expression when he attacked previously. It was only now that he was serious and fully prepared. Splash! A tsunami surged from Yun Ting's body with a terrifying might. Tsunami blood. Clang! Clang! Immediately after, the sound of sword chi clashing echoed through the tsunami, piercing through metal and cracking rocks with a sharp edge. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. Yun Ting's blood chi was way too strong. This was not just a simple tsunami blood. Every single drop of blood in Yun Ting's body contained an extreme killing intent that could destroy the world. Sword blood flowed through Yun Ting's body. It was no exaggeration to say that a single drop of his blood could kill a grade 9 black immortal. The pressure on Su Zimo and Yun Ting increased exponentially. Blood chi surged through the void through Yun Ting's body. Streaks of sword scars appeared on Su Zimo's green robes and his cheeks were in pain. Before Yun Ting attacked, Su Zimo already felt like he was about to be torn apart and drowned by the blood chi. Sensing that blood chi, the Green Lotus bloodline became restless as well. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo suppressed the Green Lotus bloodline in his body. The creation Green Lotus was the only one in the world and was extremely important. Back then, it even attracted an assassination attempt from an immortal king of the heavenly world. Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. Unless it was a life and death situation, he would definitely not expose his Green Lotus bloodline. You've lost. The moment Su Zimo suppressed his bloodline, Yun Ting sensed something and attacked with a bright gaze. That was the terror of top-tier experts. Any slight change could not escape their senses. Su Zimo suppressed his bloodline and his aura naturally weakened. Yun Ting seized the opportunity and released a ferocious attack. Yun Ting closed two fingers with both hands and conjured a sword art, as though he was waving two swords with a murderous aura. The moment he attacked, dozens of sword lights enveloped Su Zimo completely. After releasing his blood chi, Yun Ting's combat strength increased exponentially, and he almost crushed Su Zimo in a single move. Ah! Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and let out a deep growl as divine power spread from his body. Immediately after, two pairs of jade-white elephant tusks grew out from his back. Every single elephant tusk was incomparably sharp and emanated a terrifying aura. In fact, a divine elephant appeared faintly behind Su Zimo and cried into the skies. Innate divine power, six-tusk divine strength. Prior to this, when Su Zimo was still a black immortal essence spirit, he could only conjure two divine elephant tusks. When Su Zimo's essence spirit broke through to the earth essence realm, it could already create 4 divine elephant tusks. This meant that Su Zimo's strength had increased by 4 times instantly. Although he did not use his bloodline, Su Zimo's aura surged and he could fight against Yun Ting right away. When Su Zimo attacked, he used his fists, palms, fingers, claws, knees or elbows to retaliate dozens of times to defend against the dozens of sword lights. Finally, Su Zimo clenched his fists and collided against Yun Ting's sword finger. Bang! Both parties took a step back. Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his palm. He lowered his head and saw that his fist was injured by Yun Ting's sword finger and blood flowed out. However, the wound healed on its own soon after and stopped bleeding. Yun Ting's sword blood was way too strong. Even when Su Zimo released his innate divine power and his strength increased by 4 times, he was only barely on par with Yun Ting. In fact, he was even injured by Yun Ting's sword finger. Thankfully, the regeneration capabilities of the Green Lotus True Body were shocking and such injuries were nothing much. Actually, it was not because the Green Lotus True Body was weaker than Yun Ting. If Su Zimo had used his bloodline, not only would he have been able to suppress Yun Ting in terms of strength, his palm would not have been injured as well. Yun Ting frowned. The exchange earlier on had once again exceeded his expectations. Given the sharpness of his sword finger, it could even slice a connate black-gray dermic treasure into 2. However, it only left 2 wounds on Su Zimo's palm. The strangest thing was that the wound on Su Zimo's palm had already healed in a few breaths. There were no traces at all. Such regeneration capabilities were not only twice as strong as his, they were even comparable to the way Earth Immortals could regrow their severed limbs. This person was only a cultivator of the lower worlds. What sort of physique and bloodline did he possess to be able to fight against him? The innate divine power released by Su Zimo earlier on shocked Yun Ting as well. He released many trump cards and his combat strength rose continuously. He thought that he could suppress Su Zimo successfully. However, Su Zimo's limit seemed endless as well. Now, he even felt that things were getting troublesome. The stronger Su Zimo was, the more excited Yun Ting was. However, if it was so strong that it was beyond his control, he would be extremely unhappy. Initially, Yun Ting had a thought in his heart that he wanted to take Su Zimo under his wing after suppressing the latter. That way, Su Zimo would become a great help to him. But now, he realized that given Su Zimo's capabilities and talent, he would definitely not submit to others. Let's fight! Yun Ting's blood chi surged and his sword chi buzzed as he shouted, "Let's see how long you can last against my attacks." His sword finger could penetrate Su Zimo's defense. At the very least, he had the absolute upper hand and the initiative. Furthermore, he had even stronger trump cards that he had yet to use. Once released, those methods would be earth-shaking and apocalyptic. Even he could not control it. The moment he said that, Yun Ting attacked once more, waving his sword finger towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo was fearless. Relying on the augmentation of the 6-tusk divine strength, he leaped up and fought against Yun Ting. Su Zimo was invincible among his peers in melee combat and was almost invincible. It was not only because the Green Lotus true body was strong, but also because of his melee combat techniques. It had the toughness of dragons and elephants, the ferocity of tigers and leopards, the nimbleness of apes and snakes, as well as the steadiness of bears and turtles. Those techniques originated from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had gone through countless life and death experiences. After comprehending and summarizing, Su Zimo reorganized them, fused them with other brilliant combat skills and mastered them, forming his own unique combat skills. Although those combat skills were derived from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, they were more suitable for Su Zimo than the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness itself. However, against Yun Ting, Su Zimo could not gain any advantage in melee combat. Although Yun Ting was restricted and had to use his fingers in place of an actual sword, he could still release countless exquisite sword techniques. Coupled with the sharpness of his sword finger, Yun Ting was still in control of the situation and had the upper hand. Even so, Yun Ting was getting more and more alarmed. What sword techniques did he cultivate? Those sword techniques were created by many seniors and sword cultivators of the upper world after countless years of comprehension. Coupled with his sword blood and talent in the Tao of the sword, the power of every sword technique would be magnified when released by him. However, no matter how ferocious his attacks were, they were resolved by Su Zimo's combat techniques one after another. He had never seen any of Su Zimo's combat techniques before. At times, when Su Zimo attacked, it was as though he was possessed by a true dragon and his strength was unparalleled. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's aura changed and his movement technique became agile, slithering around him like an ape. Even the sharp sword finger that he relied on the most did not affect Su Zimo much. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of blows. Dozens of wounds appeared on Su Zimo's body from his sword finger. However, Su Zimo's regeneration capabilities were way too strong. Even in such an intense battle, Su Zimo's wounds healed quickly without losing much blood qi. On the contrary, if his attacks weakened slightly, Su Zimo would definitely retaliate in an extremely ferocious manner. There were a few times when he was almost grabbed by Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo's fingernails were sharp like the claws of a tiger. If it landed on him, there would definitely be 5 bloodied wounds. As time passed by, Yun Ting became frustrated. Although he was more than 200 years old, he was way too young for the upper world. He had rich cultivation resources, shocking talent, a deep background and noble status. However, he was too young and his mental state was much inferior. Up till this point of his cultivation, Yun Ting had fought countless battles and encountered many paragons and monster incarnates. He had never been delayed to this extent. However, Su Zimo was unusually calm the entire time. He was in no hurry and his eyes were expressionless. His spirit perception had even sensed the restlessness in Yun Ting's heart. If one's mental state was unstable, they would definitely reveal some openings. Yun Ting's heart skipped a beat and the sharpness of his sword finger merely trembled slightly. Su Zimo sensed it and counterattacked with a bright gaze. "You're still young," Su Zimo said indifferently. His tone sounded like he was lecturing a junior. When Yun Ting heard that, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The change in his mental state was way too subtle and could not even be considered as an opening. However, that was enough for Su Zimo. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. It was Su Zimo's fingernails that collided with Yun Ting's sword finger, and sparks flew. Su Zimo's fingernails were severed by Yun Ting's sword finger. Su Zimo's other palm seized the opportunity and passed through the layers of sword shadows, landing heavily on Yun Ting's chest. Bang! That was the great Chaos Essence palm, and Su Zimo did not hold back. Su Zimo pushed his palm down and frowned slightly. His palm did not strike flesh. Instead, it was cold to the touch. The moment the palm landed, the clothes on Yun Ting's chest were shattered, revealing a shimmering silver inner armor. Thud, thud, thud. Yun Ting retreated continuously and every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. Crack, crack, Crack. A cracking sound came from Yun Ting's chest. He lowered his head and his expression changed. There was a layer of ice on the surface of his inner armor. At that moment, a gigantic palm print appeared on the layer of ice. Cracks appeared on the ice around the palm print and spread gradually. The armor on Yun Ting was the Ice Soul Silver armor and was a gift from his sister. The ice layer on the Ice Soul Silver armor had a powerful defense that even an ordinary low-level Earth Immortal might not be able to shatter with his full strength. But now, it was shattered by a single palm strike from Su Zimo. Even with the protection of the Ice Soul Silver armor, Yun Ting was not completely uninjured. His chest felt stuffy. It was clear how terrifying the power released by Su Zimo's palm strike was. When he saw that, Su Zimo lamented internally. If not for the silver inner armor, his palm strike would have definitely severely injured Yun Ting. Someone like Yun Ting had countless treasures and life-saving methods. "Bitch, how dare you!" Right then, a hurried, sharp and terrified shout sounded from the side. Most of Su Zimo's attention was still on Yun Ting. At the same time, he glanced sideways at the voice. On the other side of the battlefield, the situation changed. Sensing danger, the blue-dressed woman, one of the 4 paragons, retreated, as though she wanted to leave the battlefield. However, Tang Zi's figure appeared behind her and grabbed the top of her head at an extremely fast speed that she could not dodge at all. At that moment, the bald monk and Iron Tower man were slightly further and could not save her in time. The only one who could attack was the middle-aged Taoist. A cold glint flashed through the middle-aged Taoist's eyes. Without hesitation, he flicked his sleeves and struck the back of Tang Zi's head and back. Tang Zi could naturally sense the attacks behind her. However, she was expressionless and did not stop. She had to kill the blue-dressed woman. She had waited for this opportunity for too long. If this continued, she would definitely be exhausted to death by the 4 paragons. But now, only the middle-aged Taoist could attack her. She was confident she could survive. Tang Zi's fingernails were sharp and pierced the blue-dressed woman's skull after a momentary pause. The lightning contained in her fingertip destroyed the blue-dressed woman's essence spirit instantly. As a top-tier assassin, Tang Zi's every single attack was fatal. After killing the blue-dressed woman, the Zephyr Thunder wings behind Tang Zi flapped wildly and lightning crackled on her body as she dodged to the side. Although she was fast, the middle-aged Taoist was not slow either. Almost at the same time that Tang Zi killed the blue-dressed woman, the middle-aged Taoist's sleeves struck. The sleeves looked elegant and soft, but they suddenly tightened when they descending from the skies like 2 thick and tough iron rods. While Tang Zi could avoid the fatal blow at the back of her head, she could not avoid the killing move that came from her back. Bang! The sleeves first struck the Zephyr Thunder wings, shattering them before colliding heavily against Tang Zi's back with a dull thud. Tang Zi shuddered and staggered. Opening her mouth slightly, she spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned incomparably pale. Even so, her expression was extremely calm, as though she could not feel any pain. Both parties were top-tier experts and the difference in their combat strength was not great to begin with. There was no way she could escape unscathed after forcefully killing one of them against the encirclement of the 4 of them. The middle-aged Taoist priest used the secret skill heart-piercing. The power of that attack was extremely terrifying and could even penetrate Tang Zi's back. Tang Zi's reaction was extremely ingenious as well. While she summoned the Zephyr Thunder wings to speed up, the pair of wings blocked a lot of power for her and minimized the damage she suffered. Humph! The middle-aged Taoist priest was not annoyed that he could not kill Tang Zi with a single move. He merely sneered. "Let's see how many moves you can last after being struck by my heart-piercing." Tang Zi darted out and the bald monk and Iron Tower man closed in with murderous auras, not giving her any chance to catch her breath. She was expressionless as she twisted and turned in the encirclement of the 3 of them, her movement technique clearly slower. In just a few breaths, there were countless dangers and she was almost killed on the spot by the 3 of them. Although one of the 4 paragons was dead, Tang Zi's situation was even more dangerous and she could die on the spot at any moment. Su Zimo frowned slightly. If he were to attack, he would naturally be able to save Tang Zi. However, that would be equivalent to giving the Jade Talisman to Yun Ting. A life was at stake. No matter how important the Jade Talisman was, it was just an object. It did not matter if it was given to Yun Ting. At that thought, Su Zimo made up his mind and was prepared to give up on the Jade Talisman to help Tang Zi. However, the moment he willed it and before he could do anything, he felt an extremely terrifying aura lock onto him. If he made a single move, he would definitely attract an unimaginably terrifying attack. Against that aura, Su Zimo even had the illusion that he could be sliced into nothingness at any moment. How dare you get distracted in front of me and harbor other thoughts? Yun Ting's voice sounded. It was calm and contained suppressed anger. It was like the calm before a storm and the dullness under the thick dark clouds was suffocating. Su Zimo looked at Yun Ting and could not help but feel shocked. At that moment, Yun Ting's figure floated slowly and the blood qi in his body surged. It was clear that he had already pushed it to his limits. The blood qi circled around his body and formed blood-colored sword qi that intertwined behind him in a dense manner. Clang! Clang! The blood-colored sword qi trembled continuously and let out sword hums that intertwined. A gigantic blood-colored sword gradually appeared behind Yun Ting and soared into the skies. Even the dome of the hall could not conceal its sharpness. The blood-colored sword emitted a destructive aura before it even materialized completely. It was as though nothing in the world across all living beings of the three realms could defend against a single slash from the blood-colored sword. Bloodline phenomenons. That was Yun Ting's bloodline phenomenon, but it was clear that he had not mastered it completely. That power was way too strong and terrifying. Yun Ting could not control it at all. Even Su Zimo felt his heart tremble as the green lotus bloodline surged within his body uncontrollably. Once Yun Ting's bloodline phenomenon was formed, he could only fight it head-on by summoning the bloodline phenomenon of the creation Green Lotus. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. The bloodline phenomenon conjured by Yun Ting was enough to kill him. It won't be just a serious injury, but a complete death. Yun Ting's face was bloodshot and his body trembled slightly. He was also enduring immense pressure when he channeled his bloodline phenomenon. Up till this point of his cultivation, there had never been a cultivator of the same cultivation realm who could force him to release his bloodline phenomenon. Su Zimo, I admire you very much and can't bear to kill you. Yun Ting glared at Su Zimo with bloodshot eyes and said slowly, however, at this point of the battle, we have to determine the victor today. I, Yun Ting, don't want to lose and I'll definitely not lose. If it was before this, Yun Ting would definitely obtain the Jade Talisman first before fighting Su Zimo. But now that he was struck by Su Zimo's palm, he would have lost if not for the protection of the Ice Soul Silver armor. Given his pride and conceit, he could not accept such an outcome. He had already forgotten about the Jade Talisman and the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. Right now, he only had a single thought: to give it his all and use all his strength to defeat Su Zimo. An endless stream of sword qi gathered and the blood-colored sword became more corporeal. Yun Ting's long hair danced, and he seemed to be dyed red under the illumination of the blood-colored sword. I haven't fully controlled the power of this bloodline phenomenon yet. Once released, I won't be able to control it either. Yun Ting lowered his head slightly and whispered, You're most likely going to die. There was a hint of pity in Yun Ting's tone. It was rare for him to meet an opponent like Su Zimo, and he truly could not bear to kill the latter. Even if he could not subdue him, he would have liked to befriend him. But now, he had no other choice. Pausing for a moment, Yun Ting seemed to have made up his mind. Raising his head, he looked at Su Zimo and said firmly, I'm sorry, I want to win. Don't worry about me. Right then, Tang Zi's voice sounded. Although she was surrounded by danger, she sensed the commotion on Su Zimo's side. She knew that if Su Zimo was still thinking about her and was distracted, he would definitely die if he could not use his full strength. Hit! Suddenly, the bald monk hollered. Bang! Although Tang Zi tried her best to dodge, she was still punched on the shoulder by the bald monk. Crack! 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 The sound of bones cracking was extremely terrifying. Tang Zi's shoulder was shattered by a single punch from the bald monk and her entire arm could not move. Hee hee. How dare you send a voice transmission to your little lover in the midst of our encirclement? The bald monk gave a strange laugh and his attacks turned sharper. Tang Zi was severely injured by the middle-aged Taoist and her strength was greatly reduced. She was struggling against the encirclement of the three of them. Now that her arm was crippled by the bald monk, the situation was turning increasingly dangerous and her life was hanging by a thread. Su Zimo glanced at Tang Zi and retracted his gaze. He then looked at Yun Ting and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, you can't win." For Su Zimo, activating his bloodline and releasing his bloodline phenomenon to fight Yun Ting head-on was naturally the simplest and most direct solution. Furthermore, he believed that with the augmentation of the six-tusked divine elephant divine power, the creation Green Lotus phenomenon could definitely defeat Yun Ting's blood sword phenomenon. However, that would merely be a defeat. Su Zimo did not have the confidence to kill a prince. That was because he did not know how many trump cards and treasures Yun Ting had. If he could not kill Yun Ting, the creation Green Lotus would be exposed. Su Zimo had not known Yun Ting for long. Although this person was proud and conceited, he was honest right from the beginning and did not have any sinister thoughts. However, Su Zimo did not dare to take the gamble. Nobody knew better than him what sort of killing intent the creation Green Lotus would attract if it was exposed. The scene of his ascension often flashed through his mind and he still had lingering fear. King Yun Yu was not the only one attracted by the creation Green Lotus. There were other Immortal King experts as well. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation, he could not withstand a second similar attack. Of course, even without releasing his bloodline phenomenon, he had other methods. Those methods were even more intense and berserk. Su Zimo's gaze was deep and his glabella shone, releasing an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation. Essence spirit attack? Sensing something amiss, Yun Ting guessed Su Zimo's thoughts instantly. However, he did not take it to heart and merely shook his head gently. It's not a bad idea to use an essence spirit secret skill. However, you're still way too naive. I sensed long ago that your essence spirit realm has already reached the earth immortal realm. However, you might not know that my essence spirit realm has long broken through to the earth immortal realm as well. The moment he said that, Yun Ting no longer hid and released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure as well. Level 2 Earth Essence Realm. Essence spirits were the most difficult to cultivate. In the upper world, it was almost impossible for essence spirit cultivation to surpass personal cultivation. Anyone who could surpass a minor personal cultivation realm was already a peerless monster incarnate. There were not many people in the entire divine firmament immortal domain who could surpass two minor realms like Yun Ting. The main reason why Su Zimo could do that was because his essence spirit was formed by the power of the Green Lotus and Dragon Phoenix essence spirits combined with the power of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Right now, he was a grade 9 black immortal and his essence spirit cultivation was also at the level 2 earth essence realm. However, with the augmentation of the six-tusked divine elephant, the power of his essence spirit, body and bloodline increased by 4 times. Although his essence spirit cultivation did not change much, the power of his essence spirit was already equivalent to the level 3 earth essence realm. Naturally, Yun Ting could sense the difference. However, he was in no hurry. Yun Ting smiled faintly. Indeed, the power of your essence spirit is superior to mine. However, you'll still lose if you fight with your essence spirit. That's because no one can defend against my essence spirit sword. Yun Ting's tone revealed immense confidence. Is that so? Su Zimo's expression was calm and unmoved. A palm-sized scarlet dragon scale slowly floated out from his glabella. It was in the shape of a crescent and was filled with a terrifying aura. Essence Spirit Secret Skill, Reverse Scale. The moment the reverse scale appeared, the entire hall seemed to have frozen. Only the dragon scale floated slowly towards Yun Ting, emitting a shuddering energy fluctuation. It was as though any power that made contact with the dragon scale would suffer a destructive impact. Even the middle-aged Taoist priest and the other two who were attacking Tang Zi revealed wary expressions and retracted their spirit consciousnesses, afraid that they would attract the killing power of the dragon scale. Good, good, good. Yun Ting had a fearless expression as he nodded repeatedly and shouted, "Since you want to fight with your essence spirit, I'll let you undertake a complete loss today." His glabella opened up and a sword hovered in his consciousness where his essence spirit was. Essence spirit sword. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The essence spirits of any living being were born from their bodies and were not much different from their true forms. Yun Ting was a human, but his essence spirit was a sword. Su Zimo had only seen such a situation in one person. That was his eldest disciple, Baiming Shui. Baiming Shui's essence spirit, her martial spirit, was a sword. His eldest disciple's talent in the Tao of the sword was unparalleled. But now, Su Zimo saw a second person with an essence spirit sword. "Slay!" Yun Ting pointed forward and hollered softly. Swoosh! In his consciousness, Yun Ting's essence spirit sword released a blood-colored sword beam that was extremely sharp as it slashed towards the reverse scale. The two essence spirit secret skills collided instantly without any commotion or sound. However, the moment they collided, Su Zimo and Yun Ting felt their hearts skip a beat. The blood-colored blade penetrated the reverse scale and descended in Su Zimo's consciousness instantly, slashing towards the green lotus essence spirit. Poof, poof, poof. Sensing danger, rays of light spewed out from the 81 lotus holes. The 81 green lotus seeds seemed to have condensed into long swords that struck the blood-colored blade repeatedly. Finally, they dissipated and the green lotus essence spirit was not injured at all. On the other side, Yun Ting's essence spirit sword felt a strange power augmenting his body, and he could not dodge at all. Bang! The essence spirit sword trembled violently before shattering, revealing a tiny essence spirit that shone with silver light. It resembled Yun Ting and retreated a few steps in a flustered manner. When he saw that, Su Zimo was enlightened. Yun Ting's essence spirit sword had not been cultivated to its limits and his essence spirit had not transformed into a sword completely. Now that it was exposed to the power of the reverse scale, its true form was revealed. At the same time, Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Up till this point of his cultivation, the only person of the same cultivation realm who could defend against the reverse scale was Yun Ting. While defending against the reverse scale, the sharpness of Yun Ting's essence spirit sword descended in his consciousness and threatened his essence spirit. If not for the creation lotus platform, it would have been difficult for his essence spirit to escape unscathed against that sharpness. Actually, Su Zimo knew very well that in terms of the power of essence spirit secret skills, Yun Ting's blood-colored blade was superior to the reverse scale. However, the power of his essence spirit was a realm above Yun Ting. Furthermore, Yun Ting's attempt to dispel the formation at the entrance of the main hall had taken a huge toll on his essence spirit. Under such circumstances, the two of them merely fought to a draw. Su Zimo was merely surprised. However, Yun Ting was shocked and his heart surged. How was that possible? His essence spirit sword, the blood-colored blade, had failed? What treasure was in Su Zimo's consciousness that could neutralize his blood-colored blade? A fight between essence spirits was way too dangerous. Notwithstanding the fact that his essence spirit sword returned fruitless, even his essence spirit was shaken out of its true form by the dragon scale. Yun Ting was truly shocked by this essence spirit fight. He had not realized that the true terror was yet to come. Yun Ting's essence spirit was shaken out of his true form. For a moment, his thoughts were in a mess and he could not react. Under normal circumstances, his bloodline phenomenon should have been formed by now. However, because of the fight between the essence spirit secret skills, his essence spirit was shaken as well, causing the blood-colored sword behind him to sway slightly without materializing completely. Yun Ting shook his head, as though he wanted to cast his thoughts aside. No matter what, as long as he could condense his bloodline phenomenon, Su Zimo would definitely lose. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Yun Ting felt a strange energy fluctuation and his expression changed. Yun Ting's eyes widened and he looked towards Su Zimo instinctively. Another essence spirit secret skill? Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators would only cultivate an essence spirit secret skill at most. That was because even if one cultivated many essence spirit secret skills, it was rare for them to have the chance to release a second one in a battle. The requirement of releasing 2 essence spirit secret skills in succession was way too high. If one's essence spirit was not condensed enough and released 2 secret skills in succession, their essence spirit would collapse before they could kill their opponents. Naturally, Yun Ting cultivated more than 1 essence spirit secret skill. But now, he had expended a lot of power of his essence spirit to dispel the formation outside the main hall. Thereafter, after the clash with Su Zimo's reverse scale, his essence spirit became extremely weak. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless. Yun Ting was secretly frustrated when he saw Su Zimo condense a second essence spirit secret skill. If he had known earlier, he would have been more cautious in front of the main hall and not been in a hurry to dispel the formation. When he was dispelling the formation, he truly had not expected that someone of the same cultivation realm could force him to such an extent. Su Zimo conjured hand seals repeatedly, and the spirit consciousness fluctuation in his glabella intensified. Thereafter, he extended his finger and touched his glabella gently. Crackle! Accompanied by a series of sounds, Su Zimo withdrew a blinding thunder whip from his glabella, and it danced wildly in midair. Spirit vanquishing whip. Although Tang Zi was surrounded, her heart skipped a beat when she saw that from the corner of her eye. That was an essence spirit secret skill of the Void Thunder manual. How did this person know it? Was he also someone from Remnant Knight and had obtained her father's legacy? The spirit vanquishing whip was filled with lightning and emanated a terrifying aura. Even a body of flesh and blood could be whipped into ashes, let alone an essence spirit. Against Su Zimo's second essence spirit secret skill, Yun Ting regained his composure rapidly without any fear in his eyes. If I hadn't expended a lot of essence spirit power to dispel the formation previously, I would be able to dispel this essence spirit secret skill as well, Yun Ting said proudly. Su Zimo did not reply. His eyes seemed to contain thunder as he whipped Yun Ting with the spirit vanquishing whip. Piak! When the spirit vanquishing whip struck Yun Ting, it suddenly vanished. In Yun Ting's consciousness, a whip made of lightning appeared and coiled around his essence spirit rapidly. Lightning flashed and electric arcs spun in a blinding manner. Initially, the spirit vanquishing whip of the lower worlds did not have such changes in power. However, in the 10 Absolute Hell, Su Zimo obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor, and this essence spirit secret skill evolved as well. It underwent a complete transformation and was even more lethal. Under normal circumstances, any essence spirit that was coiled by the spirit vanquishing whip could not survive and would have been destroyed a long time ago. However, Yun Ting's essence spirit was not injured at all. Ha 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 ha! Yun Ting's laughter sounded. Although it was a little hoarse, he was still proud and confident. Su Zimo, even a second essence spirit secret skill won't be able to hurt me. Actually, Su Zimo had already noticed something unusual when the reverse scale shook Yun Ting's essence spirit out of its true form. Silver light shone on Yun Ting's essence spirit, as though he was wearing silver armor. It was similar to the Ice Soul silver armor he was wearing, as though there was a connection. In reality, Su Zimo was not wrong. The Ice Soul silver armor was divided into 2 inner and outer armor. Both came from the same person, and the outer armor protected Yun Ting's body while the inner armor protected his essence spirit. There were many types of dermic treasures that could protect the body. However, dermic treasures that could protect the essence spirit were way too difficult to refine, and every single one of them was priceless. That was the value of the Ice Soul silver armor. With the Ice Soul silver armor, even Earth Immortal experts would have difficulty killing Yun Ting, let alone Black Immortals. Therefore, Su Zimo did not pause at all after condensing the spirit vanquishing whip and channeled his essence spirit once more. If 1 essence spirit secret skill was not enough, he would use 2. If 2 were not enough, he would use 3. Sanskrit sounded in Su Zimo's mind, as though Buddhas were chanting softly in a majestic manner. His glabella opened once more, and a golden Sanskrit word appeared, shining with a Buddhist light that illuminated the void. It crushed towards Yun Ting as though it was extremely heavy. The Gautama Dermic Seal. The Gautama seal was an essence spirit secret skill from a cultivation technique of the lower worlds, the Great Day Gautama Sutra. Now that it was in the upper world, this essence spirit secret skill became extremely ordinary. However, because of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, all the Buddhist cultivation techniques that Su Zimo cultivated underwent a transformation and were augmented by dharmic powers. The Gautama seal transformed as well. Yun Ting's expression changed starkly as disbelief filled his eyes. Even with the condensation of his essence spirit, he could only release 2 essence spirit secret skills in succession. However, Su Zimo, who had ascended from the lower worlds, could release 3. What was that person's essence spirit made of? How was that possible? Only Su Zimo knew that it was all thanks to the Green Lotus essence spirit. In Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo even released dozens of dharmic arts in succession with the help of his Green Lotus essence spirit. Right now, Su Zimo released 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession, shocking the world and attacking Yun Ting's essence spirit. In Yun Ting's consciousness, the Ice Soul inner armor appeared to defend against the power of thunder of the spirit vanquishing whip. At the same time, the Gautama seal descended and Yun Ting's essence spirit could not dodge at all. The spirit vanquishing whip or Gautama seal alone was enough could kill a grade 9 black immortal. Right now, the power of the 2 essence spirit secret skills was augmented on Yun Ting's essence spirit at the same time. Ah! Yun Ting hugged his head with both hands with a pained expression. Even with the protection of the Ice Soul inner armor, his essence spirit suffered an immense shock. Cracks even appeared on the Ice Soul inner armor. Crack, crack, crack. A chilling intent burst forth from the cracks of the Ice Soul inner armor. The lightning on the spirit vanquishing whip froze. The Gautama seal was filled with frost as well. The lights of the 2 essence spirit secret skills dimmed rapidly. In the end, the 2 essence spirit secret skills could not break through the Ice Soul inner armor. Fu. Yun Ting grinned and grit his teeth, gradually regaining his senses. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Su Zimo and said slowly, "You still failed." "No." Su Zimo conjured hand seals with both hands and looked at Yun Ting, saying indifferently, "To begin with, I didn't expect those 3 essence spirit secret skills to kill you." "Then why?" Yun Ting was about to ask when he could not continue. That was because the blood-colored sword behind him was dissipating rapidly. Although his essence spirit was intact under the protection of the Ice Soul inner armor, it was still shaken violently, and his bloodline phenomenon dissipated as his blood chi fluctuated. Yun Ting was a rare paragon in the divine firmament immortal domain. When he saw the bloodline phenomenon behind him dissipate, he realized Su Zimo's motive. On the surface, Su Zimo released 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession to target his essence spirit, but in reality it was to destroy his bloodline phenomenon. Naturally, Yun Ting had other trump cards. However, he could not use dharmic treasures in the Emperor's tomb, and those powerful methods could not be used. Now that his bloodline phenomenon was dispelled, it meant that he could no longer threaten Su Zimo. Of course, both of them had expended a lot of energy up till this point of the battle, and Su Zimo released 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession. Yun Ting believed that Su Zimo was already at the end of the road and could not threaten him with his trump cards used. Something's not right. Right then, an image flashed through Yun Ting's mind and he was shocked. Suddenly, he recalled that after Su Zimo released the 3 essence spirit secret skills, his fingers were still changing continuously as he conjured a dharmic art. Yun Ting focused his gaze hurriedly and felt that the light before him was a little blinding. The temperature in the hall rose suddenly. 4 balls of flames of different colors rose beside Su Zimo. Golden, black, milky white, and scarlet. Although the 4 balls of flames were only the size of a fist, they emitted a violent heat that burned away the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi. "You can still?" Yun Ting clenched his fists and looked at everything in disbelief. Initially, he thought that releasing 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession was Su Zimo's limit. To think that Su Zimo's essence spirit could even channel spirit consciousness and gather essence chi to condense such a powerful immortal art secret skill. The auras released by each of the 4 balls of flames were completely different. The golden flame Dharma characteristic was dignified, and there seemed to be an ancient Buddha sitting cross-legged within. However, the black flame was sinister and filled with fiend qi. As for the milky white flame, it was even stranger. There seemed to be the faint sound of phoenixes. Even with Yun Ting's experience, he had never heard of such an immortal art or secret skill. Su Zimo stood in midair with 2 balls of flames burning in his eyes. The heat wave surged as though it wanted to devour Yun Ting and burn him to ashes. At that moment, Su Zimo's aura had already overwhelmed Yun Ting completely. On the other side, the middle-aged Taoist and the others were shocked as well. Even they had not expected the battle between the 2 monster incarnates to reach such an extent. Furthermore, it was an immortal from the lower worlds who had the upper hand. Yun Ting felt suffocated and uncomfortable against Su Zimo's aura. However, he still straightened his back and raised his head. There was no fear in his eyes as he shouted, "Su Zimo, you can't defeat me with your methods." Yun Ting had the Ice Soul inner armor to protect his essence spirit and outer armor to protect his body. Indeed, ordinary methods could not hurt him. Even if he could not win today, he would definitely not lose. "Is that so?" Su Zimo did not argue and merely said indifferently, "That's good as well. I'll teach you a lesson today." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo's hand seals changed once more. The immortal Tao fire, Buddhist Tao fire, Fiend Tao fire, and the milky white southern Mingli fire transformed into 4 flames that sped towards Yun Ting. When they were still in midair, the 4 balls of flames fused together as though they were drawn in by some power, forming a gigantic fireball. Each of the 4 balls of flames released individually could not threaten Yun Ting. However, after the 4 balls of flames fused, the secret skill transformed completely and its power increased exponentially. Yun Ting had a grim expression as he glared at the gigantic fireball that was speeding over. He began to activate his Ice Soul Silver armor and his body was covered in a layer of frost. Although the fireball was powerful, the power of the Ice Soul Silver armor could definitely defend against it. Right then, another flame burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella. Essence Spirit Tao Fire. Su Zimo's Essence Spirit was already extremely weak. When released, the Essence Spirit Fire did not have much power. However, when it landed in the fireball, the secret skill underwent another transformation and turned into the Pankati Tao Fire. The flames of the fireball intensified and expanded once more, devouring towards Yun Ting like a red sun. Yun Ting was shocked. He had not expected that the power of the fireball would increase to another level the moment it was about to descend. He could even sense the aura of death. Phew! The Pankati Tao fire howled and devoured Yun Ting in the blink of an eye. The temperature in the hall had already climbed to a terrifying level. The middle-aged Taoist and the others who were fighting at the side were drenched in sweat as well. The 3 of them exchanged shocked glances. If that Tao fire was released towards them, they would be burned to ashes instantly even if they had 10 lives. The Tao fire burned furiously in midair. In the Tao fire, a silver figure could be vaguely seen. It was Yun Ting who was struggling. Ah! Yun Ting's face flushed red as he growled. He had already pushed his Ice Soul Silver armor to its limits and released all its power. However, under the burning of the Pankati Tao fire, the frost on the Ice Soul Silver armor gradually melted and its armor even turned slightly red. The power of the Pankati Tao fire had already burned through the Ice Soul Silver armor. Yun Ting had a pained expression. Even though the Pankati Tao fire had yet to break through the Ice Soul Silver armor completely, wisps of fire power seeped into his body through the armor and burned his organs. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks sounded from Yun Ting's body. The Ice Soul Silver armor was shattered. However, at the same time, a terrifying chill burst forth from the cracks of the shattered silver armor and even froze the void around Yun Ting into ice. The laws of the upper world were perfect and the Great Tao was flawless. The space was extremely stable and was completely different from the lower worlds. Therefore, cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds would have many methods that they could not release or adapt to after arriving in the upper world. For example, although Su Zimo's Pankati Dao fire was powerful, it was not at the level where it could burn the void. However, the coldness released by the Ice Soul Silver armor froze the surrounding void into ice. What level of power was that? It had definitely surpassed the Earth Immortal realm and might even surpass the Heaven Immortal realm. Thankfully, Su Zimo was cautious and did not advance rashly. Otherwise, even the Green Lotus true body would definitely die if he was penetrated by the coldness earlier on. Under the envelopment of the coldness, the Pankati Dao fire was extinguished instantly. Although Yun Ting was not dead, he was in a sorry state. His long hair was mostly burned and he wore a tattered silver armor made of ice. His face was charcoal black and his body was filled with billowing green smoke. Su Zimo lamented internally. Yun Ting grit his teeth and glared at Su Zimo with an indignant expression. Right then, a change happened to the Ice Soul Silver armor on Yun Ting's body. Many shards scattered and surrounded him, emanating a strange power. When he saw that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was on guard. Yun Ting noticed the change in the Ice Soul Silver armor and seemed to have realized something. His expression changed as well as he shouted anxiously, "Sister, I haven't lost yet. I don't want to go back." Nobody replied. However, the shards of the Ice Soul Silver armor collided rapidly and formed a pitch-black tunnel on Yun Ting's body. It was filled with a powerful suction force and wanted to take him away from the Emperor's tomb. A spatial tunnel. Yun Ting wanted to struggle, but he could not defend against the power of the spatial tunnel behind him. His body was gradually devoured by the tunnel, but he still glared at Su Zimo indignantly. If he had not expended too much of his essence spirit to dispel the formation previously, he would not have been so passive in the essence spirit fight earlier on. The bloodline phenomenon behind him would not be destroyed by Su Zimo. Earlier on, he would not have been reduced to such a sorry state. A single mistake had led to countless more. Su Zimo, it's difficult for me to unleash my combat strength to its peak in this Emperor's tomb and you've got the upper hand. However, don't be smug. You didn't win at all. If we continue fighting, it's still unknown who will win. Yun Ting's figure almost vanished into the spatial tunnel and only his intermittent voice could be heard. Su Zimo, I'll remember you. I hope that you can cultivate as soon as possible. Don't fall too far behind me. In the future, victory between us will be determined. The void closed and the spatial tunnel vanished. Yun Ting had already left the Emperor's tomb. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. Thankfully, Yun Ting's sister used some secret skill to bring him back. If the battle were to continue, Su Zimo would not be able to hide the secret of his Green Lotus true body any longer. A look of fatigue appeared on Su Zimo's face. Releasing 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession and the release of the Pankati Dao fire was also a huge drain on his essence spirit. If not for the fact that the Green Lotus and Dragon Phoenix essence spirits had fused, and he cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra to temper his essence spirit, he would not have been able to do it given his previous essence spirit condensation level. With Yun Ting's departure, the Jade Talisman was within Su Zimo's reach. However, he did not choose to take the Jade Talisman first. Instead, he turned around and charged towards another battlefield. On the other side, Tang Zi was on the brink of death. Su Zimo fought against Yun Ting and the 3 of them attacked Tang Zi like a storm without stopping. Tang Zi's shoulder was shattered and she had more than 10 wounds on her body. Fresh blood flowed and one of her legs was broken. She staggered and could die at any moment. However, Tang Zi pursed her lips expressionlessly. Even though she was in immense pain, she did not make a single sound the entire time. She knew in her heart that the battle between Su Zimo and Yun Ting was a fight between the top monster incarnates and there was no room for mistakes. If she cried out in pain, Su Zimo would definitely be distracted and there was a high chance he would be killed by Yun Ting on the spot. Tang Zi felt her head spin and her vision blurred. She truly could not hold on any longer. Scram! Right then, a furious roar sounded like thunder in her ears, containing a calming power. She was invigorated and gradually regained clarity. It was as though a spring breeze had blown past her essence spirit, and her consciousness was filled with warm sunlight. Su Zimo made use of the power of the Buddhist Tao to roar in a deafening manner. However, Su Zimo's essence spirit was weak at the moment, and the effect of the roar was extremely limited, only able to wake Tang Zi up temporarily. Bang! 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 Su Zimo roared and charged into the battlefield. Raising his arms and legs, he fought against the three paragons, the bald monk, the Iron Tower man, and the middle-aged Taoist, causing the sound of flesh clashing to echo. The three paragons were repelled by Su Zimo. The three of them exchanged glances. All of them could see the fear in the other's eyes. Su Zimo had released all his trump cards in such a tragic battle against Yun Ting, but he still had the strength to fight them head-on. Actually, at that moment, Su Zimo was already at the end of his road. After ascending, there had never been a cultivator of the same cultivation realm who could force him to such an extent. Even so, he could suppress most grade 9 black immortals with his green lotus true body. His essence spirit is weak. Attack his essence spirit. The middle-aged Taoist's expression changed as he quickly saw through Su Zimo's weakness and hollered. In reality, that was the case as well. Su Zimo's essence spirit was extremely weak after activating 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession and releasing the Pankati Dao fire. He could no longer use any essence spirit secret skills. Kill! The middle-aged Taoist's glabella shone and released a violent spirit consciousness fluctuation. He was the first to condense an essence spirit secret skill and charge towards Su Zimo. You must have a death wish. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Although he could not use his essence spirit secret skill, he had other killing moves. In his consciousness, the creation lotus platform spun slowly, and the 81 green lotus seeds transformed into rays of light that rapidly formed a sharp sword that tore through his glabella and sped forward. It was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit, the green lotus sword. Chi! With a flash of green light, the sharpness of the green lotus sword sliced the middle-aged Taoist's essence spirit secret skill into 2 before killing him. The middle-aged Taoist's expression changed starkly. Sensing the sharpness of the green lotus sword, he turned and fled without hesitation. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than the green lotus sword. Before long, the green lotus sword entered the back of the middle-aged Taoist's head and penetrated his consciousness. It flew out from his glabella and scattered into green lotus seeds before returning to Su Zimo's consciousness. The green lotus seeds were dim and their power was exhausted after defending against the blood-colored blade and killing the middle-aged Taoist's essence spirit. They required a period of nourishment in the creation lotus platform to recover to their original state. However, the bald monk and the Iron Tower man did not know about the changes. The 2 of them had initially conjured essence spirit secret skills as well. Before they could release them, the middle-aged Taoist was killed by the green lotus sword. The 2 of them were so scared that they dispersed their essence spirit secret skills hurriedly, afraid that they would attract the killing power of the green lotus sword. Monk, stop holding back. Suddenly, the Iron Tower man grinned and a cunning look flashed across his honest face. At this point, if we continue to hold back, we'll probably be killed by this person. That's right. The bald monk nodded as well. Since that's the case, let's join forces and kill this person first before we determine who the Jade Talisman belongs to. Tang Zi frowned slightly. She had not expected the bald monk and the Iron Tower man to be holding back, but soon she understood. On the surface, the 4 paragons worked together in harmony. However, the 4 of them were also scheming against one another. The reason why the bald monk and Iron Tower man held back was definitely because they wanted to catch one another off guard during the final fight for the Jade Talisman. When she attacked the blue-dressed woman, the 2 of them were far away and did not arrive in time. Now that she thought about it, they might have done it intentionally to make use of her to get rid of another competitor. However, neither of them had expected that Su Zimo's strength was unfathomable. If they held back any longer, they would all die here. The bloodlines of the bald monk and the Iron Tower man surged, and the sound of a tsunami could be heard as their power of blood chi was pushed to its limits. An ancient bell appeared behind the bald monk. It shone with a golden light and was filled with runes that emanated a terrifying aura. A towering mountain appeared behind the Iron Tower Man, seemingly able to suppress all living beings with a shocking might. Bloodline phenomenon. Both the bald monk and the Iron Tower Man had robust blood chi and shocking physiques. They were strong in melee combat and had cultivated bloodline phenomenons. However, the two of them held back the entire time. It was only after Su Zimo killed the middle-aged Taoist that the two of them realized that they might be killed by him if they continued holding back. Su Zimo, you're already at the end of the road. Don't force yourself. The bald monk was also a monster incarnate and could naturally tell Su Zimo's strength. If it was anyone else, they would not hold back during a battle of that level with Yun Ting. They must have used up all their trump cards. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's kill him first lest anything else happens, the Iron Tower Man said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo reared his head in laughter, as though he had heard the funniest thing in the world. The two of you think you can kill me? Su Zimo glared at the two of them with a disdainful expression and said slowly, I can't kill Yun Ting, but you think I can't kill you guys. The reason why he did not use the bloodline of his Green Lotus true body the entire time was because he was worried that it would be exposed. That was because he was not confident that he could keep Yun Ting in the Emperor's tomb. In reality, as Su Zimo had expected, Yun Ting indeed had a trump card. There were even other experts guarding him, and he was taken away from the Emperor's tomb. However, it was different for the bald monk and the Iron Tower Man. Although they were from the four immortal sects, their statuses were worlds apart compared to Yun Ting. Even grade 9 black immortals and rare paragons were merely servants in the four immortal sections. They did not have dermic treasures like the Ice Soul silver armor nor any experts leaving behind trump cards to protect them. The moment Su Zimo said that, his killing intent was already triggered. When the bald monk and the Iron Tower Man saw how calm Su Zimo was and how fearless he seemed, they felt uneasy. However, now that the two of them had already released their bloodline phenomenons, they were in a difficult position. Furthermore, the Jade Talisman was right before them. Were the two of them going to give up the Jade Talisman without fighting? At that thought, the two of them exchanged glances and made the same decision. They were going to attack with all their might without holding back. As long as they could kill Su Zimo, Tang Zi would not be a threat. Kill! The bald monk and Iron Tower Man roared at the same time and released their bloodline phenomenons, charging towards Su Zimo with sharp gazes and killing intent. Bloodline phenomenon? Su Zimo murmured softly with an indifferent expression. He merely glanced casually at the bloodline phenomenon behind the bald monk and the Iron Tower Man before retracting his gaze. Splash! The sound of a tsunami echoed from Su Zimo's body as well. It was even stronger than the two of them and was deafening. It was as though a galaxy had poured down from the 9 heavens and smashed onto the ground with a deafening bang. Immediately after, a jade green lotus grew behind Su Zimo. The lotus leaves were wide and its stem was upright. The flower bud at the top trembled slightly and could blossom at any moment. This is... The eyes of the bald monk and the Iron Tower Man widened as they looked up at the green lotus in shock. Both of them felt an unimaginable pressure. Against the green lotus, the two of them felt incomparably tiny, as though they could not even compare to a single lotus leaf on the green lotus. The green lotus soared into the skies and was filled with a chaotic aura. The flower bud lowered its head slightly, as though it was looking down at them. The bloodline phenomenons behind the two of them began to sway and show signs of dissipating. That seems to be the creation green lotus. The bald monk's voice trembled with a shocked expression. Tang Zi was shocked as well. Although she had seen Su Zimo conjure the green lotus, she did not recognize its origin. The creation green lotus was the only one in the world. Even immortal kings would not let go of such an utmost treasure. Right then, the flower bud on the green lotus suddenly blossomed and spilled endless light. The green lotus swayed gently, seemingly excited. The creation green lotus did not sway much and was almost imperceptible. However, that slight movement caused the two bloodline phenomenons behind the bald monk and the Iron Tower Man to collapse, turning into endless blood chi that dissipated into the world. The two of them shuddered as though they were struck by lightning, and blood oozed from the corners of their mouths. Escape! Without hesitation, the two of them turned and fled. Su Zimo sneered, and his green lotus phenomenon shone brightly. Strange lights spread like sharp swords and pierced the two of them instantly. Thump! The two of them fell to the ground and were riddled with holes as blood gushed out, dying on the spot. After doing that, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. With their deaths, there was no chance of the green lotus true body being exposed. The battle was over and the dust had settled. Su Zimo relaxed and actually felt a little dizzy. His body swayed slightly, and the green lotus phenomenon could not hold on either and dissipated rapidly. He was almost completely exhausted from the battle. If not for the fact that the green lotus true body had shocking regeneration capabilities, he would have collapsed a long time ago. It's over. Tang Zi looked at the messy battlefield in disbelief. At this point of the battle, apart from the two of them, there was no one else alive in the main hall, leaving only corpses on the ground. Tang Zi took out a few immortal herbs and consumed them, recovering her injuries and stamina slowly. Given her physique and bloodline, she would be able to recover her mobility quickly as long as she had time to rest and recuperate. Hurry and get that jade talisman and tidy up the battlefield. We'll leave this place before anything else happens, Tang Zi urged. For some reason, she had an indescribable feeling. It was like a whim or an assassin's sixth sense, as though something bad was about to happen. Su Zimo nodded and took a deep breath. Leaping up, he grabbed the jade talisman in his palm. There were no other changes throughout the entire process. Su Zimo stared at the jade talisman for a moment and scanned it carefully with his spirit consciousness. But he could not find anything. What's the secret behind this jade talisman that attracted so many sects, factions, and paragons to fight for it? Su Zimo asked with a frown. I don't know either, Tang Zi said. I reckon that apart from Yun Ting and a few other cultivators who entered the Emperor's tomb, most of them don't know the secret of the jade talisman. The only thing that could be certain was that this jade talisman was related to the immortal emperor buried in the Emperor's tomb. Divine Firmament Mainland, Xianxia Immortal Kingdom. Capital Palace Library. The city walls of the capital were thousands of feet tall. The library was 90,000 feet tall and was the most striking building in the capital. It was also one of the emblems of the entire Xianxia Immortal Kingdom. Apart from Divine Firmament Palace, the library of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom was the second tallest building in the entire Divine Firmament Immortal domain. The library was all-encompassing and involved cultivation techniques, secret skills, dermic treasures, elixirs, tempering, various regions, trichiliocosm, ancient ruins, legends. It contained everything. There had long been rumors in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain that the library of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom was the place with the most books in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and even the entire heavenly world. Standing on the top floor of the library, one could see the endless capital of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom and the mountains and rivers. At that moment, a woman stood on the top floor of the library. Her long hair was tied up with a ribbon and draped casually behind her back. She wore a faint green dress that revealed her slender figure perfectly. A gentle breeze blew, sweeping a few strands of black hair across the woman's face. The woman was oblivious to it and continued looking down at an ancient book in her hands with a focused expression, as though she was completely immersed in it. Although she was only wearing plain clothes, her beauty surpassed all the other makeup in the world. Even though she was motionless, she exuded a refined and noble aura. The woman held a scroll and stood against the wind. Her skirt fluttered gently in a graceful and beautiful manner, as though she was one with the entire library. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation came from an empty space on the top floor. Immediately after, the void collapsed, revealing a dark spatial tunnel. As though she did not notice it, the woman looked at the book in her hands intently. A moment later, a black figure fell out of the spatial tunnel and landed on the top floor in a sorry state. The spatial tunnel behind him closed and vanished. That figure was Yun Ting, who was brought back from the Emperor's tomb. The woman did not turn back and was still focused on the book in her hands. as though there was nothing in the world that could attract her attention or look better than the words in the book. Sister! Yun Ting stood up and clenched his fists, shouting in the direction of the woman with an indignant expression. When she heard that voice, the woman was in a daze. She paused for a moment before reacting. Frowning slightly, she said with her back facing Yun Ting, "Since you're back, return to the residence and cultivate in peace." When Yun Ting saw that the woman did not seem to care about him at all, he felt even more aggrieved and indignant. He took a few steps forward and shouted again, "Sister, I didn't lose at all. Why did you bring me back?" "You didn't lose?" The woman still did not look at Yun Ting as she shook her head. "The Ice Soul silver armor that I gave you is crippled both internally and externally. Yet you claim that you didn't lose." Yun Ting argued, "So what if they were crippled? I wasn't severely injured nor hurt. If not for the Ice Soul silver armor, would you have been able to return alive?" The woman's tone was cold and stern. Yun Ting was still indignant and shouted, "A dermic treasure is also a part of one's strength. Which rule states that dermic treasures are not allowed in a life and death battle. If you hadn't brought me back, I would have definitely defeated that person and helped you get your jade talisman." When she heard that, the woman was touched. A gentle look flashed through her eyes as she finally turned around and looked at Yun Ting. Just as the woman was about to speak, she could not help but laugh when she saw Yun Ting. The woman's smile was charming, and instantly, the surrounding skies seemed to brighten up. At that moment, Yun Ting was covered in dust. His clothes were burned and his hair was thin. His cheeks were pitch black like a black fire rod. "Sister, how dare you laugh at me?" Instantly, Yun Ting panicked and his face flushed red. However, it could not be seen clearly beneath his charcoal black skin. This younger brother of hers was a prince of the Xianxia immortal kingdom and a peerless monster incarnate who was invincible among his peers. He had never been in such a sorry state. All of this was because Yun Ting wanted to fight for the jade talisman for her. At that thought, the woman's gaze softened. She put down the book in her hands and walked forward slowly, raising her hand to brush Yun Ting's cheek gently. A faint white light appeared on the woman's fingertip. The white light circulated around Yun Ting's body and washed away the charcoal on his body in the blink of an eye. Some of Yun Ting's wounds began to heal as well. The woman took out a long dress and draped it on Yun Ting, saying gently, "I guess that you sneaked into the emperor's tomb because of me. However, you're not allowed to do this in the future. Father doesn't have many descendants and you're the youngest and most talented. If anything happens to you, he'll be heartbroken. Furthermore, among these siblings, you're the one I like the most." Yun Ting lowered his head slightly and mumbled, "I know. You and father have taken care of me since I was young. However, I've never ever given you a gift." In front of the woman, Yun Ting no longer had the cold and arrogant aura as he did in the emperor's tomb. Instead, he became more obedient and revealed the demeanor of a child from time to time. After all, he was only 200 years old, equivalent to 3 or 4 years old among mortals. Of course, Yun Ting would only reveal such childish naivety in front of this woman. In front of outsiders, even his father and other brothers, he was also Prince Yun Ting, a rare paragon who looked down on the world. When Yun Ting lost his mother when he was young, apart from his father, his sister was the only one who accompanied him when he was young. In his heart, his sister was the closest person to him. Otherwise, he would not have ventured deep into the danger zone to retrieve the jade talisman personally as a gift for his sister. Yun Ting said, "You've always liked to study, sister. I heard that this jade talisman is related to a taboo mystic classic and wanted to help you get it. It's just a connection. Even if you can obtain the jade talisman, you might not be able to obtain the taboo mystic classic. This jade talisman is truly not worth the risk." The woman looked at Yun Ting and said softly, "Even a true taboo mystic classic is less than 1,000th of you, let alone a jade talisman." "Sister," Yun Ting called out softly with teary eyes, "you're still crying even though you're already so old." The woman smiled. "Who's crying?" Yun Ting blushed and pulled up his sleeves to wipe his eyes messily. He said angrily, "Sister, even if you didn't bring me back, That person won't be able to hurt me. He felt even more indignant at the thought of Su Zimo. That person could even cripple the ice soul silver armor I gave you. How do you know he doesn't have other trump cards? The woman asked instead. Definitely not. Yun Ting blurted. However, his tone softened quickly as he muttered. That person is only a grade 9 black immortal. He must be at the end of his road after releasing 3 essence spirit secret skills and a powerful secret skill in succession. He shouldn't have any other methods. MMM? The woman frowned slightly before reacting and asking, You mean to say that you were defeated by a single person? A black immortal at that. The woman knew Yun Ting's combat strength the best. Almost no one of the same cultivation realm was a match for her younger brother. Although Yun Ting was young, he had fought countless battles over the years. She had once brought Yun Ting around the divine firmament immortal domain personally. He looked at the mountains and rivers, looked up at the starry skies, comprehended heaven and earth and fought for an entire 20 years against the paragons of the aristocratic families, disciples of sex and royalty without suffering a single defeat. Although Yun Ting was not old, he was already famous throughout the world. The woman had not expected that Yun Ting would lose to a grade 9 black immortal in a one-on-one fight. At the thought of Su Zimo, Yun Ting was still indignant and said with an upset expression, He's someone who ascended from the lower worlds and has an ordinary bloodline. If not for the fact that I expended too much of my essence spirit to dispel the formation, I would have definitely defeated him. The woman's expression turned solemn as she said in a deep voice, Little brother, you must not underestimate anyone from the lower worlds. You should know that there was once somebody from the lower worlds who was invincible in the divine firmament and caused a huge ruckus. Feng Cantion? Yun Ting asked. The woman nodded. If he could be conferred the title of king back then, even our father's reputation would not be able to compare to him. Additionally, there's news that Feng Cantion has reappeared. Ah! Yun Ting was shocked and asked hurriedly, Wasn't Feng Cantion's Dao fruit crippled? He's not dead. The woman said, It's said that Feng Cantion's Dao fruit was shattered and his body was pinned by the execution saber and suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. However, the moment he broke free, he displayed his might and crushed absolute Thunder City, killing 10 perfected immortals before leaving. At the mention of Feng Cantion, be it in her words or eyes, the woman revealed a hint of admiration. Even someone as proud and conceited as Yun Ting was shocked when he heard that and could only mutter softly, Such methods are truly? After pondering for a moment, the woman continued, Apart from Feng Cantion, there's an immortal king in the green firmament immortal domain who ruled over a territory and ascended from the lower worlds. Yun Ting said, However, there are too few of them. After so many years, there are only a few of them. The woman said, You should know how cruel the environment is for those of the lower worlds. They don't have any cultivation resources or experts to protect them. They don't even have a place to stay. It's already very difficult for those of the lower worlds to survive, let alone cultivate. Yun Ting remained silent. He knew that his sister was right. If he was placed in such a cruel environment, he would definitely not have his current accomplishments. Anyone who can ascend from the lower worlds is a monster incarnate. The woman continued, For example, those who have passed the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation might not lose to you in terms of potential and talent. It's just because your backgrounds are different. Pausing for a moment, she said slowly, There's something more important you have to remember. You have many things different from those of the lower worlds. Your background, bloodline, talent, endowment, status. But you have one thing in common. Be it you or them, you only have a single life. If he lost his life, his status, reputation, and fame would vanish into thin air. When Yun Ting saw the stern expression on the woman's face, he smiled. Sister, I didn't underestimate that person. Not only that, I even admire him a lot. Initially, I wanted to subdue him and take him under my wing. In the end, at that point, Yun Ting was a little embarrassed and could not continue. The woman smiled gently and shook her head. How can someone like that bow down to others so easily? Right, speaking of which, this person seems to be fated with me. Yun Ting seemed to have recalled something. Just as he was about to say it, he paused and rolled his eyes, saying mysteriously, "Sister, guess." Pondering for a moment, the woman smiled. "It's not hard to guess if it is something related to you. Legend has it that the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts are in the lower worlds. Since that person is from the lower worlds, it's likely he knows either the heaven or earth-slaying sword arts." "Indeed. Nothing can be hidden from you, sister." Yun Ting laughed as well. "However, you're wrong about one thing, sister. This person knows both the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts." The woman glanced at Yun Ting and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Do you want me to help you snatch the two sword arts?" "How can that do?" Yun Ting said hurriedly, "One day, I'll definitely defeat him and retrieve the two sword arts personally." The woman nodded internally when she heard that reply. What she said earlier was just a test. If Yun Ting agreed to it, it would mean that he was completely defeated and would not even dare to fight that person again. But now, Yun Ting's remark made the woman feel relieved. As long as Yun Ting was sharp, the setbacks he suffered today would make him even stronger. The woman extended her palm and waved gently in Yun Ting's direction. Yun Ting's consciousness suddenly opened up and a shattered silver armor flew out. It was the Ice Soul inner armor that was shattered by Su Zimo's 3 Essence Spirit secret skills. "Sister, the inner armor is already shattered. What else do you need it for?" Yun Ting mumbled. "It's good that it's broken. You'll break through to the Earth Immortal realm soon. I'll forge another one for you," the woman said as she received the inner armor. The woman's finger brushed past the inner armor gently. She focused on the few burn marks on the inner armor and said in a deep voice, "These are marks of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip." "That's right. That person's Essence Spirit secret skill is a whip filled with lightning," Yun Ting said hurriedly. The woman was puzzled. "This is Feng Santian's ultimate technique. Why would it appear on him?" The woman sensed the remnant aura on the shattered inner armor and said, "There's another Essence Spirit secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. I can't guess what it is exactly. Describe the situation of that secret skill." Yun Ting described the scene briefly. "Great Day Gautama Sutra and Gautama Dharmic Seal?" The woman frowned slightly. "That person has extremely deep attainments in Buddhism. However, this is a cultivation technique from the lower worlds after all. How can it be so powerful?" She had read a lot of books and knew a lot. Therefore, many things could be deduced from the clues left behind by the inner armor. However, at that moment, she could not understand how an Essence Spirit secret skill from the lower worlds could release such power. The woman shook her head and continued, "That person even released a reverse scale secret skill of the dragon race. There's definitely something strange about his Essence Spirit to be able to release 3 Essence Spirit secret skills in succession." According to Yun Ting's description, he had a strong physique but ordinary bloodline. The greatest possibility was the barbarian race. However, the essence spirit of the barbarian race was the weakest point and could not be so condensed and pure. Given the woman's experience, she could not guess Su Zimo's background right away. How could there be somebody who cultivated the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, comprehended the spirit-vanquishing whip, had extremely high attainments in Buddhism, could release a secret skill of the dragon race and even fight against Yun Ting physically? The strange thing was that such a monster incarnate had an ordinary bloodline? Could it be? The woman's heart skipped a beat as she vaguely thought of a possibility. When Yun Ting saw that the woman was silent, he felt bored and leaned forward, pointing to the book in her hands. "Sister, what are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed?" The woman's thoughts were interrupted by Yun Ting, and she did not continue thinking. She closed the book and revealed the title to Yun Ting with a smile. "It's nothing much. It's just some legends." There were 2 ancient words written on the scroll, Infinite Era. The Emperor's Tomb. The main hall of the Immortal Emperor's Palace. Putting away the jade talisman, Su Zimo collected the storage bags of Fangxian and the paragons of the 4 immortal sections. It had to be said that there were indeed some good things in the storage bags of these paragons. However, what truly interested Su Zimo was a beast hide. This was what Su Zimo found in Fangxian's consciousness while retrieving his storage bag. The fact that it was hidden in a secluded place like the consciousness was definitely important. Su Zimo opened the beast hide and took a look. At the edge were the words divine elephant breathing technique. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo guessed that this was a cultivation technique cultivated by Fang Xian. Fang Xian's combat strength was not weak. Even if Su Zimo were to face him, it would take some effort without revealing his green lotus true body. Fang Xian was equivalent to being killed by the combined forces of Su Zimo, Yun Ting, and Tang Zi, 3 top black immortals. Although Fang Xian was struck by the time saber and lost 60,000 years of lifespan, he could still receive Yun Ting's heaven-slaying sword qi, and his blood qi was still robust. The reason for that was this divine elephant breathing technique. Let's share their belongings. Su Zimo tidied up the storage bags and came before Tang Zi. Tang Zi glanced at it and said indifferently, "Take that beast hide with you. The rest is mine." Stunned, Su Zimo quickly understood. Tang Zi must have seen that he was interested in the divine elephant breathing technique and wanted to give it up. On the surface, Tang Zi took more things. However, in reality, she was doing Su Zimo a favor. Su Zimo was hesitant. Although he was interested in the divine elephant breathing technique, Fang Xian died in Tang Zi's hands in the end. Logically speaking, this cultivation technique should be given to Tang Zi. "You don't have to think too much," Tang Zi said. "His divine elephant technique conflicts with my immortal whale cultivation technique and can't be cultivated at the same time. The immortal whale was the overlord of the deep sea. The divine elephant was a divine being of the land. There were many conflicts between the two." "Thank you very much." Su Zimo cupped his fists and did not decline. When Fang Xian released his bloodline phenomenon, the phantom of the six-tusked divine elephant appeared and was of the same origin as his innate divine power. Su Zimo was also wondering if he could cause some changes to the six-tusked divine strength by cultivating the divine elephant breathing technique. Now was not the time to cultivate. Su Zimo put away the beast hide and gave the rest of the items to Tang Zi. Right then, Tang Zi suddenly asked, "Why do you know about the spirit vanquishing whip? Who imparted it to you? Who exactly are you?" There was no need to hide the fact that he was from Tianhuang mainland from Tang Zi. Just as Su Zimo was about to reply, he frowned and his expression changed. Something was amiss. The surroundings were way too quiet. Initially, the main hall was filled with the sounds of killing and shouting. Unknowingly, those voices had vanished. It was silent outside the main hall as well. The uneasiness in Tang Zi's heart intensified. Su Zimo looked around with a grim expression. The otherworldly soldiers in the hall were still densely packed. However, for some reason, they seemed to be frozen and did not move at all. The strange thing was that the red lights in the eyes of the otherworldly soldiers flickered as though they could extinguish at any moment. Thud! Suddenly, a sound came from outside the main hall, as though something had landed on the stone steps. It was neither loud nor soft. However, it was extremely clear in the silent hall. Su Zimo and Tang Zi did not feel anything unusual when they heard that sound. However, the otherworldly soldiers in the hall shuddered. What happened? Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Tang Zi shook her head gently. Thud! The strange voice sounded once more, and it was even closer to the main hall. The otherworldly soldiers in the hall shuddered once more. Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness, wanting to find another way out of the hall. However, the main hall was sealed and filled with restrictions, as though there was only a single way out. Thud! The strange voice sounded once more, but Su Zimo ignored it and continued surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed that Tang Zi's expression was strange as she glared at the entrance of the hall in a frightening manner. Su Zimo spun around and looked towards the entrance of the hall. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared there. The person looked like an old man with a pitch-black walking stick in his hands. His black robe reached the ground and was made of an unknown material that looked strange. The old man was smiling at Su Zimo and Tang Zi. His face was filled with wrinkles and his smile was sinister and terrifying. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness scanned the old man countless times, but he could not sense the latter's cultivation realm. However, Tang Zi's expression darkened. Who are you? Su Zimo asked in a deep voice. The black-robed old man did not reply and raised his walking stick before lowering it rapidly. Thud! The strange sound rang. So, the sound earlier on came from the black-robed old man's walking stick. This time round, the black-robed old man suddenly opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, the corners of his mouth split. His head seemed like it was about to split open. His expression changed. Right then, the black-robed old man took a deep breath. Immediately after, the otherworldly soldiers at the front fell to the ground one after another, and the red light in their eyes was sucked into the black-robed old man's mouth. Be it the black immortal otherworldly soldiers or earth immortal otherworldly generals, none of them were spared. It's a ghost immortal, Tang Zi said slowly. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Not long after he entered the emperor's tomb, Tang Zi mentioned to him about ghost immortals. It could be said that ghost immortals were existences in the emperor's tomb that must not be provoked. Anyone targeted by ghost immortals would definitely be doomed. The otherworldly soldiers were formed because the souls of experts did not disperse and did not enter reincarnation. They were fused with many grievances and were gradually formed. One could only become a ghost immortal after cultivating sentience. It could be said that these otherworldly soldiers were food for the ghost immortals. Gradually, Su Zimo understood why it was silent outside the hall. That was because the otherworldly soldiers that charged out had already been devoured by the ghost immortal. The formation at the entrance of the main hall was dispelled and countless otherworldly soldiers surged out. For the ghost immortal it was a feast. Prepare to escape. Be careful. Just as Tang Zi's imagination was running wild, Su Zimo's voice sounded in her mind. What are you doing? Tang Zi was alarmed and asked hurriedly. Su Zimo did not reply. Suddenly, a pair of golden wings appeared behind him, and he released his innate divine power. Turning into a golden streak of light, he sped out of the hall. Trying to flee? The ghost immortal cackled, and an evil glint shone in his eyes. In a flash, he blocked Su Zimo at an astonishing speed that was even faster than the latter. Arriving before Su Zimo, the black-robed old man tapped his walking stick gently with a strange sound. Su Zimo shuddered and his essence spirit shuddered. As though it was about to leave his body, the creation lotus platform spun slowly and rays of light spewed out from the lotus cave, nourishing the green lotus essence spirit and allowing Su Zimo to sober up rapidly. The black-robed old man frowned slightly. Initially, he thought that his attack would definitely disperse Su Zimo's soul. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo was only dazed for a moment before returning to normal and continued speeding towards the entrance. Humph! The black-robed old man harumphed coldly with a cold gaze. Leaning forward slightly, he took a deep breath in Su Zimo's direction. Phew! From the black-robed old man's mouth came a whimpering sound that was extremely terrifying, like a child crying. The next moment, Su Zimo's body swayed and his consciousness blurred. His green lotus essence spirit turned hazy and showed signs of collapsing. What was even more frightening was that the green lotus essence spirit was not under Su Zimo's control and floated outside, as though it was drawn in by some power. Ma, and I, Pa. Suddenly, the images of Buddhas appeared in Su Zimo's consciousness and he chanted ancient Sanskrit. In his consciousness, a golden light shone brightly and reverberated with a vast and dignified power that was deafening. That was the benefit of cultivating the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. This cultivation technique of the Buddhist monasteries was a taboo mystic classic. It was a supreme dharmic formulation for spirit refinement and possessed unimaginable might. Up till this point of his cultivation, the increase in Su Zimo's combat strength was not obvious. However, it protected his essence spirit countless times. Back then, the might of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was evident when it could fuse the Dragon Phoenix and Green Lotus essence spirits. But now, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was not perfected and there were still sutras from 2 tripod walls that had yet to surface. The power currently revealed by this taboo mystic classic was only the tip of the iceberg. The Green Lotus essence spirit calmed down after it was enveloped by the golden light and became pure once more. However, The Buddhist light could not purge away the strange suction power in his consciousness. The green lotus essence spirit was still drawn in by that power and wanted to leave its shell. Suddenly, the creation lotus platform shone brightly with a resplendent glow as it soared into the air. The 9 circles of 81 petals closed rapidly and enveloped the green lotus essence spirit, severing the suction force completely. Su Zimo was invigorated and the rock wings behind him flapped. Turning into a golden streak of light, he charged out of the main hall and fled into the distance. The black-robed old man frowned. Initially, he thought that he would definitely be able to suck Su Zimo's soul over with that single breath. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo seemed to be unaffected and escaped after a slight pause, catching him off guard. When he saw that Su Zimo had already escaped far away, the black-robed old man thought for a moment and did not chase after him. Instead, he turned around and smiled at Tang Zi in the hall. Although one of them escaped, there was another one here. Although the souls of otherworldly soldiers were strong, they could not compare to the freshness of Tang Zi. For the ghost immortal, Tang Zi's soul was the true delicacy. He. The black-robed old man laughed sinisterly and walked slowly towards Tang Zi. Tang Zi was severely injured after being surrounded by 4 paragons. Although she managed to recover her mobility after recuperating for a while, it was impossible for her to fight the black-robed old man. Even at her peak, she would not be a match for the ghost immortal, let alone the fact that she was injured right now. The ghost immortals in the Emperor's tomb were tainted by the power of the curse and could not even be touched. How could anybody fight them? Damn thing, what's that stupid smile for? Right then, a sneer sounded from behind the black-robed old man. Turning back, the black-robed old man saw that Su Zimo had returned and was standing outside the main hall, looking at him with a mocking and provocative expression. The black-robed old man was enraged. At the same time, Tang Zi understood Su Zimo's intentions. The reason why Su Zimo left first was not because he wanted to abandon her here. Su Zimo wanted to lure the black-robed old man away. When Su Zimo saw that the black-robed old man did not chase after him, he deliberately provoked the latter by returning. Although the black-robed old man was sentient, he was far less mature than those experienced experts. He was enraged by Su Zimo's provocation. Ignorant ant, do you really think that I can't kill you? The black-robed old man glared at Su Zimo with rage in his eyes. Countless menacing faces appeared on his black robes and roared at Su Zimo. Suddenly, Tang Zi felt disgusted. If she was killed by humans and her soul was dispersed, at least she would die a clean death. However, if she was devoured by the black-robed old man, her face would appear on this ghost immortal and she would become one of those menacing faces. Abandoning Tang Zi, the black-robed old man slammed his walking stick heavily on the ground and soared into the air, charging towards Su Zimo. Without hesitation, Su Zimo turned and fled. His current strength was not enough to fight against this ghost immortal. Ooh! The menacing faces of the black-robed old man fell off one after another, turning into menacing ghost faces that chased after Su Zimo like vengeful ghosts. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo and the black-robed old man charged out of the immortal emperor's palace. Tang Zi was anxious and swallowed another handful of elixirs. Before the medicinal effects could dissipate, she rushed out. However, by the time she rushed out of the immortal emperor's palace, Su Zimo and the black-robed old man were long gone. Tang Zi clenched her fists with a conflicted expression. She knew in her heart that Su Zimo could have escaped initially. He returned to lure the black-robed old man away because he wanted to save her. She also knew that Su Zimo was most likely doomed. There were no living beings in the emperor's tomb that could escape the pursuit of the ghost immortal. Tang Zi took a deep breath and judged the direction before giving chase. Su Zimo and the black-robed old man moved at an extremely fast speed one after another. However, as time passed by, Su Zimo could not hold on any longer. After all, he had expended too much stamina in the battle against Yun Ting and the 4 paragons. Even with the help of the extreme speed divine power, his speed gradually slowed down. However, the many ghost faces behind him closed in continuously and howled, letting out shuddering wails. "I told you, you can't escape." Before long, the black-robed old man's voice sounded in Su Zimo's ears. It was as though someone had blown a cold breath into his ears. Instantly, Su Zimo's hairs stood on end. Without hesitation, he summoned the hell suppression tripod and shielded it behind him. However, a menacing ghost face penetrated the hell suppression tripod and struck his back heavily. Although the hell suppression tripod was strong and indestructible, it could not defend against essence spirits and souls. However, the ghost immortal was condensed with souls from head to toe. The ghost faces he released also possessed the power of souls. Bang! Su Zimo shuddered and spat out a mouthful of black blood. An extremely terrifying power burst forth from the ghost face and surged into Su Zimo's body, engulfing his limbs, bones, and organs. The coldness was chilling to the bones, and Su Zimo could not help but shudder. His face was pale and his lips were purplish as he staggered forward. Even walking became difficult, let alone movement techniques. "I'm probably going to die in the Emperor's tomb today." Su Zimo's eyelids were heavy and his vision turned blurry as he sighed internally. He had already used up all his trump cards and was on the brink of death. Now, even the hell suppression tripod could not save him. Hee hee! The black-robed old man's laughter sounded once more. "Stop struggling. Even if I don't attack, you're dead. The power of the curse of the Emperor's tomb has already seeped into your organs and bones after being struck by my ghost face. You're already a dead man." When the black-robed old man realized that Su Zimo was already a bird in a cage, he was no longer anxious and merely followed closely behind Su Zimo, smelling the scent of this fresh soul with an intoxicated expression. Su Zimo bit his tongue gently and tried his best to stay awake. Under normal circumstances, their cultivation realms were very low and the power of the curse would not seep into their bodies after entering the Emperor's tomb. That was the reason why they had the chance to purge it and survive. Once the curse of the Emperor's tomb seeped into his flesh, he would be in danger, let alone seep into his organs and bones. However, the black-robed old man was only half right. The power of the curse of the Emperor's tomb had indeed seeped into Su Zimo's flesh and tainted his organs and bones. But, as though it was blocked by some power, it could not continue deeper. Su Zimo did not give up. Gritting his teeth, he continued forward. However, the black-robed old man became impatient. "Humph! Let's see how much longer you can last." The black-robed old man sneered and his black robe swayed. Hundreds of ghost faces fell and flew towards Su Zimo, drowning him instantly. The ghost faces opened their mouths and bared their sharp teeth, biting Su Zimo. With every bite, the green lotus essence spirit dimmed. Without waiting for the black-robed old man to attack, those hungry ghost-like faces alone could devour Su Zimo cleanly. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled something. He took out a jade talisman from his storage bag and held it in his palm. The jade talisman emitted a glow that enveloped him. Ah! 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 The ghost faces that were initially gnawing on Su Zimo released their bites one after another as though they were in immense pain. They let out tragic cries and turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, the ghost faces flew out of the radius of the jade talisman's light. Green smoke billowed from the ghost faces and their auras were clearly much weaker. Su Zimo obtained a rare breather and could not help but perk up, looking at the black-robed old man with widened eyes. The black-robed old man's expression darkened. When he saw the light emitted by the jade talisman, he was clearly wary. However, he did not stop and said slowly, "Do you think that this thing can stop me?" The black-robed old man approached continuously and arrived at the edge of the jade talisman's radius. He paused for a moment before striding in. Sizzle! The light of the jade talisman enveloped the black-robed old man and let out a series of strange sounds. However, it was clear that his foundation was not injured. As the two of them approached, Su Zimo suddenly raised his hand and threw the jade talisman in his hands towards the black-robed old man. Humph! The black-robed old man extended his walking stick and flicked it gently, knocking the jade talisman to the ground. He did not stop and continued walking towards Su Zimo, getting closer and closer. Seemingly flustered, Su Zimo took out a pile of dermic treasures from his storage bag and threw them towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man had a mocking expression as he waved his walking stick casually and knocked down the dermic treasures one after another. He did not notice that among the dermic treasures, there was one that Su Zimo did not touch with his hands. Instead, it was wrapped with robes and threw out among the many dermic treasures. It was a dim bronze lantern that looked ordinary. The black-robed old man waved his walking stick casually and struck the bronze lantern. However, he suddenly shuddered and his expression changed. His eyes widened with fear and his body trembled uncontrollably with increasingly stronger convulsions. To think that this lantern is actually in your hands. The black-robed old man's voice trembled. He waved the walking stick in his hands vigorously, as though he wanted to throw the bronze lantern off. However, the bronze lantern seemed to be stuck to the walking stick and could not be flung down. What Su Zimo thought of earlier on was not the jade talisman, but this bronze lantern. Previously, he merely touched the bronze lantern and his essence spirit was almost absorbed. If not for the Buddhas that appeared and chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, he would have been killed by a bronze lantern. At the bottom of the bronze lantern was the word, soul. Therefore, Su Zimo guessed that the bronze lantern might have something to do with the soul. That was not the only strange thing about the bronze lantern. Although it had been in the emperor's tomb for countless years, it was not tainted by the curse of the emperor's tomb at all. In fact, even the hell suppression tripod could not devour it. Right now, the bronze lantern had indeed done something extraordinary. Ah! Suddenly, the black-robed old man shrieked with a ruthless glint in his eyes. He extended his left hand and severed his right arm decisively. His right arm and walking stick fell at the same time. Although the black-robed old man lost an arm and suffered severe injuries, he was at least free from the threat of the bronze lantern. Su Zimo had been paying attention to the situation the entire time and could not help but feel shocked when he saw that. If the black-robed old man were to break free, he might be the one to die. At that moment, it was already too late for him to pick up the bronze lantern. Suddenly, Su Zimo's eyes flickered as he noticed something unusual. There was a faint glow at the bottom of the bronze lantern. Unknowingly, a thin layer of oil had accumulated in the lantern. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Without hesitation, he channeled his extremely weak essence spirit and released a feeble spirit consciousness flame. Or rather, it could only be considered as a spark. However, that spark caused a change when it landed in the lantern. Phew! With a whoosh, a small flame ignited in the lantern and enveloped the black-robed old man with a golden glow. Ah! Before the black-robed old man could escape, he encountered such an unforeseen event and could not help but cry out tragically. The fear in his eyes had reached its limits as he shrieked repeatedly, "Soul Lantern! You actually ignited the Soul Lantern!" Ah! The golden flame of the bronze lantern did not burn the black-robed old man directly. However, when the golden light around the flame landed on the black-robed old man, golden flames were ignited from head to toe from the inside out and could not be extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the golden flames devoured the black-robed old man completely. The black-robed old man's tragic cries deteriorated rapidly as well. In just a few breaths, the black-robed old man had already vanished completely, and his essence spirit was destroyed by the golden flames. Su Zimo looked at everything in a daze, dumbfounded. Earlier on, he merely released a spirit consciousness flame in a flash of inspiration. To think that it would create such a terrifying scene. "Is this a soul lantern?" Su Zimo murmured softly. "It's impressive indeed. Souls are completely helpless against the envelopment of this lantern. That power did not come from the soul lantern's flame. If the black-robed man, a powerful ghost immortal, was burned into ashes by the light released by the flame, how terrifying was the power of the actual flame. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that the reason why the tiny golden flame was so terrifying was not because of the essence spirit fire he released. Or rather, that wasn't even any essence spirit fire. At best, it was an essence spirit spark and was almost useless. However, because his spark ignited the thin layer of oil in the lantern, It released the power of the soul lantern. However, where did the oil come from? When he first obtained the soul lantern, he could clearly see that there was only the word soul in the lantern without any oil. Furthermore, even if there was lantern oil, it would have dried up after countless years. Su Zimo stared at the soul lantern and fell into deep thought. A moment later, a thought flashed through his mind. Soul. Although the black-robed old man severed his arm in time, much of his soul was still absorbed by the soul lantern. There was a high chance that it became the lantern oil in the soul lantern. This was an ancient bronze lantern that could only burn with lantern oil condensed from souls. That should be the origin of the name, Soul Lantern. That was not the only thing that shocked Su Zimo. The flame of the soul lantern burned the black-robed old man's soul. However, familiar faces appeared in the surrounding void. Those faces were no longer menacing or terrifying. They transformed into human forms and bowed deeply in the direction of the soul lantern before looking at Su Zimo gratefully and bowing as well. Thereafter, the faces vanished completely. Su Zimo looked at everything in a daze and was enlightened. A moment later, he gradually understood. Over the years, the black-robed old man had devoured countless souls to cultivate to this point. Those souls were controlled by the black-robed old man and could not enter reincarnation. But now that the black-robed old man was burned to death by the soul lantern, it was equivalent to purifying the souls and allowing some of them to be freed and be reborn. That was the reason why those souls bowed to the soul lantern and expressed their gratitude to him. At that moment, the soul lantern was still burning. Although the golden flame was extremely small, it seemed like it would never extinguish and was filled with a golden glow. Actually, Su Zimo was also standing in the light of the soul lantern's flame. However, the power of the soul lantern did not cause any damage to his essence spirit. Su Zimo could not confirm the reason either. It might be because his spirit consciousness flame had ignited the soul lantern. That was why the light of the flame did not hurt him. A dermic treasure like this soul lantern must have long gained sentience if even the hell suppression tripod could not devour it. It was also possible that the soul lantern had sensed the aura of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra from him previously and did not hurt him. However, Su Zimo was certain that he had yet to fully control this soul lantern. Perhaps his cultivation realm was not high enough or his essence spirit was not condensed enough. In any case, when he tried to touch the soul lantern, he could still sense a strong warning of danger. Of course, Su Zimo was in no hurry. He still had much time and opportunities in the future to slowly explore the secret of this soul lantern. If he still failed after he became an earth immortal, he would try again when he was a heaven immortal. One day, he would be able to control this soul lantern completely. Up till now, the soul lantern could not be considered as a trump card and was not of much help to him. That was because he could not control the soul lantern and could only roll it up with his robes. It was too easy for others to resolve it. Any immortal art, divine power or dermic treasure of the other party could knock down the soul lantern. The reason why the black-robed old man was killed by the soul lantern was mainly because it caught him off guard. Furthermore, the black-robed old man was a ghost immortal and was completely formed from souls. Even the walking stick in his hands was transformed from souls. For the black-robed man, the soul lantern was practically his natural enemy. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly realized something. He could not sense the power of the curse of the Emperor's tomb while standing under the envelopment of the soul lantern flame's light. It was as though a vacuum-forbidden ground had been formed within the radius of the soul lantern flame's light, and even the curse of the Emperor's tomb could not penetrate it. Pest! Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. That was a little impressive. The reason why this curse was terrifying was because even immortal emperors were not spared and died to it. Furthermore, there were 2 Emperor Realm experts. But now, the flame of the soul lantern could actually repel the curse of the Emperor's tomb. What was the origin of the soul lantern? Strange. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled something. According to the immortal emperor, he should have obtained this soul lantern long ago. If so, how did the immortal emperor die from the curse? Right then, Su Zimo suddenly felt dizzy. His body swayed slightly and he almost fell to the ground. Earlier on, He was struck by one of the black-robed old man's ghost faces, and his back was mangled with his organs shaken. That was nothing. Given the regeneration capabilities of the Green Lotus True Body, he would recover before long. It was mainly the power of the curse that seeped into his flesh. Earlier on, Su Zimo was tense and suppressed the curse of the Emperor's tomb temporarily. Now that he was slightly relaxed, the power of the curse burst forth completely and began to corrode continuously, seeping into his organs and even his marrow. Su Zimo finally understood why the immortal emperor died under the curse. Although the flame of the soul lantern could block the curse of the emperor's tomb, it could not purge the curse in his body. Su Zimo felt weak all over and could not even support his body as he knelt on the ground. If anyone else was around, they would be able to clearly see that green spots had already grown on Su Zimo's face and skin in a terrifying manner. The curse of the emperor's tomb exploded completely in his body, destroying his life force. Green spots appeared on Su Zimo's bones. Right now, the reason why he could hold on and maintain his clarity was because the Green Lotus True Body had a powerful bloodline and was constantly regenerating blood to fight against the power of the curse of the Emperor's tomb. However, everything would be over if the power of the curse seeped into his marrow. At that time, his marrow would be tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb, and the bloodline created would carry the power of the curse. Su Zimo would be completely devoured by the curse of the Emperor's tomb and die. Su Zimo realized the danger he was in but was helpless. Although he still had half a 7-glow immortal ginseng, it was useless. The 7-glow immortal ginseng could revive the dead and regrow flesh. No matter how serious the injuries were, one could be healed. However, it was useless against curses. Initially, he could have purged the curse of the Emperor's tomb with the bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body. But now, Su Zimo's blood chi was weak from the consecutive battles and his stamina was depleted. Coupled with the fact that he was severely injured by the Ghost Immortal, the curse of the Emperor's tomb seeped into his flesh, organs and limbs. Even with the bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body, he could not defend against it. Su Zimo's body trembled slightly, and the green spots on his face intensified in a terrifying manner. His life force drained continuously without stopping. Even in his consciousness, the creation Lotus platform gradually stopped spinning. Su Zimo had already used up all his trump cards in this series of battles, and there were no methods that could help him tide through this calamity. The curse of the Emperor's tomb was still corroding his organs and marrow wildly. Su Zimo's limbs were already tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb. However, for some unknown reason, the curse of the Emperor's tomb could not seep into his marrow still. It was as though there was a strange power in his marrow that was blocking the curse of the Emperor's tomb. Su Zimo's head was spinning and his consciousness was blurring. He could no longer sense the changes. Suddenly, a deafening sound of instant thunder sounded in Su Zimo's mind, waking him up from his stupor. A strange change was happening within the Green Lotus True Body. A blinding light burst forth from his marrow. Accompanied by thunder, bedazzling electric arcs appeared from his marrow and coiled around his jade-green bones. As time passed by, the thunder became louder and more terrifying as the power of thunder released from the Green Lotus True Body increased. Before long, the Green Lotus True Body's body was filled with lightning. The lightning was so strong that even the curse of the Emperor's tomb could not defend against it. Su Zimo was completely awake with a shocked expression. How could there be such a pure and terrifying power of thunder in his body? Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of something. Back in the 10 Absolute Hell, the first thing the Thunder Emperor did after breaking free from the shackles was to send the shattered Tao fruit into his body and seal it. The Thunder Emperor had once told him that given his current cultivation, it was difficult for him to absorb and refine the Tao fruit fragments completely at the moment. However, they might be able to help him in the future. And now, the continuous stimulation of the curse of the Emperor's tomb caused the sealed power of thunder to explode completely. The curse of the Emperor's tomb was related to one's cultivation realm. Su Zimo was only a grade 9 black immortal and the power of the curse he was tainted with was not strong. However, the power of thunder sealed in his body was incomparably terrifying. It was conjured by the Thunder Emperor's shattered Tao fruit. This was the Tao fruit of the supreme perfected immortal. Even though it was already shattered, it possessed an unimaginable might. The curse of the Emperor's tomb that Su Zimo was tainted with could not defend against the baptism of the power of thunder at all, and was forced to retreat in defeat. If not for the Soul Lantern's flame, the curse of the Emperor's tomb outside would definitely produce an even more terrifying curse power to fight against the lightning. Eventually, Su Zimo would be tainted by the even more terrifying curse of the Emperor's tomb and would definitely die. But now that the Soul Lantern was burning and the light of the golden flame isolated the curse of the Emperor's tomb outside, the curse in Su Zimo's body was purged by the surging lightning before long. The green spots on Su Zimo's face faded, and his bones regained their jade-green color. They were crystal clear and his bloodline was pure and flawless. Green mist seeped out of his pores continuously. The green mist was conjured by the curse of the Emperor's tomb and left the green lotus true body. Not long after it was enveloped by the flame of the Soul Lantern, it gradually disappeared and was refined by the Soul Lantern. Su Zimo stood up and lightning surged in his body, baptizing his body, bloodline, limbs, organs, and cleansing the curse of the Emperor's tomb. The danger of the curse of the Emperor's tomb was completely resolved. However, the power of thunder released by the Tao fruit fragments was way too turbulent. If they were not guided for refinement, even the green lotus true body would be destroyed. However, this was no longer a crisis for Su Zimo. If he could refine and guide the power of thunder, he would definitely break through to the Earth Essence realm. Even his green lotus true body might be able to break through once more and grow to grade 10. Under normal circumstances, breaking through in the Emperor's tomb was equivalent to courting death. That was because once one broke through to the Earth Essence realm, the power of the curse of the Emperor's tomb would increase as well. There was a high chance that a grade 9 black immortal would survive after leaving the Emperor's tomb. If he broke through to become a grade 1 Earth immortal, he would be doomed. But now, Su Zimo was cultivating with ease and even chose to break through. Within the range of the Soul Lantern's flame, it was not corroded by the curse and was equivalent to a paradise in the Emperor's tomb. Even if he broke through to the Earth immortal realm here, he would not be tainted by the curse of the Emperor's tomb. The danger was resolved and the situation had turned around completely. This crisis was already a rare opportunity for Su Zimo. Ah! Su Zimo reared his head and howled into the skies with an endless might of thunder. The lightning in his body could no longer be suppressed and was about to spill out. Without hesitation, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and recited the Void Thunder Manual silently. Many insights imparted by the Thunder Emperor flashed through his mind. Only the Void Thunder Manual could control, absorb, and refine the power of thunder. In the Void Thunder Manual of the Upper World, in order to refine his body and bloodline, the Thunder Emperor created a Thunder Bones strengthening secret skill to derive the Thunder bloodline. And now, Su Zimo's mind was completely immersed in the Bones strengthening secret skill. Lightning surged around Su Zimo and almost transformed into a sea of lightning. It was blinding and Su Zimo's figure became blurry and indistinct. However, as time passed by, Su Zimo's understanding of the Thunder Bones strengthening secret skill deepened, and he could refine and absorb more power of thunder. The range of the sea of lightning gradually shrank. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month. Su Zimo had been sitting in a lotus position in the sea of lightning the entire time. His eyes were closed and he did not move, as though the world had stopped. The Soul Lantern flame at the side flickered from time to time and the oil in the lantern was also being consumed slowly. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed since Su Zimo and the others entered the Emperor's tomb. Above a desert, a purple figure advanced alone. Although she was expressionless, she looked around from time to time, as though she was searching for something. Tang Zi. Her injuries had long healed. In the past half a year, she had been to many places, searching for Su Zimo. However, the Emperor's tomb was like a broken world that was way too huge and boundless. Back then, Su Zimo and the black-robed old man were too fast and she did not know where they ran to. Trying to find someone in the Emperor's tomb was equivalent to searching for a needle in a haystack. Sigh! Tangzi lowered her head slightly inside. Actually, she had already vaguely guessed that Su Zimo was most likely doomed. There was almost no chance of escape after being targeted by a ghost immortal in the Emperor's tomb. Furthermore, Su Zimo was at the end of his road after consecutive battles. How could he escape the pursuit of the ghost immortal? She had not known Su Zimo for long. However, for some unknown reason, she felt sad at the thought that Su Zimo would be buried in the Emperor's tomb without a corpse left. "I owe you too much, but I'll probably never get the chance to repay you," Tangzi murmured softly. Right then, the entire Emperor's tomb suddenly shook. A series of explosions sounded from the firmaments, as though the skies were about to collapse. "It's time to leave." Tangzi glanced at the firmaments and chanted internally, as though she was bidding farewell to Su Zimo. The Emperor's tomb would not stay in a place for too long. If she was not wrong, this commotion should be a premonition that the Emperor's tomb was about to escape into the void and leave divine firmament mainland. Although she had a teleportation talisman that could return to the prince's residence, if the Emperor's tomb escaped into the endless void, even if she had a teleportation talisman, she would not be able to break through the restrictions of that space and would stay in the Emperor's tomb forever. She wanted to leave. She had something more important to do. On the other side of the Emperor's tomb, the sea of lightning around Su Zimo had already been absorbed by the green lotus true body, and there was an extremely terrifying power in his body that could spew out at any moment. At that moment, lightning coiled around every single jade green bone in Su Zimo's body and electric arcs circulated in his marrow. Even his new bloodline contained a wisp of the might of thunder. He had attained greater mastery of the Thunder Bone's strengthening section. This was something that the Thunder Emperor had painstakingly comprehended with his lifetime's learnings. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even with Su Zimo's endowment, it was impossible for him to cultivate this secret skill to greater mastery without hundreds or thousands of years. There were two main reasons why he was able to attain greater mastery of this secret skill within a year. First, the Thunder Emperor imparted his cultivation technique without holding back. The second was the Tao fruit fragments sealed in Su Zimo's body by the Thunder Emperor. Although they were only fragments and there was not much power left after hundreds of thousands of years, there were still many comprehensions and insights left behind by the Thunder Emperor. By refining the Tao fruit fragments, Su Zimo had inherited the Thunder Emperor's cultivation insights completely and did not even need to comprehend them again. It was as though he was enlightened and comprehended everything instantly. Initially, it was only the green lotus true body. Su Zimo's physique and power of bloodline were almost invincible among his peers. Now that the Thunder Bones were mastered, the physique and power of bloodline of the green lotus true body increased exponentially as well. Su Zimo believed that if he were to face Yun Ting again, he could suppress the latter even without using his bloodline. Of course, that was only an ideal situation. After all, Yun Ting's cultivation would not stagnate either. Yun Ting had suffered a huge loss this time round. As long as his Tao heart was not affected, his cultivation would definitely advance. Everything else aside, if Yun Ting could control his bloodline phenomenon, it would be enough to cause him immense trouble. At that time, if the two of them met again, it was unknown who would win. Su Zimo's gains after cultivating for more than half a year were not limited to this. When he refined the Thunder Tao fruit, he mastered the Zephyr Thunder Wings as well. This meant that his movement technique could increase by another level, and even ordinary Earth Immortals would have difficulty catching up to him. On the other side, after this period of time, the refinement of the Hell Suppression Tripod was almost over. The third tripod wall was about to be repaired. The pattern that appeared was the Sacred Beast, the Black Tortoise. Those gains and improvements were not enough. Su Zimo did not stop cultivating. He wanted to break through to the Earth Essence realm in one go. In Su Zimo's consciousness, the phantoms of Buddhas appeared and the voice of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra chanted continuously as the creation lotus platform spun rapidly. In his consciousness, a golden Buddhist light and green light shone together like a pure land of the immortal kingdoms. An essence spirit sat on the pure land. Su Zimo's bloodline circulated and the sound of a tsunami could be heard. The sound of the tsunami was extremely shocking and contained the sound of thunder. It was majestic and deafening. Everything was ready except for an opportunity. Suddenly, on the other side, the hell suppression tripod trembled slightly and an ancient life force emanated from the third tripod wall. The black tortoise sacred soul above suddenly opened its eyes and released a divine light that entered Su Zimo's consciousness. That divine light was the opportunity. Like a stone that caused 1,000 layers of waves, the divine light entered his consciousness, causing the golden light of Buddhism and the green lotus glow to shine brightly and interweave continuously. Ah! Su Zimo reared his head and howled into the skies. The heaven and earth essence chi in his body surged continuously and rose rapidly to its limits. Thereafter, as though he had broken free from some shackles, his body felt lighter. He could clearly sense that his lifespan had doubled to 200,000 years. The green lotus true body could accumulate even richer heaven and earth essence chi. With a single deep breath, essence chi surged into his body. He had broken through earth essence realm. The transformation was not over yet. In his consciousness, the creation lotus platform changed as well. All the lotus petals fell off and regrew, forming a gigantic white flower bud. After the green lotus true body obtained the 7 glow immortal ginseng, thunder Tao fruit and other supreme utmost treasures, he underwent a transformation as well. The thunder bones and green lotus bloodline. Grade 10. Grade 10 green lotus true body. Su Zimo felt that every single move he made seemed to possess endless power that could shake the world. Right then, in his consciousness, the flower bud on the lotus platform began to blossom and circles of lotus petals bloomed one after another. After the 9th circle, another circle of lotus petals appeared. The number of lotus holes on the lotus platform increased to 90 as well. The creation lotus platform had already advanced to grade 10. At that moment, the lotus flower bloomed and a green lotus essence spirit sat on the lotus platform. Flawless, the green lotus essence spirit was incomparably condensed. Its cultivation realm had already reached the terrifying level 3 earth essence realm. The green lotus essence spirit was surrounded by 90 green lotus seeds that transformed into rays of Tao light. It was filled with a faint fragrance and was like a god that had descended upon the world. The strangest thing was that the green lotus essence spirit was holding a jade green weapon. Su Zimo had never seen this jade weapon before. It was as though after his breakthrough, the jade weapon was born alongside the newborn lotus platform and appeared on the lotus platform at the same time as the green lotus essence spirit. I got it! A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Back when his green lotus true body broke through to grade 9, a similar situation happened and the 9 heavens living soil was born. Now that the green lotus true body had grown to grade 10, another unique treasure was born. Su Zimo was delighted. Ever since the 9 heavens living soil appeared, it was extremely powerful and mysterious. Its defense was unparalleled and unpredictable, born from chaos. More importantly, the 9 heavens living soil was a part of the creation green lotus to begin with. As his cultivation realm increased, the might of the 9 heavens living soil would increase as well. Now that another jade weapon was born, it was definitely not weaker than the 9 heavens living soil. Right then, a piece of information flashed through Su Zimo's mind, similar to the inheritance memories of the creation green lotus. However, the information was incomplete and merely gave a rough introduction of the origin of the jade weapon. Trinity auspicious jade. Su Zimo murmured softly and focused his gaze. The head of the auspicious jade one was in the shape of an auspicious cloud with 3 dim beads. According to the inheritance memories of the creation green lotus, the 3 beads had a powerful background as well. They were condensed from the essence of the sun, moon and stars in the chaos and corresponded to heaven, earth and man. They were blessed by the heavens and were born together with the Tao. That was also the origin of the Trinity term. On the handle of the auspicious jade, there were 9 5-clawed golden dragons of different forms with towering horns. The 9 golden dragons possessed their own divine charms and were lifelike, as though they were traveling through auspicious clouds. The scales, whiskers, and claws on their bodies were clearly visible. Faint golden lights shone on the dragons' bodies as they reared their heads, wanting to soar through the clouds and overturn rivers and oceans. The dragon whiskers fluttered. The eyes were open in an enraged manner and the scales and claws were sharp. Their massive dragon bodies stirred the wind and clouds and shook the world. This small jade weapon revealed an unstoppable and domineering aura. The end of the auspicious jade was in the shape of a lingji with strange patterns drawn on it. Its momentum was fluid as water and contained endless mysteries that were difficult to read. The Emperor's Tomb. Tang Zi looked at the deserted desert and lowered her head slightly. Even though she had already made up her mind to leave this place, she was still hesitant and disappointed. After a long silence, Tang Zi pursed her lips and finally took out the teleportation talisman from her storage bag. She rubbed it gently and tore it apart. The talisman shattered and released a tremendous amount of energy, tearing the void in front of her. The crack engulfed Tang Zi instantly and closed slowly. After a moment of dizziness, Tang Zi suddenly felt her body lighten, as though she was flung out of the spatial tunnel. She controlled her body hurriedly and maintained her balance before landing on the ground. Without looking, Tang Zi knew that she had already returned to Prince Yuan's residence and was in the hall they left from previously. However, 100 of them left this place a year ago. But now she was the only one who had returned. The hall was silent and seemed empty. Suddenly, Tang Zi felt a strong gaze coming from the front of the hall. It was searing and was staring at her fixedly. She was all too familiar with that brazen gaze. There was only a single person in the residence of the prince. Prince Yuanzhua, you're back. Prince Yuanzhua's voice sounded faintly without any emotions. Tang Zi had a calm expression and was unmoved. She raised her head and looked over before bowing slightly. Greetings, Your Highness. Rise, there's no need for formalities. Prince Yuanzhua nodded slightly. Although Prince Yuanzhua was looking forward to it, he was trying his best to contain himself. He looked at Tang Zi with a burning gaze and took a deep breath before saying slowly, I've been waiting here for the past year without leaving the entire time. I hope you can bring me good news. The fact that Prince Yuanzhua waited here for a year for the Jade Talisman was proof of how important it was. Unfortunately, Tang Zi could not help but think of Su Zimo again. However, she composed herself very quickly and said with cupped fists, Sorry to disappoint you, Your Highness. We found the Jade Talisman but could not bring it back. When he heard that, Prince Yuanzhua felt incomparably disappointed and his expression darkened. Tang Zi said, The others died in the Emperor's tomb in order to fight for the Jade Talisman. I already know about that, Prince Yuanzhua said indifferently. I have the hunting ranking in my hands with your spirit consciousness imprints on it. If you guys die, I'll know right away. Tang Zi was silent. Prince Yuanzhua pondered for a moment and asked, Earlier on, you said that you found the Jade Talisman in the Emperor's tomb. Tell me about the process. Tang Zi did not hide anything and roughly described everything that happened after entering the Emperor's tomb. Her narration was filled with half-truths. For example, she lied about how the 2 old servants died. She did not hide anything that was unimportant and even recounted everything in detail. In fact, she did not hide the fact that she fought against the 4 paragons and Su Zimo fought against Yun Ting in the hall at the end. In the end, Su Zimo obtained the Jade Talisman. However, the commotion here attracted a ghost immortal. Tang Zi said, Su Zimo abandoned me and escaped alone. Right now, he should have been killed by the ghost immortal. I searched for more than half a year but could not find his corpse. I don't know where the Jade Talisman is either. To Tang Zi, Su Zimo was already dead. Even if she described this matter truthfully, it would not affect anything. Instead, it would be easier to convince Prince Yuanzhua and gain his trust. What did you say? When Prince Yuanzhua heard the news, he was delighted. He slammed the table and stood up, asking again, You mean to say that Su Zimo obtained the Jade Talisman? Tang Zi felt that something was amiss. However, she could not change her words at that moment and could only grit her teeth. Yes, however, he's definitely dead after being hunted down by the ghost immortal. Ha 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 ha. Prince Yuanzhua burst into laughter with ecstasy in his eyes. The heavens are truly on my side. Su Zimo isn't dead at all. Once he returns, The jade talisman will be mine. He's not dead. Tang Zi was stunned and in disbelief. Prince Yuanzhua burst into laughter. The fact that Su Zimo's spirit consciousness imprint is not extinguished on the hunting ranking means that he's not dead yet. When she heard that, Tang Zi's eyes lit up and her heart surged with endless joy. Immediately, she was worried again. If Su Zimo was not dead, he should be returning soon. When he returned, Prince Yuanzhua would definitely ask him for the jade talisman. She had not known Su Zimo for long, but she already understood his personality. In order to procure the jade talisman, Su Zimo fought against Yun Ting with all his methods and escaped death after being hunted down by the ghost Immortal. He was probably not going to give it up obediently. If Su Zimo were to resist, Prince Yuanzhua would definitely kill him. At that thought, Tang Zi's heart was filled with killing intent. Initially, she wanted to continue hiding beside Prince Yuanzhua and wait for an excellent opportunity to attack. But now, if Su Zimo were to appear, there was a high chance that he would get himself killed. At that time, she would be forced to attack as well, and the situation would be even more chaotic and terrible. However, what were her chances if she attacked now? None of the maidservants who were initially with Prince Yuanzhua were in the hall today. This seemed to be a rather good opportunity. Although Tang Zi was expressionless, her heart stirred. "Aren't you going to attack?" Right then, a mocking voice sounded. "Feng Zi, what are you waiting for?" Tang Zi was shocked and almost could not help but exclaim. After all, she had cultivated the Tao of assassination all year round and was resolute. She calmed down rapidly and raised her head to look at Prince Yuanzhua, asking, "Are you talking to me, Your Highness?" Of course. Prince Yuanzhua sat in the hall and looked at Tang Zi with a fake smile. "There's only the two of us here. I didn't hear you clearly earlier on, Your Highness." Tang Zi's expression was unchanged as she said, "In addition, you seem to have called me by the wrong name, Your Highness." "Fufu. I wasn't wrong." Prince Yuanzhua chuckled and said, "How can I address the dignified supreme perfected immortal Feng Santian's biological granddaughter? Wrongly? You're not someone who ascended from the lower worlds at all. Your surname is Feng, not Tang." Feng Zi was silent and there were still no emotions in her eyes. "When did you discover it?" Feng Zi knew very well that even if she continued pretending, she would only be a laughingstock. It was useless and she no longer hid anything. "Initially, I did not notice you at all." Prince Yuanzhua smiled gently and said, "However, I saw the scene of you entering the 10 absolute hell. Of course, at that time, I did not take you to heart either. I merely thought that you were a survivor of Remnant Night and was of no threat until Feng Cantillon escaped." At the mention of Feng Cantillon, there was still a hint of fear in Prince Yuanzhua's eyes even after a year. However, that hint of fear disappeared before long. Right now, King Tianxing was not the only one in pursuit of Feng Cantillon. His elder brother, the heir of King Jin, had already laid an impenetrable trap and was prepared to kill Feng Cantillon personally. Feng Cantillon was severely injured and had no way of escaping the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Once his tracks were exposed, he would definitely die. He was no longer a threat. He didn't escape. Feng Zi was expressionless as she said coldly, "He broke free from the 10 absolute hell and killed 10 perfected immortals. He crushed absolute Thunder City and left openly." "Fufu." Prince Yuanzhua smiled and shrugged his shoulders, saying indifferently, "It doesn't matter. The outcome will be the same. Right, you might not know it yet, but my older brother, King Xianxia, came out of seclusion because of this and even tracked down Feng Cantillon and injured him. Although Feng Cantillon escaped again, he won't be able to hold out for long." At the mention of King Xianxia, Feng Zi shuddered and her eyes were filled with endless resentment. Even with her temperament, she could not control her emotions when she heard that name. She lost her cool and said word by word, "The heir of King Jin." Feng Zi grit her teeth, as though she wanted to tear the heir of King Jin apart. "Oh!" Prince Yuanzhua slapped his forehead and said in realization, "Look at my memory. I actually forgot that my brother once killed your parents personally. I'm truly sorry." Prince Yuanzhu apologized on the surface, but his eyes were filled with mockery. The more Feng Zi lost her composure, the more he felt accomplished. Sigh, it's not my brother's fault. Prince Yuanzhu shook his head gently, as though he felt pity inside. It would have been fine if you sinners had known your place after Feng Cantian was suppressed. Why did you have to set up an assassination group called Remnant Knight to specifically assassinate people of the royal family? Aren't you just courting death? Feng Zi clenched her fists and tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. She knew that Prince Yuanzhu was deliberately angering her. Feng Zi's fingernails had already pierced her palm and blood flowed out, but she was not afraid at all. Prince Yuanzhu continued, "Don't be angry. Back then, my brother was only at the perfected immortal realm and was of the same cultivation realm as your father. It was a fair battle between them and your father died because he was weak. It's nothing much." "Nonsense!" Feng Zi shouted. "Back then, my mother was captured by a trap set by you guys. The heir of King Jin used my mother to force my father to appear and fight him. So what? At the very least, that battle was watched by everyone and my brother won fair and square. If he wanted to kill your father, given his status as the heir, there's no need for him to do it personally." Prince Yuanzhu was sneered. "Fair and square? Fair and square." Feng Zi seemed to have thought of something and her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Prince Yuanzhu fiercely. She was so furious that her entire body was trembling. If Su Zimo saw this, he would definitely be shocked. In his opinion, Feng Zi would definitely not reveal such emotions even if something major happened. Suddenly, Feng Zi closed her eyes and no longer looked at Prince Yuanzhu. A moment later, she gradually calmed down. When she opened her eyes again, there were no longer any emotions and her expression was calm. A look of regret flashed through Prince Yuanzhu's eyes. Initially, he thought that Feng Zi could no longer control herself and was about to attack him. To think that Feng Zi would regain her composure with her strong willpower. Prince Yuanzhu was in no hurry and continued, "Furthermore, I didn't notice you at first. However, because Feng Cantian escaped, I realized that someone must have helped him. I know the layout of the 10 Absolute Hell the best. Without external help, there's no way Feng Cantian can break free. I had my men check on your identity again immediately. Yes, no matter how realistic your disguise is, as long as we check carefully, there will always be flaws." Feng Zi understood. Prince Yuanzhu thought that she was the one who assisted Feng Cantian in breaking free from the 10 Absolute Hell. However, in reality, she did have the plan, but it failed. Even up till now, she was at a loss and did not know how Feng Cantian escaped or what happened in the 10 Absolute Hell. Of course, since Prince Yuanzhu recognized the wrong person, she would not explain either. Prince Yuanzhu smiled. "You've already hidden yourself very well and carefully. Unfortunately, I still saw through you. Tsk. Tisk. Actually, it was a coincidence that Feng Zi's identity was exposed. If Feng Cantian had not escaped, she would not have attracted Prince Yuanzhu's attention. Since you discovered my identity long ago, why didn't you kill me?" Feng Zi asked. Prince Yuanzhu smiled gently. "I could use you to enter the Emperor's tomb by retaining you. Why should I be in a hurry to kill you? You're a bird in a cage that will never be able to escape my grasp." Feng Zi was silent. She had to admit that she had underestimated Prince Yuanzhu. This person had long seen through her identity but did not reveal any flaws or alert her. On the surface, this person looked like he was indulging in pleasures and wine. However, he was extremely scheming and controlled everything without batting an eyelid. The fact that this person was not scared out of his wits when Feng Cantian wreaked havoc in Absolute Thunder City and escaped was proof of his guts. King Jin had many descendants, but not every one of them could be conferred a county to rule over. Most of them merely had titles. From that, it could be seen that Prince Yuanzhu was extraordinary. Feng Zi could not be blamed either. Although Prince Yuanzhu was at the Earth Essence realm, he was truly not outstanding among the many princes. Furthermore, Prince Yuanzhu had a notorious reputation as a prodigal son. Naturally, Feng Zi looked down on him. "After chatting with you for so long, the curse of the Emperor's tomb in your body should be mostly purged, right?" Prince Yuanzhua looked at Feng Zi with a fake smile, as though he knew her thoughts and actions like the back of his hand. In reality, that was the case as well. The reason why Feng Zi questioned Prince Yuanzhua for so long was to buy time. She was only at the Black Essence realm, and the curse she was tainted with did not pose much of a threat. She circulated the Void Thunder Manual, and the power of thunder was born from her thunder bones, purging the curse of the Emperor's tomb from her body before long. Of course, her motive for stalling for time was not only to resolve the hidden ailment of the curse. She wanted to break through to the Earth Essence realm in one go. Feng Zi could have broken through to the Earth Essence realm a long time ago. It was only because she wanted to enter the 10 Absolute Hell and meet Feng Cantillon that she suppressed her cultivation realm the entire time. Later on, Feng Cantillon broke free and entered the Emperor's tomb. With those series of events, she had no chance to break through at all. If she broke through after being cursed in the Emperor's tomb, it would be equivalent to courting death. Now that she had returned to the prince's residence and purged the curse of the Emperor's tomb, all the obstacles on Feng Zi were clear. The essence qi in her body surged towards the barrier of the Earth Essence realm. Boom! A loud bang seemed to have sounded from Feng Zi's body. The barrier shattered. Feng Zi took a deep breath of air, and an endless stream of heaven and earth essence qi surged into her body, washing through her flesh, tendons, bones and organs as her strength increased rapidly. Lightning coiled around her body and her aura rose continuously. Wow! Prince Yuanzhua pretended to be surprised and clapped with a smile, praising, "You've broken through. Not bad." He allowed Feng Zi to break through right in front of him as though he had no intention of attacking. On the contrary, he had a smile the entire time and looked at Feng Zi with a mocking expression. It was not because he was careless and underestimated his opponent. It was because even though Feng Zi had broken through to the Earth Essence realm, she could not do anything to him. If it was any other time, Prince Yuanzhua would not have entangled himself with Feng Zi and would have killed her long ago. Today, Prince Yuanzhua was overjoyed when he knew that Su Zimo had obtained the Jade Talisman and was about to return. It was a rare moment of interest and he wanted to play with Feng Zi. Time slowly passed. Breaking through such a major cultivation realm usually required a process of adaptation. When Feng Zi saw that Prince Yuanzhua did not attack, she did not act rashly. Instead, she continued to absorb heaven and earth essence qi and baptized her body and essence spirit to stabilize her cultivation realm. Suddenly, in a flash, Feng Zi charged towards Prince Yuanzhua at an astonishing speed, and there was only a faint shadow in midair. Ha 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 ha! When Prince Yuanzhua saw Feng Zi attack, he stood up as well and raised his head in laughter. He was unmoved against Feng Zi's figure and did not even look at her. He merely channeled his spirit consciousness and iron walls suddenly descended around the hall. Feng Zi's figure collided with Prince Yuanzhua and dissipated without causing any ripples. That figure was merely an illusion and had long been seen through by Prince Yuanzhua. Feng Zi's true form had long hidden itself and fled towards the exit of the hall. As an assassin, she naturally had her own judgment of the situation. She knew very well that even though she had already broken through to the Earth Essence realm, she was definitely not a match for Prince Yuanzhua in a head-on fight. The reason why she broke through to the Earth Essence realm was because she wanted to increase her chances of escaping. "I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Why do you want to leave?" Prince Yuanzhua's mocking voice sounded. Immediately after, the iron walls fell and smashed onto the ground with a deafening bang. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Feng Zi summoned her dark daggers and stabbed them heavily against the iron walls. However, a series of sparks flew and only left a faint white scar on them. With that collision, Feng Zi's concealment technique was dispelled as well and her figure appeared. Even though she had already advanced to the Earth Essence realm, she could not break through the defense of the hall. Furthermore, all her thoughts and actions seemed to be under Prince Yuanzhua's control. Prince Yuanzhua walked down slowly from his seat towards Feng Zi with a smile. "Look, I specially asked the maidservants around me to leave, so that I can create a rare opportunity for you to assassinate me. If you want to leave without even attacking me, aren't you letting down my goodwill?" Prince Yuan's smile was chilling and filled with incomparable confidence. Fengzi glared at Prince Yuanzhua in silence. Prince Yuanzhua gradually retracted his smile and said slowly, "So what if you break through to the Earth Essence realm? So what if you're good at assassination? Today, I'll teach you a principle. In the face of absolute strength, no fancy tricks can withstand a single blow." The moment he said that, Prince Yuanzhua released the might of his spirit consciousness and suppressed Fengzi like a tsunami. Fengzi's expression changed and her body swayed, almost knocked down by Prince Yuan's spirit consciousness pressure. The difference was too great. If her spirit consciousness was a pond, Prince Yuan's spirit consciousness was like a lake. The distance between the two of them closed continuously. In the blink of an eye, Prince Yuanzhua had already arrived before Fengzi. In fact, he was less than an arm's length away and was extremely close. Fengzi was expressionless. However, she suddenly opened her mouth and let out an ear-piercing cry that sounded like an immortal wail. The heaven and earth essence chi around her rippled like water because of that voice. Sound domain's secret skill, immortal wail sound. At the same time, Fengzi released her blood chi with all her might and lightning surged in her body. Her aura rose to its limits and she broke free from the pressure of Prince Yuan's spirit consciousness. She raised her hands and her sleeves fluttered. Two pitch-black beams of light flashed almost imperceptibly. The dark daggers were already in her hands. One stabbed towards Prince Yuan's chest while the other stabbed towards his face. May! Prince Yuan's did not dodge or avoid. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a word. Fengzi shuddered and felt her ears buzz. The voice in her mind reverberated endlessly. Fly! Fengzi bit the tip of her tongue gently, and the dark daggers in her hands continued to stab towards Prince Yuan's vitals. Prince Yuan's spoke again and spat out a second word. With a bang, Fengzi's mind went blank and she froze on the spot, as though she was struck by lightning. The dark daggers were less than an inch away from Prince Yuan's chest and face. As long as she prodded gently, given the sharpness of the dark daggers, they would definitely be able to pierce Prince Yuan's vitals. However, she was shocked and turned feeble from Prince Yuan's words. Her blood chi had already dissipated. Shaking, Prince Yuan's spoke once more. A series of crackling sounds came from Fengzi's body. Her bones were shattered by Prince Yuanzhua and she was in extreme pain. Her face was pale and her blood chi reversed, causing her to almost collapse to the ground. A tree! Prince Yuanzhua opened his mouth and said the final words. As though she was struck by an unimaginable force, Fengzi's body was sent flying and smashed against the cold wall of the hall with a bang. After a brief pause, it slid down slowly. Fengzi felt as though her tendons and bones were about to split and her organs shifted. Opening her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. Mayfly shaking a tree. Although it sounded slow, Prince Yuan's said those words in the blink of an eye. Right from the beginning, he did not even move a single finger. He merely spat out words and severely injured Fengzi with the terrifying power of his sound domain skill. Prince Yuanzhua came before Fengzi and looked down at her, saying indifferently, "Even if you break through, you'll only be at the level 1 Earth Essence realm. I've already cultivated to the level 7 Earth Essence realm. That's a difference of 6 cultivation realms. What do you have to fight me with?" The Emperor's Tomb. Su Zimo had benefited way too much from this trip to the Emperor's Tomb. Apart from treasures such as the mysterious Jade Talisman, Soul Lantern, and 7 Glow Immortal Ginseng, his cultivation had also broken through a major cultivation realm and reached the level 1 Earth Essence realm. He had only ascended to the upper world for slightly more than 1,000 years. Even the personal disciples of some aristocratic families and sects could not match his cultivation speed, let alone the native living beings of the upper world. At the same time, the Hell Suppression Tripod repaired the 3rd tripod wall and the pattern of the sacred beast, the black tortoise, appeared on it. Su Zimo even obtained a secret skill passed down from the black tortoise sacred soul. However, he had yet to divert his attention to cultivate. The Green Lotus True Body advanced to grade 10 and gave birth to a treasure, the Trinity Auspicious Jade. He was even more curious about that treasure. At that moment, Su Zimo was studying the jade weapon while stabilizing his cultivation realm. For a moment, he forgot where he was. Although he had obtained some inheritance memories of the creation Green Lotus and knew that the jade weapon was called the Trinity Auspicious Jade, he had to figure out its use himself. Su Zimo's mind was completely immersed in the Trinity Auspicious Jade. He felt that the treasure was extremely mysterious, and the more he explored, the more he could sense the immense power behind it. After a long time, Su Zimo finally discovered one of the miraculous uses of the Trinity Auspicious Jade. He was secretly delighted when he felt a vibration and jolted awake from his cultivation. The emperor's tomb was shaking violently and the world spun. Countless starlight fell from the firmaments and the ground cracked, as though the apocalypse had arrived. Su Zimo realized that the emperor's tomb was about to leave divine firmament mainland and escape into the void. Without hesitation, he took out the teleportation talisman from his storage bag and tore it apart. A spatial tunnel appeared behind him and devoured him before disappearing from the emperor's tomb. Green Cloud City, Prince's residence. Feng Zi leaned against the wall weakly. She was severely injured by Prince Yuan's sound domain secret skill. Right now, her blood qi was dissipated and her tendons and bones felt like they were about to split. The pain was unbearable, and she could not even stand up against the pressure of Prince Yuan's spirit consciousness, let alone complete the assassination. The difference in strength between them was way too great. If it was a secret assassination attempt, she might have a chance of winning. Now that her identity was exposed and she was forced to fight Prince Yuan's head-on, she had no chance at all. Given your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for you to tell Feng Xantian's intentions, right? Prince Yuan's looked down at Feng Zi and said slowly, "The reason why he broke free from the cage but did not take you away was because he was worried that he would implicate you if he was hunted down." Feng Zi remained silent. Actually, she had not seen Feng Cantian at all. To be precise, Feng Cantian did not even know that a granddaughter like her existed. Feng Cantian had been suppressed in Absolute Thunder City for hundreds of thousands of years, and she was only a few thousand years old. The two of them had never met before. Feng Zi's closest kin were her parents and master. However, she had heard too many legends about Feng Cantian, and the person she admired the most was this grandfather she had never met before. Feng Cantian had been suppressed for too long. Even if he was alive, he did not have much lifespan left. Feng Zi knew in her heart that if she did not head to Absolute Thunder City, she might not have the chance to see her grandfather personally in her lifetime. That was also the reason why she wanted to barge into the 10 Absolute Hell to meet Feng Cantian despite the immense danger. Indeed, Feng Cantian did not disappoint her for this trip to Absolute Thunder City. In fact, it was even more majestic and unparalleled than the image she had conjured in her mind. That prideful and invincible aura was something that no one in the world could match. Her grandfather was free. This was the only thing that could make Feng Zi happy in thousands of years. Although she was about to die, Feng Cantian survived. She had even witnessed her grandfather's peerless glory personally and had no regrets in her life. At that thought, Feng Zi laughed. She could no longer remember how long it had been since she smiled happily. Perhaps there had never been a smile on her face after her parents died. At that moment, her smile was a little amateurish but exceptionally beautiful. It was like a new touch of green in the early spring, like a blossoming plum blossom in the cold winter. "You can still smile?" Prince Yuan's shook his head gently and said, "I'm curious. Feng Cantian has already escaped, but you didn't take advantage of the chaos to escape. Instead, you came to my side and wanted to assassinate me. Fufu, what exactly do you want? My brother was the one who killed your father and King Tianxing was the one who suppressed Feng Cantian. Why are you looking for me?" The smile on Feng Zi's face gradually disappeared as she glared at Prince Yuan's coldly. "That's because you deserve to die. I'm going to let King Jin and the heir of King Jin experience the pain of losing their kin as well." Feng Zi planned for a long time before deciding on Prince Yuanzhua as her choice of target. Firstly, Prince Yuanzhua was not old and could be considered as one of King Jin's youngest sons. Although his cultivation was not high, He was entrusted with a heavy responsibility by King Jin. It was clear that he had a high status in the latter's heart. Second, among the many princes, Prince Yuan's cultivation realm was not high and the success rate of his assassination was higher. Hee. Prince Yuan's had a disdainful expression as he waved his hand gently. His robes expanded dozens of feet and wrapped around Feng Zi's neck a few times like a nimble python before tightening. Feng Zi's body was lifted slowly by the sleeves of the robes. Instantly, her face turned bloodshot and her lips turned purplish. Her neck was almost snapped by Prince Yuan's. Clang. Feng Zi's hands were weak and she could not even hold on to the dark daggers, allowing them to fall to the ground. As long as Prince Yuan's tightened his robes with a single thought, he would be able to kill her. Bitch, you're still too inexperienced to want to kill me. Prince Yuan's glared at Feng Zi and sneered. I'll kill you first today. In a few days, I'll get that old dog Feng Cantian to accompany you. At that time, your family can reunite in hell. It'll be lively, ha ha ha. Prince Yuan's burst into laughter. Just as he was about to kill Feng Zi, a strange energy fluctuation came from behind him. Prince Yuan's glanced sideways. The void not far away from the hall cracked slowly, and a pitch-black spatial tunnel appeared with a sinister wind. When he saw that, Prince Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he was delighted. Su Zimo must have returned. Prince Yuan's stared at the spatial tunnel fixedly with an expectant expression. Indeed, before long, a figure fell out of the spatial tunnel and stabilized himself before landing steadily in the hall. The person had black hair and a slender figure. Dressed in green robes, he had refined features. It was Su Zimo. Good. Prince Yuan's looked at Su Zimo and was overjoyed as he praised repeatedly. Su Zimo, you did not disappoint me. Su Zimo returned to the main hall of the prince's residence and looked around. Thereafter, his gaze landed on Prince Yuan's and Tang Zi, and he frowned slightly. From the looks of it, Tang Zi had already attacked Prince Yuan's. This was a little rash and did not match Tang Zi's character. However, he did not know what else had happened. At that moment, Su Zimo was only at the level 1 Earth Essence realm. However, his essence spirit was already at the level 3 Earth Essence realm and could detect Prince Yuan's cultivation. Level 7 Earth Essence realm. The difference was too great. Indeed, Su Zimo had the means to kill above his level. However, he had no chance of winning in a head-on fight with someone 6 levels above him. Even if he released the Pankati Dao fire, it would be useless. Your Highness, what's going on? Su Zimo asked expressionlessly. Prince Yuan's was in a great mood and laughed. You came at the right time. Let me reintroduce you. This slut's surname is not Tang, but Feng. Feng? Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and already had a guess. Prince Yuan's continued. The same Feng as Feng Cantian. Su Zimo pretended to be enlightened and asked. So, between her and Feng Canton. That slut is Feng Santian's granddaughter. She's hiding beside me with evil intentions and wants to assassinate me. Prince Yuan's said smugly. Unfortunately, not long after Feng Cantian escaped, I found out about her identity. Su Zimo sighed internally and looked at Feng Zi deeply. He had long guessed that there might be a relationship between Feng Zi and the Thunder Emperor. That was the reason why he attacked and helped Feng Zi many times later on. However, he had not expected that Feng Zi was the granddaughter of the Thunder Emperor and was related by blood. Prince Yuan's continued. In addition, it was also because of this slut that Feng Cantian broke free. I see. Su Zimo nodded. When Prince Yuan's saw that Su Zimo had returned and was about to obtain the Jade Talisman, he was in a good mood and explained to Su Zimo patiently. At that moment, he could not wait any longer and urged, Where's the Jade Talisman? Hurry and hand it to me. All right. Su Zimo agreed without hesitation. He slapped his storage bag and took out the Jade Talisman, walking towards Prince Yuan's respectfully. Prince Yuan's looked at Su Zimo, who was gradually approaching, and suddenly became wary. Right then, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks as well. With a hesitant expression, he said in a low voice, Your Highness, I've done a meritorious service this time round. Will I get any rewards? What rewards do you want? Prince Yuanzhua asked with a fake smile. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly and said in a seemingly fearful manner, "If I may be so bold, Your Highness, please reward me with 10,000 essence spirit stones. Also, previously, His Highness promised that the person who rendered meritorious services could choose from one of your maidservants. I wonder." When he heard that, Prince Yuanzhua sneered internally, and a look of disdain flashed through his eyes. The doubts that had just arisen in his heart vanished without a trace. In his eyes, Su Zimo was a lowlife who had never seen the world. He even asked for 10,000 essence spirit stones right away. What a joke! The value of the Jade Talisman could not be replaced even with 1 million or 10 million essence spirit stones, let alone 10,000. Oh, you fancy one of my maidservants? Prince Yuanzhua chuckled. Su Zimo coughed twice and blushed. I took a liking to one. No problem. After this matter is over, I'll reward you with whoever you fancy. Prince Yuanzhua waved his hand. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Zimo's face was filled with joy as he hurried forward. Arriving before Prince Yuanzhua, he pretended to kneel and held the Jade Talisman with both hands, sending it towards the latter. Prince Yuanzhua reached out for the Jade Talisman excitedly. The moment he was about to touch the Jade Talisman, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Unknowingly, the smile on Su Zimo's face had already vanished. His gaze was like lightning and his expression was cold and murderous. Suddenly, he bounced up from the ground at an extremely fast speed. With a push of his hands, his blood chi burst forth and the sound of a tsunami surged in his body, almost drowning Prince Yuanzhua. Su Zimo's stance was the killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering. On the surface, he seemed like he was obedient. However, he was filled with killing intent. You? Prince Yuanzhua did not have time to react and could only raise his arm to block instinctively. Bang! Su Zimo's hands smashed heavily against Prince Yuanzhua's arm. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was extremely jarring. Prince Yuanzhua's arm was split into two by Su Zimo's hands. His broken bones pierced his flesh and were exposed, dripping with blood in a shocking manner. Although Prince Yuanzhua was a grade 7 Earth Immortal, he could not defend against the physique, bloodline and thunder bones of the grade 10 Green Lotus True Body. Ah! Prince Yuanzhua shrieked. It was only now that he realized that Su Zimo had already broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. Su Zimo had just returned and his entire attention was on the Jade Talisman. Naturally, he would not check on Su Zimo's cultivation realm. Furthermore, there was no way he could break through in the Emperor's tomb. That was secondary. What Prince Yuanzhua truly did not expect was that Su Zimo would dare to attack him so decisively without any hesitation. How dare you? Prince Yuanzhua roared and retreated without hesitation, wanting to distance himself from Su Zimo. No matter what, his cultivation realm was 6 realms above Su Zimo. Although his arm was snapped, Earth Immortals could regrow limbs by circulating their divine powers. That was not a serious injury. As long as he distanced himself, he would be far stronger than Su Zimo in terms of immortal arts, divine powers and secret skills and would definitely be able to suppress the latter. Prince Yuanzhua channeled his movement technique at an extremely fast speed. As he retreated, he prepared to tighten his robes and strangle Feng Zi to death. Swoosh! Right then, golden light and lightning flashed before his eyes. Immediately after, Su Zimo's figure appeared before him. Prince Yuanzhua's pupils constricted slightly. There were 3 pairs of gigantic wings behind Su Zimo. At the top was a pair of gigantic golden wings. Second was a pair of zephyr thunder wings that were surrounded by lightning and flapped wildly. The smallest wings at the bottom were ethereal wings that were formed from heaven and earth essence chi. 3 pairs of wings burst forth at the same time. Even Prince Yuanzhua, a grade 7 Earth Immortal, was caught up by Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. You must have a death wish. Prince Yuanzhua's gaze intensified as his fingers changed. He rapidly conjured hand seals and released an immortal art in front of him. A torrential wave was formed instantly and surged towards Su Zimo with a terrifying might. Su Zimo's figure swayed slightly and suddenly disappeared from Prince Yuan's sight. The next moment, when he appeared, he had already descended behind Prince Yuan's. True Dragon 9 flashes. Arriving behind Prince Yuan's, Su Zimo conjured the Great Chaos Essence Palm and slapped the latter on the head. If that attack could hit, even if it could not break Prince Yuan's head, it could penetrate his bones and severely injure his essence spirit. If that attack could hit, even if it could not break Prince Yuan's head, it could penetrate his bones and severely injure his essence spirit. Furthermore, Prince Yuan's physique and bloodline could not compare to the Green Lotus true body. At that time, Prince Yuan's would not be able to escape unscathed if Su Zimo closed in and released a ferocious attack. A divine glint flashed through Prince Yuan's eyes. When he saw Su Zimo disappear before him, his reaction was shockingly fast. He utilized a strange footwork and dodged the range of the Great Chaos Essence Palm in a few steps. Be it in terms of experience or methods, a prince who could lead a region far surpassed cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Even though he had never seen the true Dragon 9 flashes before, he still dodged Su Zimo's killing move with his mysterious movement technique. Su Zimo's gaze intensified. With a long howl, his figure flashed once more and vanished. The second flash. He must not let Prince Yuan's have any breathing room. Once the two of them distanced themselves, Prince Yuan's snapped out of his stupor and released various immortal arts, secret skills and divine powers that Su Zimo could not defend against. The difference in their cultivation realms was still too great. Relying on that mysterious footwork, Prince Yuan's had just escaped from Su Zimo's Great Chaos Essence Palm and was about to retaliate when Su Zimo's figure appeared beside him out of thin air once more. "It's not over yet?" Prince Yuan's had a furious expression and channeled his essence spirit to its limits. With every step he took, his feet sounded and cold sabers burst forth from his feet. That movement technique was King Tianxing's secret skill, the execution steps. Not only was the execution steps unfathomable, as long as one circulated a secret skill, they could condense a cold saber beam with every step and counterattack. It was extremely powerful. Initially, Prince Yuan's wanted to fight Su Zimo head-on. However, he had not expected Su Zimo to vanish once more. The third of the true Dragon 9 flashes. This time round, Su Zimo circled behind Prince Yuan's. At that moment, it was the moment Prince Yuan's released his saber. Under normal circumstances, if Prince Yuan's relied on the execution steps, Su Zimo might not be able to injure him even if he used the true dragon flash 3 times. However, in his rage, he wanted to retaliate and kill Su Zimo. The moment he released the saber, his movement technique paused for a moment. That pause was almost negligible and had almost no effect. However, in a fight between experts, a single moment was all that mattered. Prince Yuan's released his saber while Su Zimo used the true Dragon 9 flashes to appear behind him, slapping in reverse towards the former. Prince Yuan's had lost the initiative and could no longer dodge the palm strike. He could only try his best to avoid fatal damage. Bang! Su Zimo slapped Prince Yuan's heavily on the shoulder. The moment his palm landed, a gray fog surged out of his palm and changed rapidly, as though it was condensing something that entered Prince Yuan's body. Prince Yuan's cried out in pain. His shoulder was almost shattered by Su Zimo and he could not control his body as he lunged forward. On the other side, Feng Zi felt the sleeves on her neck loosen slightly. Without hesitation, her spirit consciousness moved and the 2 dark daggers on the ground jumped into her palms. A cold light flashed. Feng Zi crossed her arms and cut off the sleeves of the robe around her neck, escaping. Prince Yuan's expression darkened. The moment Su Zimo attacked him, he wanted to strangle Feng Zi to death. However, Su Zimo continued attacking and did not give him any chance. If he was slightly distracted, he might have been severely injured by Su Zimo earlier on, let alone strangle Feng Zi to death. Prince Yuan's could no longer care about Feng Zi. Comparatively, Su Zimo was way too much of a threat to him. As long as Su Zimo was dealt with, Feng Zi would be nothing to fear. Prince Yuanzhua was struck by Su Zimo's palm and fell forward, increasing the distance between them. When he saw Feng Zi escape, he ignored her and channeled his spirit consciousness, prepared to release divine powers and secret skills to kill Su Zimo. On the other side, Su Zimo flapped his 3 pairs of wings. His body shone with a golden light and lightning surrounded him as he charged towards Prince Yuanzhua once more. Roar! Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a dignified and terrifying roar from the depths of his throat. It contained a supreme will, as though he was looking down at all living beings and wanted to trample the world beneath his feet. Dragon Roar Secret Skill. Prince Yuanzhua's cultivation realm was already at the level 7 Earth Essence realm, and this sound domain secret skill could not hurt him. However, at such a close distance, he shuddered when he was struck by Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill and was stunned on the spot. Before his divine powers and secret skills could be formed, they showed signs of dissipating. However, he regained his consciousness before long. His vision was shrouded by an incomparably blinding light, and he could not even open his eyes. Poof! The next moment, a beam of light shot into his socket. Visual technique, illumination eye. Ah! Prince Yuanzhua shrieked tragically with a tragic expression. His features were contorted in pain. His left eye was already blinded by the illumination eye and his eyeball was completely shattered. However, no blood flowed out. The blood in his eye socket had long been burned and evaporated by the power of the illumination eye, leaving only charred marks. This was the level 7 Earth Essence realm. If it was any other Earth Immortal, the illumination eye would most likely pierce their heads and even kill their essence spirits on the spot. But now, the illumination eye merely blinded one of Prince Yuanzhua's eyes. Die! Prince Yuanzhua roared. While he was severely injured, his remaining eye released a visual technique. An ancient blade shot out from his pupils at an astonishing speed. As though it had broken through the restraints of space, it arrived at Su Zimo's left eye instantly. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and did not dodge or avoid the Dao visual technique. He attacked once more and slapped Prince Yuanzhua on the chest. Crack! Prince Yuanzhua's sternum was snapped by Su Zimo into multiple parts. A few broken ribs even pierced Prince Yuanzhua's heart, causing his blood qi to drain wildly. However, he grit his teeth and did not seem to care. He merely glared at Su Zimo coldly and said, "You have to pay with your life for blinding one of my eyes." Prince Yuanzhua was a grade 7 Earth Immortal. He was confident that Su Zimo would not be able to defend against his visual technique. The ancient saber condensed from the power of the visual technique was enough to pierce Su Zimo's left eye and enter his consciousness, destroying his essence spirit. As Prince Yuanzhua had expected, his visual technique ancient saber had indeed entered Su Zimo's left eye. However, it was as though a clay ox had fallen into the sea and vanished without a trace. In fact, there were no ripples at all. Su Zimo was perfectly fine. Initially, Su Zimo's left eye could have released another Dao visual technique, the Netherglow Eye. However, after coming out of the lone island in the Emperor's tomb, something happened to his left eye. An extremely pure power of darkness lingered in his left eye. The Netherglow stone was in the ball of darkness power. However, no matter how Su Zimo probed, there was no result. When his spirit consciousness entered his left eye, it would be devoured and assimilated by the power of darkness and vanish. In other words, his Netherglow eye could no longer be released within a short period of time. However, Su Zimo knew very well. The power of darkness in his left eye was extremely terrifying. The scene on the lone island was still fresh in his memories. If not for the Netherglow stone, he might have died on the lone island. Therefore, when he sensed Prince Yuanzhua's visual technique piercing towards his left eye, Su Zimo did not choose to dodge. That action was a little risky. However, in reality he had won the gamble. Prince Yuanzhua's visual technique entered his left eye and was devoured and assimilated by the power of darkness before long. In fact, he did not even feel anything. Good. When Prince Yuanzhua saw that, he was puzzled as well. However, he reacted quickly and glared at Su Zimo, sneering, "Inferior commoner of the lower worlds. Do you think that you can hurt me like this? You're way too naive. Prince Yuan's was slapped his storage bag and took out a pill, swallowing it in a single mouthful. It was unknown what miraculous medicine that was. In just a few breaths, Prince Yuan's was body shone with endless vitality. His severed arm connected rapidly and the bones in his chest gradually recovered. His blind eye was repairing and his shattered heart had already stopped bleeding. He was a prince after all and had way too many treasures on him. As long as Su Zimo could not kill him right away, there would be no more chances. Earth immortals could regrow severed limbs to begin with. Coupled with the medicinal effects of the immortal pill earlier on, Prince Yuan's was injuries healed at a visible speed. The difference in cultivation realm between them was too great. It was extremely difficult for Su Zimo to severely injure him and hurt his foundation. Su Zimo merely glared at Prince Yuan's coldly with a mocking gaze. The injuries on Prince Yuan's body were indeed healing. However, his sideburns were already slightly white and his face looked old. Right then, Prince Yuan's noticed something amiss with his body as well. My lifespan. Prince Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Initially, he was only more than 40,000 years old. For an Earth immortal with a lifespan of 200,000 years, he was considered a young man. But now, he was already more than 160,000 years old and only had less than 40,000 years to live. His age had increased by more than 120,000 years. How could this be? Prince Yuan's channeled his essence spirit continuously and released divine powers, wanting to recover his decreased lifespan. However, no matter what methods he released, there were no signs of recovery from the lifespan he lost. What exactly did you do? Prince Yuan's glared at Su Zimo as though he wanted to skin him alive. Su Zimo sneered. After his first exchange with Prince Yuan's, he realized that even the grade 10 green lotus true body could not severely injure the latter. Therefore, for the next two attacks, Su Zimo merely punched Prince Yuan's with his palm on the surface. However, in reality, he had condensed the greater divine power, time is like a saber, both times and released it on Prince Yuan's. Only, the combat was intense at that time and Prince Yuan's was severely injured consecutively. He was also blinded and did not notice the deterioration of his lifespan right away. It was only now that he realized the condition of his body. In a flash, Su Zimo charged towards Prince Yuan's once more. As long as Prince Yuan's was struck by the time saber, even if he was a grade 7 Earth immortal, he would die after expending his lifespan. Su Zimo circulated his secret skill and 4 balls of flames suddenly appeared around him. Immediately after, the 4 balls of flames gathered and charged towards Prince Yuan's. Just as it was about to collide, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness released a spirit consciousness flame that entered the 4-colored flame. Pankati Dao fire. Phew! The Pankati Dao fire landed on Prince Yuan's and burned with raging flames. Suddenly, a terrifying power burst forth from the flames. Xing! Immediately after, a strange voice sounded. Prince Yuan's figure appeared and a raging tide burst forth from his body, suppressing the Pankati Dao fire and gradually extinguishing it. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. The difference in cultivation realm was so great that even the Pankati Dao fire could not make up for it. Amidst the green smoke, Prince Yuan's expression was dark and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He conjured hand seals with both hands and walked slowly towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo was fearless. With a long howl, he released his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength. The power of his blood chi, body and essence spirit surged. Although his cultivation realm was only at level 1 Earth Essence realm, his essence spirit was at the level 3 Earth Essence realm. Now, with the increase of the 6-tusk divine strength, the power of his essence spirit had increased exponentially and was at the level 4 Earth Essence realm. Even so, he was still 3 realms away from Prince Yuan's essence spirit cultivation. Why? You want to use your essence spirit secret skill? Prince Yuan's shook his head with a mocking expression. You're playing with fire. You have a death wish. Before his sentence was finished, Prince Yuan's rapidly condensed an essence spirit secret skill and released it, charging towards Su Zimo. On the other side, Su Zimo's Essence Spirit secret skill was released as well. Furthermore, it was not just one. In a short period of time, Su Zimo condensed 4 Essence Spirit secret skills. The Reverse Scale, Gautama Dermic Seal 1, Spirit Vanquishing Whip, and Green Lotus Sword were released like raging tides and torrential rain. Prince Yuanzhua was initially filled with confidence. However, his expression changed instantly. His pupils constricted and he wanted to curse. However, he was beaten back by Su Zimo's 4 Essence Spirit secret skills. In normal Essence Spirit fights, both parties would release an Essence Spirit secret skill. He had never seen anyone who could release 4 Essence Spirit secret skills in one go. What sort of Essence Spirit could withstand such immense expenditure and burden? His Essence Spirit realm was indeed 3 levels higher than Su Zimo. However, his lifespan was severely depleted and he was already in his later years. His Essence Spirit was not as condensed as it was at its peak. Now, after one of his Essence Spirit secret skills collided with Su Zimo's 4 Essence Spirit secret skills, the void in the hall trembled violently, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Both of them shuddered and hugged their heads with both hands, crying out in pain. Su Zimo was the Green Lotus Essence Spirit after all and was nourished by the Creation Lotus platform. Although his Essence Spirit was shaken, his foundation was not injured. However, thin cracks appeared on Prince Yuanzhua's Essence Spirit. Inferior commoner ant. Prince Yuanzhua was enraged and roared. Right then, a phantom-like figure appeared behind him. Expressionless, it gripped a sharp blade with both hands and arrived silently.